Hello, Fantasy Whispers Stories community. Hope you're enjoying our magical tailies. I'm curious to know, where are you watching my videos from? What country or city are you tuning in from? I love connecting with viewers from all around the world, so please drop a comment and let me know your location. A few words about our latest story. We've just completed writing a tragic tale about Sebastian Sallow from the Hogwarts Legacy universe. A 20-chapter fanfiction exploring how love can transform into obsession. This story follows a young man who becomes so desperate to save his cursed sister that he gradually transforms into the very monster he once fought against. It's a deep psychological portrait of how noble intentions can justify horrific actions, and how the road to hell is truly paved with good intentions. From his first use of unforgivable curses to the final tragedy that destroys everything he claimed to love, this is a story about the price we're willing to pay for love, and when that price becomes too high to bear. It's a dark exploration of moral corruption, family bonds, and the dangerous territory where devotion crosses into deadly obsession. Ready to dive into this dark world of magic and moral dilemmas? Chapter 1. The Last Carefree Day. The morning mist clung to the Scottish Highlands like a gossamer veil, painting the landscape in ethereal shades of silver and grey. Sebastian Sallow stood at the edge of the ancient stone circle near Feldcroft, his breath forming small clouds in the crisp autumn air. At 15, he already possessed the lean frame that would carry him through his final years at Hogwarts. But today there was something different about him, a lightness, an ease that would soon be nothing more than a memory. Sebastian, stop daydreaming and help me with this. Anne's voice cut through his reverie, bright and melodious as always. She was crouched beside a moss-covered stone, her auburn hair catching the weak sunlight that filtered through the mist. Her green eyes, identical to his own, sparkled with the same mischievous intelligence that had gotten them both into countless adventures over the years. "What are you fussing about now?" Sebastian called back, though he was already making his way toward her, his boots crunching on the frost-covered grass. The smile that played at the corners of his mouth was genuine, unforced, the kind of smile that would become increasingly rare in the months to come. "Look at this," Anne said, her voice dropping to an excited whisper. She pointed to a series of carved symbols that spiraled around the base of the standing stone. "These aren't just decorative. They're functional runes, Seb, really old ones." Sebastian knelt beside his twin sister, studying the intricate carvings with growing interest. The symbols seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, though he couldn't be sure if it was his imagination or something more substantial. "How can you tell?" "The way they're arranged, the depth of the carving, and look here." Anne traced her finger along a particularly complex symbol, careful not to actually touch the stone. "This is a binding rune, and this one, I think it's meant to contain something." "Contain what?" Sebastian asked, though part of him wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Anne shrugged, but her excitement was palpable. "That's what we need to find out. There might be a chamber underneath, or maybe these stones are markers for something buried nearby. Uncle Solomon always said the ancient wizards in these parts were particularly gifted with protective magic." Sebastian couldn't help but grin at his sister's enthusiasm. It was infectious, this hunger for knowledge and discovery that they shared. While their classmates at Hogwarts were content to learn from dusty textbooks and follow prescribed lessons, the Sallow twins had always preferred hands-on exploration. It was what made them such effective partners in their various adventures, both academic and otherwise. "Well then," he said, rising to his feet and offering Anne his hand, "what are we waiting for? Let's see what secrets these old stones are hiding." Anne accepted his help up, her face brightening with that familiar grin that never failed to warm Sebastian's heart. "I knew you'd say that. I've already done some preliminary scouting while you were off in Dreamland." There's a gap between two of the stones on the eastern side that might be an entrance. Might be. Well, it's either an entrance or home to something with rather large teeth. The stones around it are scratched up something fierce. Sebastian laughed, a sound that came easily to him in those days. Since when has the possibility of large teeth ever stopped us? Never, Anne replied with a matching laugh. Though I do think we should be cautious. Some of these protection runes are still active, I'm almost certain of it. They made their way around the stone circle, Anne chattering excitedly about the various symbols and their possible meanings, while Sebastian listened with the fond attention of someone who had grown up sharing every adventure with his closest friend. The bond between them was deeper than mere sibling affection. They were two halves of the same whole, perfectly complementary in their strengths and weaknesses. Here, Anne said, stopping beside what Sebastian had initially taken for merely a natural gap between two of the larger stones. Now, looking more carefully, he could see that it was indeed artificial, a deliberate opening that descended into darkness. How did you even spot this? He asked, impressed despite himself. I was looking for unusual magical residue, Anne replied absently, already pulling out her wand. Lumos. The soft light revealed stone steps carved directly into the bedrock, disappearing into shadows that seemed to swallow the wand light greedily. The air that drifted up from the opening carried the scent of age and damp earth, tinged with something else, something that made Sebastian's magical senses prickle with unease. Are you sure about this? He asked, though he was already following Anne as she began to descend the steps. Since when are we ever sure about anything? She replied cheerfully. That's what makes it interesting. The passage was narrow, clearly designed for single-file travel, with Anne leading the way. The walls were smooth stone, unmarked by the passage of time, which suggested either excellent preservation charms or something more ominous. Sebastian found himself thinking of the various protection spells they'd studied in defense against the dark arts, and how many of them were designed to keep intruders out rather than preserve what lay within. Anne, he said after they'd descended perhaps 20 steps, maybe we should go back and get Uncle Solomon. Or better yet, send an owl to one of the professors at Hogwarts, and have them tell us we're too young and inexperienced to explore on our own. Anne's voice carried a note of indignation. Besides, we're nearly of age. If we can't handle a little underground exploration, how are we supposed to manage careers as curse breakers or magical researchers? She had a point, though Sebastian couldn't shake the feeling that they were descending into something far more significant than a simple hidden chamber. The magical residue Anne had mentioned was growing stronger with each step, and it felt wrong somehow. Not evil precisely, but ancient and alien in a way that made his skin crawl. Look, Anne whispered, her voice filled with awe. They had emerged into a circular chamber carved from the living rock. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above them, but the walls were covered in the same spiral runes they'd seen on the stones above. Here, however, the symbols glowed with a faint, pulsing light that painted the chamber in shifting shades of blue and silver. At the center of the chamber stood an altar of black stone, its surface polished to mirror smoothness. Around its base, more runes had been carved, these ones different from the others, more complex and somehow more urgent in their patterns. This is incredible, Anne breathed, stepping closer to the altar. Sebastian, do you realize what this is? This has to be pre-Roman, maybe even older. The magic here, I can feel it in my bones. Sebastian could feel it too, but where Anne seemed energized by the discovery, he found himself increasingly uneasy. There was something about the altar that reminded him of the dark arts texts he'd glimpsed in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, a sense of power that came with a price. Anne, be careful, he warned, but his sister was already circling the altar, studying the runes with the focused intensity that meant she'd forgotten everything else in the world. "These aren't just binding runes," she said, her voice distant and scholarly. "They're containment runes. Something was sealed here, Sebastian, something powerful." "Was?" Sebastian asked, though he had a sinking feeling he already knew where this was leading. Anne had stopped at the far side of the altar, her face pale in the ethereal light. "The seals are broken," she said quietly. "Whatever was contained here, it's gone." Before Sebastian could respond, Anne's attention was caught by something else, a small alcove in the wall behind the altar that neither of them had noticed before. Within it, a single rune glowed more brightly than the others, pulsing with what looked almost like a heartbeat. "But this one is still active," Anne murmured, moving toward it with the inexorable pull of scholarly curiosity. "This one is still functional." "Anne, don't." But she was already reaching out, her fingertips barely an inch from the glowing symbol. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Can you feel it, Sebastian? It's like it's calling to me." Sebastian lunged forward, grabbing for his sister's wrist, but he was a fraction of a second too late. Anne's fingers made contact with the rune, and the chamber exploded into light and shadow. The sound that filled the air was indescribable, part scream, part roar, part the whisper of ancient words in a language that predated human speech. The runes on the walls flared to brilliant life, their patterns shifting and writhing like living things. At the center of it all, the altar began to crack, hairline fractures spreading across its perfect surface as something dark and oily seeped from within. Anne screamed, a sound of pure agony that would haunt Sebastian's dreams for years to come. Dark energy coursed up her arm from the point of contact with the rune, spreading through her body like poison through veins. Her back arched as the curse took hold, her green eyes rolling back until only the whites showed. "Anne!" Sebastian caught her as she collapsed, her body convulsing in his arms. The dark energy was still visible beneath her skin, a network of shadow that pulsed with malevolent life. "Anne, stay with me." Her eyes focused on his face with tremendous effort, and for a moment she was herself again, his sister, his other half, his best friend. "Sebastian," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the continuing chaos of the collapsing chamber. Something's wrong. I can feel it inside me like ice and fire and hungry things with teeth." "We're getting out of here," Sebastian said firmly, gathering her into his arms. She felt impossibly light, as if the curse was consuming her from within. "We're going to get you help. The professors at Hogwarts, the healers at St. Mungo's. Someone will know how to fix this." Anne's laugh was bitter and pain-filled. "Look around, Seb. This magic is older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry. If the wizards who built this place couldn't contain it permanently." She didn't need to finish the sentence. Sebastian could see the truth in her eyes, could feel it in the way the curse continued to pulse through her body like a secondary heartbeat. Whatever had been sealed in this chamber had been locked away for good reason, and now it was free and searching for a new host. The chamber was collapsing around them, the ancient stone finally succumbing to the magical trauma of the broken seals. Sebastian half-carried, half-dragged Anne up the narrow stairs, her weight becoming more substantial with each step as the curse dug its claws deeper into her magical essence. They emerged into daylight that seemed impossibly bright after the supernatural darkness of the chamber below. Behind them, the stone circle was shifting, the ancient markers grinding against each other as the underground chamber caved in completely. In a matter of minutes, there would be no sign that the entrance had ever existed. Sebastian lowered Anne gently to the ground, cradling her head in his lap. She was conscious but weak, her skin pale and clammy with a sheen of perspiration that spoke of great pain barely held in check. "I'm sorry," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, Sebastian. I should have listened to you. I should have been more careful. Don't, he said fiercely, smoothing her hair back from her face. This isn't your fault. You couldn't have known. None of us could have known. But even as he spoke the words, Sebastian was already making plans, already thinking of solutions. The restricted section at Hogwarts would have books on curse breaking. The professors would have contacts, resources, knowledge that went beyond standard curriculum. His uncle Solomon had connections in the wizarding world, people who dealt with the kinds of problems that couldn't be solved with conventional magic. "We're going to fix this," he told Anne, and his voice carried all the determination and stubbornness that would, in time, prove to be both his greatest strength and his ultimate downfall. "Whatever it takes, however long it takes, we're going to find a way to break this curse." Anne smiled weakly, but there was something in her eyes that suggested she could already feel the long road of pain that stretched ahead of them. "Promise me something, Sebastian." "Anything." "Promise me you won't do anything stupid trying to help me. Promise me you won't sacrifice everything else in your life for this. I couldn't bear it if saving me meant losing yourself." Sebastian pressed a kiss to her forehead, tasting salt from her tears. "I promise," he lied, the words coming easily because he loved her too much to tell her the truth. Even then, with Anne shivering in his arms and the ruined stone circle at their backs, Sebastian Sallow was already planning to break that promise. He would research every curse in every book he could find. He would seek out every expert, every healer, every practitioner of magic, both light and dark. He would tear apart the very foundations of magical theory if that's what it took to save his sister. The last carefree day of their childhood was ending, and Sebastian didn't yet understand that some promises are made to be broken, some lines are drawn to be crossed, and some prices are too high to pay, even for love. As he helped Anne to her feet and began the long walk back to Feldcroft, Sebastian Sallow took his first step down a path that would lead him through friendship and betrayal, through knowledge and corruption, through love and ultimately to murder. But that understanding lay in the future, hidden behind a veil of good intentions and desperate hope. For now, there was only a brother's love for his sister, and the unshakable belief that such love could conquer anything, even the darkest magic the world had ever known. Chapter 2: Searches for Help. The waiting room at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries buzzed with the controlled chaos that Sebastian had come to associate with places where desperate people gathered. A wizard with dragon pox sat hunched in the corner, his skin scaled and smoking slightly. Nearby, a witch whose hair had been cursed to grow at an alarming rate was having it trimmed by a bored-looking intern every few minutes. The portrait of Dilys Derwent on the wall offered periodic words of encouragement that nobody seemed to be listening to. Sebastian sat rigidly in his chair, his hands clenched so tightly in his lap that his knuckles had gone white. Beside him, Anne dozed fitfully, her head resting against his shoulder. The curse had been with her for 3 weeks now, and each day seemed to bring new symptoms, new ways for the dark magic to manifest its presence in her body. Mr. Sallow, a healer in lime green robes, approached them, her clipboard floating beside her head as she consulted her notes. "Healer Morrison will see Miss Sallow now." Sebastian gently shook Anne awake, steadying her as she struggled to her feet. The curse had stolen much of her strength. Simple tasks that once came naturally now required tremendous effort. Her skin had taken on a pallor that no amount of rest seemed to improve, and dark circles had appeared under her eyes that made her look years older than her 15 years. "How are you feeling?" Sebastian asked quietly as they followed the healer down a corridor lined with moving portraits of famous medical witches and wizards. "Like I've been trampled by a hippogriff," Anne replied, but she managed a weak smile. "Don't look so worried, Seb. Whatever this is, we'll figure it out." Her optimism was forced. Sebastian could tell. Over the past 3 weeks, they'd seen 4 different healers, 3 curse breakers, and 2 specialists in ancient magic. Each had examined Anne thoroughly, run countless diagnostic spells, and consulted with colleagues. The results were always the same. The curse was unlike anything in the contemporary literature, too old and too complex for modern healing methods. Healer Morrison's office was larger than the others they'd visited, with walls lined with medical texts and magical instruments that hummed and whirred with diagnostic energy. The healer herself was a stern-looking woman in her 50s, with greying hair pulled back severely and the kind of no-nonsense expression that Sebastian had learned to dread. "Please have a seat," Morrison said, gesturing to the chairs across from her desk. "I've reviewed the reports from your previous consultations, as well as the diagnostic results from our own examination last week." Sebastian felt his stomach clench. There was something in the healer's tone that suggested this conversation wasn't going to end with good news. "The curse affecting Miss Sallow is indeed of ancient origin," Morrison continued, her voice carefully professional. "The magical signature suggests it dates back at least 1,000 years, possibly older. It appears to be what we classify as a life drain curse, a form of dark magic designed to slowly consume the victim's magical essence." "But you can cure it, right?" Sebastian asked, though he already suspected the answer from the grim expression on Morrison's face. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Sallow. Curses of this type and age are beyond our current understanding of healing magic. The Ministry's Department of Mysteries has a few specialists who study such things, but their work is purely theoretical. We've never encountered an active case like this." Anne's hand found Sebastian's, her fingers cold and trembling. "What does that mean exactly, in practical terms?" Morrison's expression softened slightly. "The curse will continue to progress, slowly but steadily. You'll experience increasing fatigue, pain that conventional pain relief potions can't touch, and a gradual weakening of your magical abilities. The process could take months or even years, but it will kill her," Sebastian finished, his voice flat and emotionless. "I'm sorry. I wish I had better news." The silence that followed was deafening. Sebastian stared at the healer's desk, his mind racing through possibilities, alternatives, anything that might change this diagnosis. There had to be something, some treatment, some specialist, some piece of knowledge that could save Anne. "What about experimental treatments?" he asked desperately. "Surely there's research being done, new approaches being developed." "Mr. Sallow," Morrison said gently, "I understand your desire to explore every option, but I must caution you against false hope. The Department of Mysteries has been studying curses like this for decades without significant progress. Your energy would be better spent making the most of the time you have with your sister." Sebastian felt something cold and hard settle in his chest, a kernel of fury at the healer's resignation, at the entire magical community's willingness to simply accept defeat. "Time we have," he repeated, his voice dangerously quiet. "You're telling us to give up. You're telling us to just accept that my sister is going to die." "Sebastian," Anne warned softly, squeezing his hand. But Sebastian was beyond diplomacy. "No, Anne. This is unacceptable. We live in a world where wizards can transfigure objects at will, where we can travel through time, where we can speak to the dead. And you're telling me that nobody can cure one curse." Morrison's expression hardened slightly. "Mr. Sallow, I understand your frustration, but the reality is that some problems don't have solutions. Ancient magic often came with prices that modern practitioners aren't willing to pay." "What do you mean by that?" The healer hesitated, clearly debating how much to reveal. "Dark magic of this caliber typically requires extreme methods to counteract, methods that the modern magical community considers unacceptable. The Department of Mysteries has theoretical frameworks for dealing with such curses, but they involve practices that have been banned for good reason. Sebastian leaned forward, his green eyes intense. What kind of practices? The kind that would make you a criminal, Mr. Sallow. The kind that would destroy everything good about yourself in the process of saving your sister. Trust me when I say that some cures are worse than the disease. Anne spoke up, her voice weak but determined. Thank you, Healer Morrison. We appreciate your honesty. Sebastian wanted to argue further, to demand specifics about these theoretical treatments, but Anne's grip on his hand tightened in warning. They made their way out of the hospital in silence, Anne leaning heavily on Sebastian's arm as they navigated the crowded corridors. The autumn afternoon outside St. Mungo's felt surreal after the sterile environment of the hospital. London bustled around them with oblivious normalcy, muggles hurrying about their business, completely unaware of the magical world hidden in their midst, and equally unaware of the tragedy playing out in the lives of two Scottish teenagers. Sebastian, Anne said, as they paused outside the hospital's concealed entrance, I need you to listen to me. If you're about to tell me to accept this, I don't want to hear it, Sebastian replied curtly. I'm not giving up, but I am being realistic. Anne's voice was steady despite her obvious pain. Whatever Morrison meant about extreme methods, promise me you won't pursue that path. Promise me you won't sacrifice your principles for me. Sebastian looked at his sister, really looked at her. In just 3 weeks, the curse had aged her visibly. Her cheeks were hollow, her eyes had lost their sparkle, and there was a fragility about her that spoke of something precious being slowly consumed from within. I can't promise that, he said quietly. Sebastian. No, Anne. I won't stand by and watch you die when there might be a way to save you. I won't accept that the magical world's moral squeamishness is more important than your life. Anne was quiet for a long moment, studying her brother's face with an expression of growing concern. You're scaring me, Seb. Not the curse. There's something different about you, something hard that wasn't there before. Sebastian wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. He could feel the change in himself, a crystallization of purpose that was gradually overwhelming every other consideration. The boy who had descended into that ancient chamber 3 weeks ago had believed in rules, in authority, in the idea that problems could be solved through proper channels and acceptable methods. That boy was dying as surely as Anne was, replaced by someone willing to consider any solution, no matter how extreme. The world changed when you touched that rune, Sebastian said. I'm just changing with it. They apparated back to Feldcroft, appearing in the garden behind their uncle's cottage. The familiar sights and sounds of home felt alien after the clinical environment of St. Mungo's. Solomon Sallow was waiting for them on the back porch, his weathered face creased with worry and hope in equal measure. Well, he asked as they approached, what did they say? Sebastian exchanged a glance with Anne, then looked away. He couldn't bear to be the one to crush their uncle's hopes. It's not good news, Uncle Solomon, Anne said quietly. The curse is too old, too complex. They don't know how to treat it. Solomon's face crumpled, the hope draining out of it like water from a broken vessel. He had raised Sebastian and Anne after their parents' death, had been their guardian and protector for most of their lives. To watch him confront his own helplessness was almost as painful as watching Anne suffer. There has to be something, Solomon said desperately. Other healers, other hospitals. What about abroad? Surely someone somewhere has encountered this kind of curse before. Uncle Solomon, Sebastian said, his voice carefully controlled. The healer mentioned that there might be alternative treatments, theoretical ones that the Department of Mysteries has studied. Solomon's eyes sharpened. What kind of alternatives? She wouldn't say specifically, only that they involve methods the modern magical community considers unacceptable. Dark magic, Solomon said flatly. It wasn't a question. Possibly. Solomon was quiet for a long moment, his gaze moving between Sebastian and Anne. When he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority. No, absolutely not. Whatever you're thinking, Sebastian, the answer is no. You don't even know what I'm thinking. I know that look in your eyes. I know that tone in your voice. You're considering pursuing dark magic to save your sister, and I'm telling you right now that it's not an option. Sebastian felt anger flare in his chest. And why not? Because it's illegal, because it's dangerous. Anne is dying, Uncle Solomon, dying, and you're worried about following rules. I'm worried about losing both of you, Solomon snapped, his own temper rising. Dark magic corrupts, Sebastian. It changes people, turns them into things they never intended to become. Even if you could save Anne, and that's a massive if, what would be left of you afterward? What would be left of your soul? I don't care about my soul, Sebastian said coldly. I care about my sister. Well, I care about both of you. Solomon's voice dropped to a dangerous quiet. And I won't allow you to destroy yourself in some misguided attempt to play the hero. You won't allow me, Sebastian laughed bitterly. Uncle Solomon, I'm 17 years old. I'm of age in the wizarding world. You can't stop me from doing anything. Don't test me, boy. The tension between them crackled in the evening air, uncle and nephew staring at each other with the kind of mutual frustration that could easily boil over into something more destructive. Anne, despite her weakness, stepped between them. Stop it, both of you, she said firmly. This isn't helping anyone. Uncle Solomon, Sebastian isn't going to do anything rash. Are you, Sebastian? Sebastian looked at his sister's pleading face, at his uncle's stern expression, at the cottage that had been their home for so many years. Everything felt fragile suddenly, as if the wrong word could shatter the last remnants of their family. Of course not, he lied smoothly. I'm just processing. The news was a shock. Solomon studied him for a moment longer, then nodded slowly. We'll find another way. There are other healers, other specialists. We won't give up, but we'll do this the right way. As they went inside for dinner, Sebastian allowed his uncle and sister to believe that he had accepted their limitations, that he would pursue only acceptable avenues of research and treatment. He participated in their planning session, nodding at appropriate moments, as Solomon outlined his contacts in the magical community, and Anne suggested various academic resources they might consult. But beneath his calm exterior, Sebastian's mind was already working on a different problem entirely. Healer Morrison had mentioned the Department of Mysteries, had suggested that theoretical treatments existed for curses like Anne's. She had also implied that these treatments involved dark magic, the kind of magic that was restricted, regulated, and kept away from people like him. That night, as Anne slept fitfully in the room next to his, and Solomon sat downstairs planning their next steps, Sebastian lay awake, staring at the ceiling. He thought about the restricted section of the Hogwarts Library, about the professors who might have knowledge they wouldn't share with a student, about the vast world of magical knowledge that existed beyond the safe boundaries of acceptable practice. Somewhere out there, Sebastian was certain, lay the key to saving Anne. The fact that finding it might require him to break laws, violate ethical boundaries, or risk his own soul was irrelevant. He had made Anne a promise in that hospital waiting room, even if he hadn't spoken it aloud. He would save her, no matter what it cost. The Sebastian Sallow who had made that silent vow was already a different person from the boy who had descended into the ancient chamber 3 weeks before. That boy had believed in limits, in the wisdom of authority, in the idea that some prices were too high to pay. This Sebastian was beginning to understand that when you loved someone enough, no price was too high. And that understanding, more than any curse or dark magic, would prove to be the most dangerous thing of all. As the first pale light of dawn crept through his window, Sebastian began to plan. Not the kind of careful, methodical planning that Solomon would approve of, but something else entirely, something that would take him into the shadows of the magical world, where the answers he needed might be hiding. The search for help was just beginning, and Sebastian Sallow was prepared to search in places that decent wizards didn't go. Chapter 3: New Student. The great hall of Hogwarts buzzed with excitement as students filed in for the evening feast. September had arrived with its usual fanfare, first years clutching their new wands like talismans, older students catching up on summer adventures, and the familiar comfort of house colors brightening the ancient stone walls. Sebastian Sallow sat at the Slytherin table, absently picking at his dinner, while his mind wandered to more pressing concerns than the start of a new school year. 2 months had passed since that disastrous visit to St. Mungo's, and Anne's condition had continued its relentless deterioration. The pain was constant now, requiring increasingly strong potions that left her drowsy and distant. Sebastian had spent most of his summer holidays in the Hogwarts library, supposedly working on advanced coursework, but actually researching everything he could find about ancient curses and their remedies. The results had been frustratingly limited. The standard texts offered nothing useful, and the restricted section remained tantalizingly out of reach without a professor's permission. Permission that Sebastian knew he would never receive if he explained his true purpose. Earth to Sebastian, Omini's gaunt, cultured voice cut through his brooding. His childhood friend was seated across from him, clouded eyes turned in his direction with the uncanny accuracy that had always amazed Sebastian. You've been staring at that pork chop for 10 minutes without taking a bite. Either it's offended you personally, or your mind is elsewhere entirely. Sebastian managed a weak smile. Sorry, Omines, just thinking about the upcoming NEWTS. Liar, Omines said pleasantly. Your tells are terrible, Sebastian. You always rub your left temple when you're lying about something important. Besides, NEWTS are still 2 years away, and you've never worried about exams a day in your life. Before Sebastian could formulate a response, the conversation around them suddenly quieted. Professor McGonagall had entered the great hall, but she wasn't alone. Walking beside her was a student Sebastian had never seen before, someone who was clearly too old to be a first year, but who carried themselves with the uncertainty of someone entirely new to Hogwarts. Now that's interesting, Omines murmured, his head tilted as if listening to something the rest of them couldn't hear. A fifth-year transfer student, how extraordinarily unusual. Sebastian studied the newcomer with interest. They were his own age, perhaps slightly older, with an alertness in their posture that spoke of someone accustomed to being watchful. There was something about them that set Sebastian's magical senses tingling, a sense of barely contained power that reminded him uncomfortably of the energy he'd felt in that ancient chamber. Professor McGonagall approached the staff table, and the familiar ritual of the sorting hat began. Sebastian watched with growing curiosity as the hat was placed on the new student's head. The silence stretched longer than usual, suggesting an internal debate of unusual intensity. Slytherin, the hat finally announced. A polite cheer went up from the Slytherin table, though Sebastian noticed it lacked the enthusiasm usually reserved for new house members. Fifth-year transfers were unheard of. This student was an anomaly, and Slytherins were naturally suspicious of anomalies. The newcomer made their way to the Slytherin table, sliding into an empty seat several places down from Sebastian. He could see them more clearly now. There was definitely something different about them, something that went beyond mere unfamiliarity with Hogwarts customs. I can practically hear your curiosity from here, Omines observed quietly. What's so fascinating about our new housemate? I'm not sure, Sebastian admitted. There's just something unusual about them. Did you feel that magical signature when they walked past? Arminis nodded slowly. Quite powerful and strangely mature. Most students our age have a particular quality to their magic, raw potential still being refined. This person feels more like a fully trained witch or wizard. Sebastian's attention was diverted as Professor Black rose to give his traditional start-of-term speech. The headmaster's words washed over him without making much of an impression. The usual warnings about the forbidden forest, reminders about corridor restrictions, announcements about Quidditch tryouts. Sebastian had heard variations of the same speech for 6 years. What held his attention was the way the new student listened to every word with intense focus, as if cataloguing important information rather than enduring administrative tedium. When Black mentioned the restricted section of the library, Sebastian noticed their slight but unmistakable reaction, a quickening of interest that suggested the newcomer understood the significance of restricted magical knowledge. After the feast concluded and students began filing out to their dormitories, Sebastian made his decision. He approached the new student, who was gathering their things with the careful precision of someone still learning their way around. "Welcome to Slytherin," Sebastian said with his most charming smile. "I'm Sebastian Sallow, 6th year. I couldn't help but notice you seemed particularly interested when Black mentioned the library." The newcomer looked up, and Sebastian found himself meeting a pair of eyes that held depths far beyond their apparent years. "Thank you. Well, I suppose I should get used to being called by my first name again. I've been traveling for the past few years, studying with private tutors. Hogwarts is quite different from what I'm accustomed to." "Private tutors?" Sebastian's curiosity sharpened. "That's fascinating. What kind of magical education were you receiving?" "Specialized training," came the carefully neutral response. "My tutors believed I had particular aptitude for certain branches of magic that aren't typically covered in standard curricula." Sebastian felt a thrill of excitement. Here was someone who had studied outside the conventional boundaries, someone who might have encountered magical knowledge beyond Hogwarts' carefully regulated instruction. "What kind of branches?" The newcomer studied Sebastian for a moment, as if evaluating his trustworthiness. "Ancient magic, primarily. The theoretical foundations that underlie all modern spellwork. My tutors believed that understanding the historical development of magical practice was essential for advanced applications." "Ancient magic," Sebastian repeated, trying to keep the eagerness out of his voice. "That's incredibly rare. Most wizards never study anything older than the Renaissance. Your tutors must have been remarkably well educated." "They were." The response was brief, but Sebastian caught a shadow of something, loss, perhaps, or regret, that suggested the student's educational arrangement had ended unexpectedly. "I'd love to hear more about your studies," Sebastian said. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation somewhere more private. The common room can get rather crowded after feast nights." The newcomer hesitated, clearly weighing the social dynamics of their new environment. Sebastian recognized the calculation. Every transfer student had to navigate the complex hierarchy of an established school, and aligning with the wrong people early on could have lasting consequences. "I should probably focus on settling in first," they said diplomatically. "Learning the layout, understanding the house dynamics, but I appreciate the offer." Sebastian nodded, though internally he was already planning his next approach. This person represented a potential source of knowledge that could prove invaluable in his research into Anne's curse. He couldn't afford to let the opportunity slip away simply because they were being cautious. "Of course," he said smoothly, "but if you find yourself interested in advanced magical theory, the kind that goes beyond standard coursework, I'd be happy to show you some of the more specialized resources Hogwarts has to offer. The slight emphasis on specialized was intentional, and Sebastian was gratified to see the newcomer's quick flash of interest. They understood the implication that Sebastian was offering access to knowledge that wasn't freely available to all students. "That's very generous," the newcomer replied carefully. "I may take you up on that offer once I've had a chance to assess the standard curriculum." As they parted ways in the common room, Sebastian felt a spark of hope that had been absent for months. This new student represented possibilities, access to knowledge, different perspectives on magical theory, perhaps even practical experience with the kind of ancient magic that conventional healers claimed was beyond understanding. Later that night, as Sebastian lay in his dormitory bed listening to the familiar sounds of his housemates settling in for sleep, he found himself planning. The newcomer was clearly intelligent and well-educated, but they were also isolated and potentially vulnerable in a new environment. Sebastian had always been charismatic, skilled at making people feel welcomed and valued. It wouldn't be difficult to position himself as a helpful friend, someone who could ease their transition into Hogwarts life. And in return, perhaps they could provide insights that might save Anne. The thought came with a small stab of guilt. Sebastian genuinely liked what he'd seen of the new student, and under normal circumstances, he would have offered friendship without ulterior motives. But these weren't normal circumstances. Anne was dying, conventional help had failed, and Sebastian was beginning to understand that saving her might require him to use every resource at his disposal, including the trust of new friends. The next morning brought defense against the dark arts with Professor Hecat, and Sebastian was pleased to find himself seated near the newcomer. The lesson covered advanced shielding charms, and Sebastian was impressed by the ease with which his new housemate mastered techniques that other students struggled to understand. "Excellent work," Sebastian murmured during a practice session. "Your tutors clearly emphasized practical application as well as theory." "They believed that understanding came through doing," the newcomer replied, executing a particularly complex variation of the Protean charm with casual precision. "Theoretical knowledge without practical skill is just academic exercise." Sebastian nodded approvingly. "Exactly. Most students here learn spells by rote without really understanding the underlying principles. It makes them predictable in their applications." "You speak as if you've had different instruction yourself." Sebastian smiled. "Self-directed study, mostly. I've always believed that the most interesting magical knowledge isn't found in standard textbooks." After the lesson, Sebastian walked with the newcomer toward the library, ostensibly to research an essay assignment, but actually to gauge their interest in less conventional magical resources. "The Hogwarts Library is quite extensive," Sebastian said as they entered the familiar space. "Most students never explore beyond the basic collections, but there are some fascinating specialized sections for those who know where to look." The newcomer's gaze moved toward the chain that blocked access to the restricted section, and Sebastian didn't miss their moment of calculation. "Restricted materials require professor approval," Sebastian continued casually, "though I've found that some professors are more flexible than others when it comes to students who demonstrate serious scholarly interest." "And which professors might those be?" Sebastian grinned. Here was someone who understood the game, who recognized that accessing advanced magical knowledge often required navigating institutional restrictions rather than simply requesting permission through official channels. "That depends on what kind of knowledge you're seeking," Sebastian replied. "Different professors have different areas of expertise and different tolerance levels for student curiosity." Over the following weeks, Sebastian carefully cultivated his relationship with the newcomer. He learned that their name carried weight in certain magical circles, that their previous education had been both extensive and unconventional, and that they possessed an intuitive understanding of magical theory that went far beyond their apparent years. More importantly, Sebastian discovered that they shared his frustration with the limitations placed on student access to advanced magical knowledge. They asked pointed questions about the restricted section, showed interest in the theoretical applications of combat magic, and demonstrated a willingness to bend rules when academic curiosity demanded it. Sebastian began to see possibilities. Here was someone with the knowledge, skills, and moral flexibility that might prove essential in his quest to save Anne. They were powerful enough to be genuinely useful, educated enough to understand complex magical theory, and knew enough to Hogwarts that they hadn't yet been indoctrinated into the school's rigid adherence to conventional limitations. The key would be winning their trust completely, making them understand that some knowledge was worth pursuing regardless of institutional disapproval. Sebastian had always been persuasive, had always possessed the ability to make others see his perspective as not just reasonable but necessary. As October arrived, and Anne's letters from home described increasingly difficult days, Sebastian's sense of urgency grew. He needed allies, needed resources, needed access to the kind of magical knowledge that could break ancient curses. And in this remarkable new student, Sebastian Sallow was beginning to see exactly the ally he needed, someone powerful enough to help him succeed, and idealistic enough to believe that noble goals justified questionable methods. The friendship was real, Sebastian told himself. The affection and respect he felt for his new housemate was genuine. The fact that this relationship might also serve his larger purpose was simply convenient. After all, the best partnerships were built on mutual benefit. Sebastian could offer knowledge, access, and the companionship of someone who understood that true magical education happened outside classroom boundaries. In return, perhaps he could gain an ally in the most important quest of his life. As he watched his new friend practice an advanced charm with effortless skill, Sebastian allowed himself to hope. For the first time since Anne's diagnosis, he felt like he wasn't facing an impossible task alone. He just had to be careful not to reveal too much too quickly. Trust, Sebastian had learned, was something that had to be earned gradually. But once earned, it could be leveraged in ways that might make all the difference. The game had begun, and Sebastian Sallow was playing for the highest stakes imaginable, his sister's life. Chapter 4, First Doubts. The restricted section of the Hogwarts Library stood behind its enchanted chain like a vault of forbidden treasures, its dark shelves holding secrets that most students would never glimpse. Sebastian Sallow pressed himself against the cold stone wall just outside the main library, listening carefully for the sound of Madame Scribner's footsteps. The elderly librarian made her rounds with clockwork precision, and Sebastian had spent the past 3 weeks mapping her schedule with the dedication of a military strategist. 2 months into the school term, and Anne's latest letter had been filled with increasingly desperate attempts to hide her worsening condition. Between the lines of forced cheerfulness and updates about Uncle Solomon's garden, Sebastian could read the truth. The curse was winning. Every day that passed without progress felt like a betrayal of the promise he'd made to save her. The soft shuffle of Madame Scribner's slippers faded as she disappeared into the depths of the library's eastern wing. Sebastian waited another full minute, counting his heartbeats, before slipping around the corner toward the restricted section. His hand trembled slightly as he withdrew his wand, the weight of what he was about to do settling heavily on his shoulders. "Alohomora," he whispered, directing the spell at the enchanted chain that barred access to the forbidden books. The chain shimmered but held firm. Sebastian had expected as much. The protective enchantments on the restricted section were far more sophisticated than a simple locking charm. He tried again with a more advanced unlocking spell, then another, each failure adding to his mounting frustration. It was on his fourth attempt that he felt the presence behind him. Having trouble, Sebastian. Sebastian spun around, his heart hammering against his ribs. His new friend stood in the shadows between two towering bookcases, their expression unreadable in the dim light. For a moment, Sebastian considered lying, making up some story about a dropped quill or a misfiled book. But something in the newcomer's eyes suggested they already understood exactly what Sebastian was attempting. Yes, actually, Sebastian admitted, lowering his wand. I need access to some research materials that aren't available in the general collection. What kind of research? The question was asked with genuine curiosity rather than accusation, and Sebastian felt some of his panic subside. Ancient magic, Sebastian said carefully. Specifically, curse-breaking techniques from the pre-medieval period. It's for our personal project. His friend stepped closer, studying the enchanted chain with professional interest. These aren't standard protection charms. They're designed to be impervious to most unlocking spells. Whoever enchanted this chain wanted to ensure that only authorized personnel could access these books. Authorized personnel, Sebastian repeated bitterly, meaning professors who think students are too immature to handle advanced magical theory, or who understand that some knowledge comes with prices that aren't immediately apparent, the newcomer replied quietly. What kind of curse breaking are you researching, Sebastian? Most students your age aren't interested in magical theory that complex. Sebastian hesitated. Over the past weeks, he'd grown to trust his new friend more than he'd trusted anyone in years. They shared his frustration with Hogwarts' restrictions on advanced learning, had demonstrated both the knowledge and the moral flexibility that Sebastian increasingly believed were necessary for solving difficult problems. But explaining the full truth about Anne's condition would mean revealing just how desperate he'd become. Someone I care about has been cursed, Sebastian said finally. An ancient curse that the healers at St. Mungo's claim is incurable. They say the knowledge needed to break such curses involves questionable methods. The newcomer's expression softened with understanding. And you don't accept their limitations. Would you? Sebastian's voice carried all the anguish and determination he'd been suppressing for months. If someone you loved was dying, and the only people who might be able to help told you it was impossible, would you just accept that? Would you walk away and let them suffer because the magical community considers certain knowledge too dangerous to pursue? No, came the quiet response. I wouldn't. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of Sebastian's confession hanging between them. Then his friend raised their wand, pointing it at the enchanted chain with a confidence that suggested specialized training. Step back, they said simply. Sebastian obeyed, watching in fascination as his friend began to weave a complex pattern of magic around the chain. This wasn't the straightforward application of a specific spell, but something more sophisticated, a dismantling of the protective enchantments layer by layer, each element carefully isolated and neutralized. The chain shimmered, its links beginning to fade from solid metal to translucent magic. Within minutes, it had dissolved entirely, leaving the restricted section open and accessible. How did you? Sebastian began, but his friend was already moving toward the darkened shelves. My tutors believed in practical education, came the response, including practical solutions to institutional restrictions on learning. Sebastian followed, his excitement warring with a nagging sense that he was crossing a line from which there might be no return. The restricted section felt different from the main library. The air was thicker here, heavy with the weight of dangerous knowledge. The books themselves seemed to radiate an aura of menace, their leather bindings dark with age and their titles written in languages that predated modern magical education. "What exactly are you looking for?" his friend asked, running their fingers along the spines of ancient texts. "Information about life-drain curses," Sebastian replied, trying to ignore the way some of the books seemed to whisper as they passed. Specifically, curses that target magical essence rather than physical health. The healers mentioned that such curses were created using ancient magic that modern practitioners don't understand. Ancient magic often required sacrifices that contemporary wizards find unacceptable, the newcomer observed, pulling a particularly ominous-looking tome from the shelf. Blood magic, soul manipulation, the willing corruption of one's own magical essence in service of greater power. The knowledge exists, but accessing it comes with risks. Sebastian felt a chill that had nothing to do with the library's temperature. What kind of risks? "The kind that change you permanently," his friend said, opening the book and scanning its contents with practiced ease. "Dark magic doesn't just affect your targets, it affects you. Every spell you cast, every ritual you perform, every line you cross in pursuit of power leaves its mark on your soul." "But it works," Sebastian pressed. "It's effective. Often more effective than conventional magic. Yes, that's why it's dangerous, not just because of what it can do to others, but because of how seductive that effectiveness can be." They spent the next hour searching through texts that Sebastian would never have been able to access on his own. His friend's expertise in ancient languages proved invaluable, translating passages from Latin, Old Norse, and scripts that Sebastian didn't recognize. Gradually, a picture began to emerge of magical practices that had been deliberately suppressed by the modern wizarding world. "Here," the newcomer said, pointing to a passage in a book bound in what looked uncomfortably like human skin. "This describes a family of curses designed to drain the victim's magical essence over time. They were apparently created by a cult of wizards who believed that magical power could be transferred from one person to another through the right rituals." Sebastian leaned closer, reading over his friend's shoulder. The text was in Latin, but the diagrams that accompanied it were clear enough. Ritual circles, runic arrays, and what appeared to be detailed instructions for extracting magical essence from a living victim. "Can they be reversed?" Sebastian asked, trying to keep the desperation out of his voice. "According to this, possibly, but the reversal process requires—" The newcomer trailed off, their expression growing troubled. "Requires what?" "It requires the caster to perform a counter-ritual using the same principles as the original curse, which means deliberately engaging with the same dark magic that created the problem in the first place." Sebastian felt his heart sink. So the healers were right. The cure is as dangerous as the disease. "More dangerous, arguably," his friend replied quietly. "The original casters of these curses were already practitioners of dark magic. They understood the risks and had accepted the corruption of their souls as the price of power. Someone attempting to break such a curse without that background would be gambling with their own humanity," Sebastian finished. They continued reading in silence, Sebastian absorbing every detail of the curse descriptions and their theoretical solutions. The more he learned, the more he understood why the healers at St. Mungo's had been so pessimistic. The magic required to break a life-drain curse wasn't just dangerous, it was fundamentally transformative. Anyone who performed such rituals would emerge from the experience fundamentally changed, their magical essence permanently tainted by contact with the darkest forms of magic. "Sebastian," his friend said eventually, closing the book with a soft thud, "I need to ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest with me." "What?" "How far are you willing to go to save this person? Because what we're reading here, it's not just about learning a difficult spell or taking some calculated risks. We're talking about deliberately corrupting your own soul in order to undo someone else's curse. Are you prepared for that possibility? Sebastian thought about Anne, about the pain he'd seen in her eyes during their last visit, about the way the curse was slowly consuming everything that made her herself. He thought about Uncle Solomon's absolute refusal to consider unconventional solutions, about the healer's resigned acceptance of defeat, about a magical world that seemed more concerned with maintaining moral purity than saving innocent lives. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I want to say yes, that I'd do anything to save her, but I don't think I really understand what anything means in this context." The newcomer nodded approvingly. "That's a more honest answer than most people would give, and it suggests you're not completely beyond reason, which is encouraging." "What do you mean?" "I mean that people who claim they do absolutely anything for love usually end up doing exactly that, and destroying themselves in the process. The fact that you're still capable of doubt suggests you might be capable of finding a solution that doesn't require sacrificing your humanity." Sebastian wanted to be encouraged by that assessment, but he couldn't shake the feeling that his friend was being overly optimistic. Every practical solution they'd found in the ancient texts involved some form of dark magic, some compromise with forces that the modern magical world had rejected for good reasons. As they prepared to leave the restricted section, carefully returning the books to their proper places and restoring the protective enchantments, Sebastian found himself thinking about the conversation in ways that would have troubled him just a few months earlier. His friend had demonstrated not just the knowledge, but the willingness to help him pursue forbidden magical research. They hadn't lectured him about the dangers of dark magic or tried to convince him to accept the healer's limitations. Instead, they'd provided practical assistance while offering thoughtful warnings about the real costs of the path he was considering. For the first time since Anne's diagnosis, Sebastian felt like he had a true ally, someone who understood that some problems required solutions that conventional society wouldn't approve of. "Thank you," Sebastian said as they made their way back through the main library. "For helping, for understanding. Most people would have tried to talk me out of this entirely." Most people haven't faced the choice between watching someone they love die and risking their own soul to save them, the newcomer replied. "I don't judge you for considering options that others would reject, but I do hope you'll be careful about which options you actually pursue." Sebastian nodded, though privately he was beginning to think that caution might be a luxury he couldn't afford. Anne's condition was worsening, and every week that passed without progress brought her closer to a death that might be preventable if he could just find the courage to embrace the necessary solutions. Over the following days, Sebastian found himself returning to the restricted section with increasing frequency. His friend's help with the protective enchantments made access easier, and Sebastian began to build a private collection of knowledge about ancient magic and its applications. He told himself he was just researching, just exploring theoretical possibilities. But deep down, he knew he was preparing for something more. The change in his perspective was gradual but undeniable. Where once he would have been horrified by descriptions of blood magic and soul manipulation, Sebastian now found himself studying such practices with clinical detachment. The moral revulsion was still there, but it was increasingly overshadowed by practical considerations. Would this technique work? Could it be modified to reduce the risks? What would be required to implement it successfully? Armenes noticed the change first. "You're different lately," his oldest friend observed one evening as they sat in the Slytherin common room. "Distracted, secretive, more than usual, I mean." Sebastian looked up from the defense against the dark arts essay he'd been pretending to work on. "Different how?" "You're asking questions in class that go beyond the curriculum," Armenes said carefully. "Questions about the theoretical applications of curses, about the historical development of dark magic. Professor Hecat mentioned it to me after yesterday's lesson. Sebastian felt a flash of alarm. What did she say? She's concerned about your academic interests. She wants to know if everything is all right at home, if there's something she should be aware of. And what did you tell her? That I'd speak with you about it, Omines replied. Sebastian, what's going on? This isn't just academic curiosity, is it? Sebastian considered his options. Omines had been his friend since childhood, had stood by him through countless adventures and misadventures. But Omines also came from a family with strong views about dark magic, and his own experiences with the Gaunt family's legacy had made him particularly sensitive to the corrupting influence of forbidden knowledge. Anne is getting worse, Sebastian said finally. The curse is progressing faster than the healers expected. I'm just exploring all possible options for helping her. Omines was quiet for a long moment, his clouded eyes fixed on Sebastian's face with uncomfortable intensity. All possible options, he repeated, including options that would normally be considered unacceptable. I'm not planning anything rash, Sebastian said, though even as he spoke the words, he knew they weren't entirely true. I'm just researching, trying to understand what we're dealing with. Sebastian, Omines said quietly, I've known you my entire life. I know what you sound like when you're trying to convince yourself that something dangerous is actually reasonable. Please tell me you're not seriously considering dark magic as a solution to Anne's curse. Sebastian met his friend's sightless gaze, seeing the genuine concern and fear written across Omines' aristocratic features. This was the moment of truth, the point where he could either confess his growing willingness to embrace forbidden solutions or continue down a path that would inevitably lead to lies and betrayal. I would never do anything that would put Anne at greater risk, Sebastian said carefully. Everything I'm researching is theoretical at this point. It wasn't exactly a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. And from the expression on Omines' face, Sebastian suspected his oldest friend could hear the evasion in his voice. Theoretical, Omines repeated. For now. For now, Sebastian agreed. But as he watched Omines struggle with obvious doubt and concern, Sebastian realized that he'd already made his choice. He might tell himself he was still in the research phase, still exploring options without committing to any particular course of action. But the truth was simpler and more frightening. He was preparing to cross lines that most wizards would never even approach. And if that meant lying to his oldest friend, if it meant risking relationships and reputation, and even his own soul, well, Anne was worth any price. Sebastian just had to hope that, when the time came to pay it, he would still be strong enough to bear the cost. Chapter 5. Point of No Return. The letter arrived on a grey November morning, delivered by a bedraggled owl that barely managed to reach the Slytherin table before collapsing from exhaustion. Sebastian recognized Uncle Solomon's untidy handwriting immediately and felt his stomach clench with dread. His uncle rarely wrote, unless something was seriously wrong. Sebastian. Anne had another episode yesterday, worse than before. She collapsed while helping with the evening chores and didn't regain consciousness for nearly an hour. When she finally came around, she couldn't remember where she was or what day it was. The confusion lasted most of the night. I've sent for healer Morrison again, but I doubt she'll have anything new to tell us. The local healer in Feldcroft is useless, keeps suggesting we try rest and relaxation, as if Anne were simply overworked rather than cursed. I'm not saying this to frighten you, but I think you should know. Anne is getting worse much faster now. Whatever progress you're making with your research, we may not have as much time as we hoped. Your uncle, Solomon. Sebastian's hands trembled as he folded the letter, his breakfast forgotten. Around him, the normal chatter of the Great Hall continued, students complaining about upcoming exams, discussing Quidditch matches, gossiping about romantic entanglements. Their problems seemed impossibly trivial compared to the stark reality of Anne's deteriorating condition. "Bad news?" his new friend asked quietly, sliding into the seat beside him. Sebastian nodded, not trusting his voice. The newcomer had become his closest confidant over the past month, their shared visits to the restricted section forging a bond built on mutual understanding and academic conspiracy. While Armenes grew increasingly suspicious and distant, this friendship had become Sebastian's anchor in the storm of his mounting desperation. "My sister," Sebastian managed finally. "She's getting worse." The response was immediate and practical. "What do you need?" The simple question, asked without judgment or hesitation, nearly undid Sebastian's careful composure. Here was someone who understood that some situations demanded action rather than sympathy, solutions rather than comfort. "I need to know if there's anything in those books we haven't explored yet," Sebastian said quietly. "Anything at all that might help her." That evening found them back in the restricted section, the familiar routine of evading Madame Scribner's patrols and dismantling protective enchantments now second nature. Sebastian had developed an almost intimate familiarity with the forbidden texts, could navigate their dark contents with the expertise of a dedicated scholar. But tonight felt different, more urgent, more desperate. "Here," his friend said, pulling a tome from a shelf they hadn't fully explored. The book was bound in what looked like dragon hide, its scales still holding an iridescent sheen despite obvious age. "This appears to be a comprehensive study of what the author calls ultimate magic, spells designed to exert absolute control over life and death." Sebastian took the book with hands that shook slightly. The magical aura radiating from it was unlike anything he'd encountered, not just dark, but fundamentally alien to the magic he'd been taught to understand. Opening it felt like peering into an abyss that might peer back. The text was in Old Norse, but his friend's translation skills had improved their joint comprehension immeasurably. As they worked through the opening chapters, a picture emerged of magical practices so extreme that even the ancient wizards who developed them had classified them as unforgivable. "The killing curse," Sebastian read aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. "Avada Kedavra. It severs the connection between soul and body instantly and irreversibly." "The Imperious Curse," his friend continued. "Imperio. It overrides the victim's free will completely, turning them into an extension of the caster's consciousness." "And the Torture Curse," Sebastian finished, his throat dry. "Crucio. It stimulates every pain receptor in the victim's body simultaneously, creating agony beyond human endurance." They sat in silence for several minutes, absorbing the implications of what they'd discovered. These weren't just dark spells. They were weapons designed to destroy the fundamental aspects of human existence. Using any of them was considered an automatic life sentence in Azkaban, a crime so heinous that the Ministry offered no possibility of redemption or explanation. "Sebastian," his friend said carefully, "you understand what you're looking at, don't you? These aren't just forbidden spells. They're called unforgivable for a reason." "I understand," Sebastian replied, though he wasn't sure he truly did. The intellectual knowledge of the curse's illegality seemed distant and abstract compared to the immediate reality of Anne's suffering. "Do you?" The question was gentle but insistent. "Because there's a difference between reading about dark magic in an academic context and seriously considering its practical application. Once you cross certain lines." "There's no going back," Sebastian finished. "You've told me that before. And yet you keep coming back here. You keep researching magic that no decent wizard would ever consider using. Why?" Sebastian closed the book and looked at his friend. really looked at them. In the past month, this person had become more than just an ally in his quest for forbidden knowledge. They had become the only person who understood the impossible choice Sebastian faced, the only one who didn't try to convince him that some prices were too high to pay. Because decent wizards don't have sisters who are dying from incurable curses, Sebastian said finally. Because decent wizards have the luxury of maintaining their moral purity while other people suffer. And you think these spells could help Anne? Sebastian hesitated. The truth was that he wasn't sure how the unforgivable curses might apply to breaking a life-drain curse. The book mentioned their use in ancient rituals, suggested that their power could be harnessed for purposes beyond their obvious applications, but the specifics remained frustratingly vague. I think they represent a level of magical power that conventional spells can't match, Sebastian said. If Anne's curse was created using ancient magic of this caliber, maybe it can only be broken using magic of equal strength. His friend studied him with an expression Sebastian couldn't quite read. And you're willing to risk Azkaban for that possibility? I'm willing to risk anything for that possibility. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Sebastian realized as he spoke them that they represented a fundamental shift in his thinking. 3 months ago, the idea of using an unforgivable curse would have horrified him. Now, he was calmly discussing it as a practical option. When had that change happened? When had he stopped being the kind of person who would never consider such things and become the kind of person who would? Sebastian, his friend said quietly, I need you to understand something. What we're discussing isn't just illegal, it's evil. The unforgivable curses aren't forbidden because the Ministry wants to control powerful magic. They're forbidden because using them changes you fundamentally. They require you to embrace the darkest aspects of human nature, the desire to kill, to control, to cause suffering. But what if the alternative is watching someone you love die slowly and painfully? Sebastian asked. What if embracing those dark aspects is the only way to save an innocent person? Then you have to decide what's more important, saving her life or preserving your soul. The conversation continued late into the night, circling around moral questions that had no clear answers. Sebastian found himself arguing positions that would have appalled his younger self, justifying the consideration of unforgivable acts in service of noble goals. His friend listened without judgment, offering counterarguments that were thoughtful rather than condemnatory. It was nearly midnight when they finally left the restricted section. The dragonhide tome carefully returned to its place among the other forbidden texts. As they made their way back to the Slytherin dormitories, Sebastian felt the weight of the evening's discoveries settling over him like a mantle he couldn't remove. He was walking a path that led away from everything he'd once believed about right and wrong, good and evil. Each step took him further from the boy who had entered that ancient chamber with Anne, further from the comfortable certainties of his former life. But with each step, he also moved closer to the power that might save his sister. Over the following days, Sebastian found himself unable to concentrate on normal academic work. The unforgivable curses occupied his thoughts constantly, their mechanisms, their history, their potential applications. He began to see his regular classes differently, recognizing them as pale shadows of the real magical education he was receiving in the restricted section. Defense against the dark arts, in particular, became an exercise in frustration. Professor Hecate's careful lessons about shielding charms and basic curse-breaking seemed pathetically inadequate compared to the forces Sebastian was studying. When she discussed the unforgivable curses as theoretical dangers to be defended against, Sebastian had to bite his tongue to keep from asking more detailed questions about their practical application. "You're distracted again," Omenes observed after one particularly unfocused potions lesson. More distracted than usual, I mean. What's going on, Sebastian? Sebastian looked at his oldest friend, seeing the genuine concern written across Omines' aristocratic features. Once, he would have been able to tell Omines anything, would have valued his counsel and trusted his judgment. But that Sebastian belonged to a simpler time, when problems had acceptable solutions and moral lines were clear and uncrossable. "Just worried about Anne," Sebastian said, which was true enough even if it wasn't the whole truth. "Have you heard from her recently?" Uncle Solomon wrote, "She's not doing well." Omines was quiet for a moment, his clouded eyes fixed on Sebastian's face with uncomfortable intensity. "Sebastian, I need to ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest with me." Sebastian felt his stomach clench. "What? Are you doing anything dangerous in your research? Anything that might put you or others at risk?" The question hung between them like a blade. Sebastian could see the fear in Omines' expression, could recognize the signs of a friendship balanced on the edge of a precipice. This was his chance to confess, to admit that he was walking a path that led toward unforgivable acts. Omines would try to stop him, would argue and plead and possibly even inform the professors, but he would also understand that Sebastian's motivations came from love rather than malice. But confessing would mean accepting limitations, would mean admitting that there were lines he wouldn't cross even to save Anne. And Sebastian was no longer certain those limitations were acceptable. "I'm being careful," Sebastian said finally. "I'm not putting anyone at risk." It was another evasion rather than an outright lie, but Sebastian could see that Omines wasn't fooled. His friend's expression grew troubled, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a note of resignation that Sebastian had never heard before. "If you were putting yourself at risk, you'd tell me, wouldn't you? If you were considering something truly dangerous." "Of course," Sebastian lied smoothly. "We're friends, Omines. I wouldn't keep something like that from you." But even as he spoke the words, Sebastian knew that their friendship was changing, becoming another casualty of his quest to save Anne. The person who had spoken those words was already planning to betray them, already preparing to cross lines that would make continued friendship impossible. That night, Sebastian lay awake, staring at the ceiling of his dormitory, listening to the familiar sounds of his housemates sleeping. Somewhere beyond the walls of Hogwarts, Anne was suffering through another night of pain that conventional magic couldn't touch. Every moment he spent in comfortable safety was a moment stolen from her dwindling time. The unforgivable curses offered power, real power, the kind that could break ancient magic and challenge forces that respectable wizards feared to confront. The price was his soul, his relationships, his place in the civilized magical world. Sebastian closed his eyes and thought about Anne's smile, about the way she'd laughed in that ancient chamber before the curse took hold. He thought about her letters, growing shorter and more stilted as the pain made normal activities increasingly difficult. He thought about Uncle Solomon's warning that they might not have as much time as they'd hoped. When he opened his eyes again, Sebastian Sallow had made his choice. He would learn to cast the unforgivable curses. He would master dark magic that decent wizards wouldn't even contemplate. He would sacrifice whatever necessary, his innocence, his friendships, his soul itself, if that's what it took to save his sister. The boy who had promised Anne he wouldn't do anything stupid was gone, replaced by someone who understood that love sometimes demanded stupid things, impossible things, unforgivable things. As dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands, Sebastian began to plan. Not the careful, theoretical research he'd been conducting, but practical steps toward acquiring the knowledge and power he would need. The restricted section contained information about the unforgivable curses, but using them effectively would require more than academic understanding. He would need to find practitioners, or at least traces of their work. He would need to understand not just the mechanics of the curses, but their psychological requirements, the mindset that made such magic possible. Most importantly, he would need to become the kind of person who could cast unforgivable curses without hesitation or remorse. And while that transformation terrified him, Sebastian was beginning to understand that terror was a luxury he couldn't afford. Anne was dying, and decent wizards had failed her. If saving her required Sebastian to become something other than decent, then that was a price he was prepared to pay. The point of no return had been crossed during the long hours of that sleepless night. Everything that followed would be consequences of the choice Sebastian had made in darkness and desperation, driven by love that had become indistinguishable from obsession. The Sebastian Sallow who emerged from his dormitory the next morning was still recognizably himself, still charming, still intelligent, still capable of friendship and humor and normal human emotion. But beneath the familiar surface, something fundamental had changed. He was no longer bound by the moral constraints that governed decent wizards. He had become someone capable of the unforgivable. And Anne, dying slowly in her cottage in Feldcroft, had no idea that her salvation would come at the cost of her brother's soul. Chapter 6. First Experiments. The abandoned classroom in the castle's lower levels had once been used for transfiguration practice, its stone walls still bearing scorch marks from decades of failed attempts at advanced magic. Now it served a very different purpose, hidden away from the regular traffic of students and professors, accessible only to those who knew the right combination of forgotten passages and concealment charms. Sebastian stood in the center of the room, his wand steady in his hand as he faced a conjured training dummy. 3 weeks had passed since his sleepless night of decision, 3 weeks of careful preparation and studied nonchalance. To his professors and remaining friends, he appeared to be coping well with Anne's deteriorating condition, focused on his studies, maintaining acceptable grades, participating in normal school activities. The reality was far more complex. "Are you certain about this?" his friend asked from their position near the door, where they kept watch for unwanted visitors. Their voice carried a note of concern that Sebastian chose to interpret as reasonable caution rather than moral objection. "I need to understand how these spells work," Sebastian replied, his voice steady despite the racing of his heart. "Reading about them isn't enough. If I'm going to use them to save Anne, I need practical experience." "And you're sure this room is secure?" "I've layered it with every concealment and silencing charm I know," Sebastian assured them. "Even if someone passes directly outside, they'll hear nothing more than the sound of standard practice spells." It was true, though Sebastian didn't mention that he'd learned those concealment techniques from the same forbidden texts that had taught him about the unforgivable curses. His education in dark magic had progressed rapidly, driven by desperation and enabled by his friend's remarkable ability to access restricted materials. Sebastian raised his wand, pointing it at the training dummy with the clinical precision he'd seen Professor Hecat demonstrate countless times in defense against the dark arts. The difference was that Hecat had always been teaching them to defend against the spell Sebastian was about to cast. "Crucio," he said clearly, putting intent and will behind the word, as the forbidden texts had instructed. Red light erupted from his wand tip, striking the training dummy squarely in the chest. For a moment, Sebastian felt a surge of triumph. He had successfully cast an unforgivable curse, had crossed a line that separated him from every decent wizard in the magical world. Then the spell's effects became apparent, and Sebastian's satisfaction turned to something more complex. The training dummy writhed and contorted as if experiencing unimaginable agony, its fabric limbs twisting into positions that would have been impossible for a living being. But more disturbing than the visual was the feedback Sebastian felt through his wand, a connection to the suffering he was causing, a sensation that was simultaneously repulsive and intoxicating. "Stop," his friend said quietly, and Sebastian realized he'd been holding the curse longer than necessary. Sebastian lowered his wand, breaking the connection. The training dummy slumped back to its normal position, showing no permanent damage from the experience. But Sebastian could still feel the echo of the spell's power, the memory of absolute control over another being's pain. "How do you feel?" his friend asked, studying Sebastian's face with the intensity of someone conducting a scientific experiment. Sebastian considered the question seriously. He had expected to feel horrified by his first use of an unforgivable curse, had prepared himself for guilt and self-recrimination. Instead, he felt exhilarated. The spell had worked exactly as the texts described, responding to his will with a precision that conventional magic rarely achieved. "Powerful," Sebastian said honestly. "More powerful than I've ever felt before." "And the moral implications?" "It's a training dummy," Sebastian replied with a shrug. "No one was actually harmed. It's no different from practicing any other combat spell." Even as he spoke the words, Sebastian knew they weren't entirely true. The Cruciatus Curse was fundamentally different from conventional magic. It required the caster to genuinely desire their target's suffering, to embrace the cruel pleasure of causing pain. The fact that his target was an inanimate object didn't change the psychological transformation required to cast the spell successfully. But acknowledging that would mean confronting uncomfortable truths about what he was becoming, and Sebastian wasn't ready for that level of self-reflection. "Try the others," his friend suggested. "If you're serious about mastering these spells, you need to understand all of them." Sebastian nodded, pointing his wand at the training dummy once more. "Imperio." The Imperious Curse felt different from Crucio, less violent, more insidious. Sebastian found himself establishing a mental connection with his target, exerting his will over its actions even though the dummy possessed no consciousness to dominate. The sensation was like flexing a muscle he'd never known he possessed, a demonstration of magical power that went beyond mere spellcasting. "Make it dance," his friend suggested. Sebastian focused his intention, and the training dummy began to move in a grotesque parody of a waltz, its stuffed limbs jerking in rhythm to music only Sebastian could hear. The control was absolute, perfect. The dummy had no choice but to obey his every whim. "Fascinating," Sebastian murmured, genuinely impressed by the spell's precision. "I can feel every aspect of its movement, can control even the smallest details." "Now the last one." Sebastian hesitated for the first time. The killing curse was different from the others, irreversible in a way that made even this controlled experimentation feel dangerously real. But if he was going to master the unforgivable curses, he needed to understand all of them. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the abandoned classroom, and the training dummy collapsed as if all animation had been instantly drained from it. Sebastian felt the spell's power flow through him, not the sadistic pleasure of Crucio or the dominating control of Imperio, but something colder and more final. The desire to end, to sever, to reduce living complexity to simple death. For several minutes, they stood in silence, contemplating what Sebastian had just accomplished. In the space of a single practice session, he had successfully cast all 3 unforgivable curses, crimes that would earn him a life sentence in Azkaban if discovered. "How do you feel now?" his friend asked eventually. Sebastian took inventory of his emotional state, surprised by what he found. There was no guilt, no horror at having crossed fundamental moral boundaries. Instead, he felt a sense of completion, as if he'd finally gained access to tools appropriate for the task ahead of him. "Ready," Sebastian said. "For the first time since Anne was cursed, I feel like I have real power to help her. And the fact that you've just committed 3 capital crimes." "Against a training dummy," Sebastian pointed out. "No one was harmed. No actual crimes were committed. I've simply acquired knowledge that might prove essential for saving an innocent person." His friend studied him with an expression Sebastian couldn't quite read. "You're rationalizing." "I'm being practical," Sebastian corrected. "The magical world's laws weren't written to account for situations like Anne's. Sometimes exceptional circumstances require exceptional solutions. And if using these spells on Anne requires the same mindset you just demonstrated, if saving her means genuinely embracing the desire to kill, to torture, to dominate." Sebastian had wondered about that himself. The forbidden texts were clear that the unforgivable curses required genuine intent. You couldn't cast Crucio without truly wanting your target to suffer, couldn't use Avada Kedavra without genuinely desiring their death. How could such mindsets possibly be turned toward healing rather than harm? "I'll find a way to make it work," Sebastian said, with more confidence than he felt. The ancient wizards who developed these spells understood their applications better than modern practitioners. There have to be techniques for channeling their power constructively. "Or perhaps," his friend suggested quietly, "the reason these spells are called unforgivable is that they can't be used constructively. Perhaps some power is too dangerous to wield, regardless of your intentions." Sebastian waved away the concern with a gesture that was becoming habitual. Every powerful tool can be dangerous if misused. That doesn't mean the tool itself is evil. They spent another hour in the abandoned classroom, Sebastian practicing the precise wand movements and incantations until he could cast all 3 unforgivable curses with the same casual competence he brought to everyday magic. By the time they finally concealed their activities and returned to the normal rhythms of school life, Sebastian felt fundamentally changed. He had crossed the line that separated theoretical knowledge from practical capability. The person who left that classroom was someone who could kill, torture, or dominate with a few spoken words and the right mental focus. The fact that he intended to use such abilities for noble purposes didn't change their fundamental nature. Over the following days, Sebastian found himself seeing the world differently. His professor's lessons in conventional magic seemed almost quaint, their careful adherence to ethical guidelines, an unnecessary limitation on true magical potential. When Professor Hecat discussed defensive strategies against dark wizards, Sebastian caught himself analyzing her techniques from the perspective of someone who could cast the spells she was teaching them to defend against. The most disturbing aspect of this transformation was how natural it felt. Sebastian had expected the corruption of his soul to be a dramatic, obvious process, something he would notice and struggle against. Instead, it was subtle, insidious, a gradual shift in perspective that made previously unthinkable actions seem not just acceptable, but necessary. "You seem more confident lately," Omines observed during a transfiguration lesson. "Less anxious about Anne." Sebastian looked at his oldest friend, recognizing the hope in Omines' voice. For months, Omines had watched Sebastian spiral into obsession and desperation. Now, finally, Sebastian appeared to be finding some measure of peace with the situation. "I've made some progress in my research," Sebastian said truthfully. "Found some promising avenues for helping her." "That's wonderful news," Omines replied, genuine relief evident in his voice. "I was beginning to worry that you might do something rash." Sebastian smiled, though he suspected Omines couldn't see the expression's true nature. "Nothing rash, I promise. Just careful, methodical research into advanced magical theory." It wasn't technically a lie, though Sebastian knew Omines would be horrified by the specific nature of the advanced magical theory he'd been studying. But preserving his friend's peace of mind seemed like a kindness, a way of protecting Omines from knowledge that would only cause him unnecessary suffering. That evening, Sebastian made his way back to the abandoned classroom, drawn by the need to practice what he'd learned. The unforgivable curses were complex magic, requiring not just technical precision, but the right psychological state. Each casting strengthened his connection to the darker aspects of his own nature, made the next attempt easier and more natural. As he pointed his wand at a new training dummy and spoke the familiar words, Sebastian reflected on how far he'd come since that night in the ancient chamber. The boy who had promised Anne he wouldn't do anything stupid had been replaced by someone who understood that stupid was often another word for necessary. "Crucio," Sebastian said, watching red light lance toward his target with something approaching artistic appreciation. The spell struck home with perfect precision, and Sebastian felt the familiar surge of power and control. This was real magic, the kind that could reshape reality according to the caster's will. Everything else, the careful ethical guidelines, the ministry's restrictions, the professor's warnings about corruption, was just cowardice disguised as wisdom. Anne needed this kind of power to break her curse. She needed someone willing to embrace whatever methods proved necessary, regardless of their cost in moral purity or social acceptability. Sebastian was becoming that person, transforming himself into the kind of wizard who could succeed where decent people had failed. The fact that this transformation was changing him in ways he didn't fully understand seemed irrelevant compared to the ultimate goal. Anne's life was worth any price, including the gradual erosion of his own humanity. As winter settled over Hogwarts and Sebastian's secret education in forbidden magic continued, he began to plan for the next phase of his quest. Theory and practice were valuable, but what he really needed was access to the kind of ancient magical sites where curses like Anne's had been developed. His research had revealed references to hidden chambers throughout the Scottish Highlands, places where the earliest wizards had conducted their most dangerous experiments. If Anne's curse was truly ancient, then the knowledge needed to break it might be found in such locations. Sebastian just needed to find them, and he suspected he knew someone who might be able to help with that particular challenge. His new friend had already proven invaluable in accessing forbidden knowledge. Perhaps they could be persuaded to assist with a more practical application of what they'd learned together. After all, what were friends for if not to help each other achieve their most important goals? And Sebastian's goal, saving his sister's life, was surely worth whatever risks or moral compromises might be required. The boy who had once believed in clear distinctions between right and wrong was gone, replaced by someone who understood that the world was far more complex than such simple categories suggested. This new Sebastian was pragmatic, focused, willing to do whatever proved necessary. He was also, though he didn't yet fully comprehend it, becoming exactly the kind of person Anne would beg him not to become. But that realization lay in the future, hidden behind a veil of good intentions and desperate rationalization. For now, there was only the work, the careful study of forbidden magic, the gradual accumulation of power, and the unwavering determination to save his sister, no matter what it cost. Chapter 7. The Schism. The first snowfall of December had blanketed Hogwarts in pristine white, transforming the ancient castle into something from a fairy tale. Sebastian watched the snowflakes drift past the Slytherin common room windows, his mind occupied with plans that had nothing to do with the approaching holiday season. In his lap lay a collection of notes transcribed from various forbidden texts, detailing the locations of ancient magical sites throughout Scotland where powerful curses had supposedly been developed and tested. Sebastian. The sharp edge in Ominis's voice made Sebastian look up from his research. His oldest friend stood in the entrance to the common room, his usually pale complexion even more bloodless than usual. In his hand, he held what appeared to be a piece of parchment, and his expression suggested that whatever was written on it had deeply disturbed him. "Omines," Sebastian replied carefully, hastily gathering his notes. "You look upset. What's wrong?" "I think the better question," Omines said, his voice dangerously quiet, "is what's wrong with you?" Sebastian felt his stomach clench as Omines approached, the parchment in his hand held like an accusation. Around them, other Slytherin students continued their evening activities, but Sebastian could sense their growing awareness of the tension crackling between the two longtime friends. "I'm not sure what you mean," Sebastian said, though he suspected he knew exactly what Omines meant. "Don't!" Omines's voice cut through Sebastian's attempted deflection like a blade. "Don't insult my intelligence with more lies. I know what you've been doing, Sebastian. I know what you've been studying." The parchment in Omines's hand fluttered as he held it out toward Sebastian. With growing dread, Sebastian recognized his own handwriting, notes about the practical applications of unforgivable curses that he'd carelessly left in the dormitory that morning. "Where did you get that?" Sebastian asked, though the answer was obvious. Omines's enhanced senses, developed to compensate for his blindness, had always made him remarkably adept at finding things that others preferred to keep hidden. "It was on your nightstand," Omines replied, along with several other documents that make for very disturbing reading. "Sebastian, please tell me these are just theoretical exercises. Please tell me you haven't actually been practicing what's described here." Sebastian looked at his oldest friend, seeing the desperate hope in Omines's clouded eyes. This was his chance to lie, to claim that the notes were merely academic speculation rather than practical preparation. One convincing falsehood could preserve their friendship, could maintain the illusion that Sebastian was still the person Omines had grown up with. But Sebastian was tired of lies, tired of pretending that his research was anything other than what it was. More importantly, he was beginning to resent the implication that his methods were somehow more important than his goals. "They're not theoretical," Sebastian said quietly. "I've been learning to cast the unforgivable curses because Anne needs that level of power to break her curse." The words fell into the common room like stones into still water, creating ripples of shock and silence. Several nearby students turned to stare, their conversations dying as they processed what Sebastian had just admitted. Omines went very still, his face cycling through expressions of disbelief, horror, and something that looked like grief. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. "Tell me you're joking. Tell me this is some elaborate prank, some way of getting attention because you're worried about Anne." "I'm not joking," Sebastian replied, his own voice steady despite the racing of his heart. "I've successfully cast all 3 unforgivable curses. I've been practicing them for weeks, preparing to use them to save my sister." The silence that followed was deafening. Even the crackling of the fireplace seemed muted as every person in the common room absorbed the implications of Sebastian's confession. These weren't just any dark spells he was discussing. They were the most forbidden magic in the wizarding world, crimes punishable by life imprisonment in Azkaban. "Sebastian," Omines said, and Sebastian could hear his friend's voice breaking. "Do you understand what you've just told me? Do you comprehend what you've become?" "I've become someone willing to do whatever is necessary to save an innocent person," Sebastian replied, his tone growing defensive. "I've become someone who doesn't let arbitrary moral restrictions prevent him from helping the people he loves." "Arbitrary moral restrictions." Omines's voice rose sharply, drawing even more attention from their housemates. "Sebastian, you're talking about the unforgivable curses. You're talking about magic that corrupts the soul of anyone who uses it. According to who? Sebastian shot back, rising to his feet to face his friend directly. According to the same ministry that declared Anne's curse incurable. According to the same healers who told us to accept defeat and make our peace with watching her die slowly. According to everyone with any sense, Omenes replied, his composure finally cracking completely. According to centuries of magical understanding about the nature of dark magic and its effects on those who practice it. The argument was drawing a crowd now, students gathering in a loose circle around the two friends as their long-suppressed conflict finally exploded into the open. Sebastian was dimly aware of their audience, but his focus remained fixed on Omenes' horrified expression. "Sebastian," Omenes continued, his voice now pleading rather than angry, "you're my oldest friend. I've known you since we were children. This isn't who you are. This isn't who you were meant to become." "Maybe not," Sebastian admitted, "but it's who I need to become to save Anne. And if you were really my friend, you'd understand that." The accusation hung in the air like a physical blow. Omenes recoiled, as if Sebastian had struck him, his face going pale with shock and hurt. "If I were really your friend," Omenes repeated, his voice hollow. "Sebastian, I've been trying to save you from yourself for months. I've watched you change, watched you become someone I barely recognize, and I've hoped that eventually you'd come to your senses." "Come to my senses?" Sebastian laughed bitterly. "You mean accept that Anne is going to die because the people with the power to help her are too concerned with their own moral purity to actually do anything useful?" "I mean recognize that some prices are too high to pay," Omenes snapped. "I mean understand that saving Anne's life isn't worth damning your own soul." "That's not your choice to make," Sebastian replied coldly. "My soul, my decision. And if sacrificing it means Anne gets to live, then it's a trade I'm willing to make." The conversation might have continued indefinitely, escalating into increasingly bitter recriminations, but it was interrupted by the arrival of Sebastian's newer friend. They approached the circle of onlookers with the careful neutrality of someone attempting to defuse a volatile situation. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere more private," they suggested diplomatically. "The common room isn't really the appropriate venue for such personal matters." Sebastian looked around, suddenly aware of how many people were watching their argument with fascination and horror. Several students were whispering among themselves, and Sebastian realized that word of his confession would spread throughout the school within hours. "Fine," Sebastian said curtly, "but this conversation isn't over." "Yes, it is," Omenes replied, his voice heavy with finality. "Sebastian, if you're truly committed to this path, if you're genuinely planning to use unforgivable curses, then we have nothing more to discuss." "What's that supposed to mean?" Omenes turned away, his clouded eyes fixed on something Sebastian couldn't see. "It means I can't be friends with someone who practices dark magic. It means I can't watch you destroy yourself and pretend that your noble intentions make it acceptable." The words hit Sebastian like a physical blow. For a moment, the argument faded into background noise as the full implications of what Omenes was saying penetrated his consciousness. His oldest friend, the person who had known him longer than anyone except Anne, was walking away from their friendship. "Omenes, wait," Sebastian called out, but his friend was already moving toward the dormitory stairs, his posture rigid with hurt and determination. "Don't," Omenes said without turning around. "Don't try to convince me that what you're doing is right. Don't ask me to support you in this madness. And don't expect me to keep your secrets when they involve crimes against the fundamental principles of decent magic." The threat was unmistakable. Omenes was prepared to inform the professors about Sebastian's activities, to expose everything Sebastian had worked to achieve. The betrayal was so complete, so unexpected, that Sebastian found himself speechless. "You would turn me in?" Sebastian asked, his voice barely audible. Arminis paused at the foot of the stairs, his head turning slightly in Sebastian's direction. "I would save you from yourself, even if you hate me for it. That's what real friendship looks like, Sebastian. It means caring more about your soul than your approval." With that, Arminis disappeared up the stairs, leaving Sebastian standing in the common room, surrounded by staring students and the wreckage of his oldest friendship. "That could have gone better," Sebastian's remaining friend observed quietly, their tone carefully neutral. Sebastian turned to look at them, seeing sympathy and understanding in their expression. Here was someone who didn't judge him for his choices, who recognized that exceptional circumstances required exceptional solutions. "He doesn't understand," Sebastian said, his voice tight with emotion. "He can't see past the conventional restrictions to recognize what's really at stake." "Fear makes people inflexible," his friend replied diplomatically. "Arminis has been raised to see dark magic as an absolute evil, without consideration for context or necessity. It's not entirely his fault that he can't appreciate the nuances of your situation." Sebastian nodded, grateful for the understanding. After months of hiding his true research from Arminis, of enduring constant questions and suspicions, it was a relief to speak with someone who didn't automatically condemn him for pursuing effective solutions. "Do you think he'll really report me to the professors?" Sebastian asked. His friend considered the question seriously. "Possibly. He believes he's acting in your best interests, which might motivate him to take drastic action. But he's also your oldest friend, and that relationship has value to him. He might hesitate to destroy it completely. And if he doesn't hesitate, then we'll need to be prepared for increased scrutiny. Your research would need to become even more discreet, and any practical applications would require careful planning." Sebastian appreciated the casual way his friends spoke about continuing their work despite potential official interference. This was someone who understood that important goals sometimes required operating outside conventional channels. Over the following days, the atmosphere in the Slytherin dormitory became increasingly tense. Arminis maintained his distance from Sebastian, speaking only when absolutely necessary and avoiding any situation that might lead to private conversation. Their other housemates watched the deterioration of their friendship with the fascination typically reserved for dramatic entertainment. More concerning was the way Arminis seemed to be wrestling with his conscience. Sebastian often caught him standing motionless for long periods, his expression troubled and conflicted. Each time, Sebastian wondered if this would be the moment when Arminis decided to follow through on his threat to expose Sebastian's activities. The uncertainty was almost worse than outright betrayal would have been. "He's going to crack," Sebastian confided to his friend during one of their increasingly frequent meetings. "I can see it in the way he looks at me, the way he flinches whenever I speak. He's building up the courage to report me." "Perhaps," his friend agreed. "Or perhaps he's simply struggling with the conflict between his moral convictions and his loyalty to you. Either way, it might be wise to accelerate your research timeline." Sebastian nodded. He had been planning to spend more time studying before attempting any practical applications of what he'd learned, but Arminis's threat changed the calculation. If he was going to help Anne, he needed to act before official interference made such action impossible. "I've identified several sites that might be relevant," Sebastian said, producing a map marked with various locations throughout the Scottish Highlands. Ancient ruins where powerful curses were supposedly developed and tested. If Anne's curse truly has ancient origins, I might find clues about its specific nature and weaknesses. His friend studied the map with professional interest. Some of these locations are quite remote. You'd need someone with you, both for safety and to help with any complex magical challenges you might encounter. Sebastian looked up hopefully. Would you be willing to accompany me? To help you explore potentially dangerous ancient sites in pursuit of knowledge that might save your sister's life. His friend smiled. Of course. When do we leave? The easy agreement, the lack of moral hand-wringing or demands for additional justification, filled Sebastian with gratitude and relief. Here was someone who understood that important work sometimes required taking risks, that saving innocent lives was worth more than abstract concerns about magical propriety. Soon, Sebastian replied. I want to finish transcribing some additional research first, and we'll need to plan our approach carefully. But soon. As they made their preparations, Sebastian tried not to think about the way Armenes had looked at him during their last real conversation. Horrified, heartbroken, and terrifyingly determined. That Sebastian had been rejected by his oldest friend was painful, but it was also clarifying. It reminded him that he couldn't depend on others to understand the necessity of what he was doing. Anne's life hung in the balance, and every day that passed brought her closer to a death that might be preventable. Sebastian couldn't afford to let other people's moral squeamishness interfere with the work that needed to be done. If that meant operating in secret, accepting the judgment of former friends, and embracing methods that decent wizards wouldn't consider, then so be it. Sebastian had already crossed too many lines to turn back now. The boy who had worried about Armenes' approval, who had valued their friendship above all other considerations, was gone. In his place stood someone who understood that love sometimes required sacrifice, not just of comfort or safety, but of relationships, reputation, and the good opinion of people who couldn't comprehend the stakes involved. Sebastian Sallow was becoming exactly the kind of person who could save Anne, even if he was also becoming the kind of person she might not recognize. But that was a problem for the future, after she was safe and healthy and free from the curse that was slowly killing her. For now, there was only the work, and the grim satisfaction of knowing that at least one person understood why that work was necessary, regardless of its cost. The schism with Armenes was complete, but Sebastian was no longer the kind of person who let other people's limitations define his own possibilities. He had allies who shared his commitment to effective action, and together they would find the solution that conventional magic had failed to provide. Anne would live, whatever the price. And if that price included the loss of old friendships and the embrace of dark magic, then Sebastian was prepared to pay it gladly. After all, some things were more important than maintaining the comfort of moral certainty. Some things were worth becoming a monster to protect. Chapter 8. The Scriptorium. The entrance to Salazar Slytherin's hidden scriptorium lay concealed behind a seemingly ordinary stretch of stone wall in the castle's deepest dungeons, far below even the Slytherin common room. Sebastian ran his hands across the cold stone, searching for the trigger mechanism that his research suggested would reveal the passage. Months of studying ancient texts had led him to this moment, the discovery of a repository of knowledge that predated Hogwarts itself. Are you certain this is the right location? His friend asked, maintaining their usual position as lookout while Sebastian worked. The texts were very specific, Sebastian replied, his voice tight with concentration. Slytherin's private study was accessible only to those who could prove their worthiness through demonstration of commitment to his ideals. That commitment, according to the forbidden manuscripts Sebastian had uncovered, involved a willingness to use the same dark magic that Slytherin himself had mastered. The entrance would only open for someone who could cast an unforgivable curse, a test designed to ensure that only truly dedicated practitioners of dark magic could access the knowledge within. Sebastian pressed his hand against a particular stone, speaking the activation phrase in Parseltongue as best he could manage. The wall shimmered and began to shift, revealing a narrow passage that descended into absolute darkness. "Remarkable," his friend murmured, studying the newly revealed entrance with professional interest. "The preservation charms alone must be incredibly sophisticated to have lasted for 1,000 years." They proceeded carefully down the passage, their wands providing the only illumination in the ancient darkness. The walls were lined with serpentine carvings that seemed to writhe and shift in the wandlight, creating an unsettling sense of motion at the edge of vision. The passage eventually opened into a circular chamber dominated by a massive stone door covered in intricate runic inscriptions. Sebastian approached it eagerly, recognizing some of the symbols from his research into ancient protective magic. "This is it," he said, running his fingers along the carved runes. "Slytherin's scriptorium." The texts described it as containing his most advanced research into the nature of power and its proper applications. His friend joined him in studying the door's elaborate defenses. The locking mechanism appears to be more complex than a simple password or key. These runes suggest multiple layers of protection. Sebastian nodded, his excitement building as he translated the visible inscriptions. It requires demonstration of 3 principles that Slytherin considered fundamental to true magical mastery: the willingness to cause pain, the ability to control others, and the readiness to end life when necessary. The implications were clear. Access to Slytherin's private research required the caster to demonstrate proficiency with all 3 unforgivable curses. It was exactly the kind of test that would have appalled Sebastian 6 months earlier, but now it seemed like a reasonable precaution for protecting dangerous knowledge from those too squeamish to use it effectively. "Interesting," his friend observed. "And you're prepared to meet those requirements?" "Of course," Sebastian replied without hesitation. "I've been practicing these spells for weeks. The only question is finding appropriate targets for the demonstration." They had brought several conjured creatures with them, magical constructs sophisticated enough to register as living beings for the purpose of spell targeting. Sebastian had learned to create them during his studies of advanced transfiguration, originally intending them as practice targets for conventional combat magic. Now they would serve a very different purpose. Sebastian drew his wand and pointed it at the first construct, a mechanical bird that fluttered anxiously in the confines of its portable cage. Crucio. Red light filled the chamber as the torture curse struck home. The construct writhed and convulsed, its artificial nervous system responding to the spell's effects exactly as a living creature would. Sebastian maintained the curse for several seconds, ensuring that the door's magical sensors could register both the spell's successful casting and his psychological state while using it. The chamber's magical atmosphere shifted subtly as the first requirement was satisfied. One set of runes began to glow with soft blue light, indicating that the scriptorium had accepted Sebastian's demonstration of willingness to cause suffering. Imperio, Sebastian continued, targeting a second construct. The imperious curse wrapped around the conjured creature's consciousness, and Sebastian felt the familiar sensation of absolute control over another being's will. He commanded the construct to perform a series of complex movements, demonstrating not just the successful casting of the spell, but his ability to maintain precise control over his victim's actions. Mori runes lit up as the second requirement was met. Sebastian turned to the final construct, a mechanical serpent that coiled nervously in its containment. This was the moment he had been building toward. the demonstration that he was truly committed to using whatever means necessary to achieve his goals. Avada Kedavra. Green light erupted from Sebastian's wand, and the construct collapsed instantly, its artificial life force severed with clinical precision. The killing curse required genuine intent to murder, and Sebastian had provided exactly that, not from malice or cruelty, but from the cold determination to prove his worthiness to access Slytherin's knowledge. The final set of runes blazed to life, and the massive stone door began to grind open, revealing the scriptorium beyond. Sebastian felt a surge of triumph as they entered the chamber. The room was circular, with shelves of ancient texts lining the walls and a central desk covered in scrolls and magical instruments. This was exactly what he had been searching for, a repository of knowledge that went beyond the sanitized education offered at Hogwarts. "Extraordinary," his friend murmured, moving to examine one of the bookcases. "Some of these texts are completely unknown to modern scholarship. Slytherin's personal research into magical theory that was considered too dangerous to preserve in the official collections." Sebastian approached the central desk, where a particular scroll caught his attention. The parchment was covered in detailed diagrams of what appeared to be ritual circles, accompanied by notes in Slytherin's precise handwriting. "Advanced curse-breaking techniques," Sebastian read aloud, his excitement growing as he absorbed the contents. "Methods for dismantling complex magical constructs that conventional healing cannot address." This was exactly what he needed, not the theoretical discussions of curse-breaking that filled the standard texts, but practical instructions for dealing with ancient magic that modern healers feared to confront. "Sebastian," his friend said quietly, "we may have a problem." Sebastian looked up from the scroll to find his friend standing near the chamber's entrance, their expression troubled. Following their gaze, Sebastian saw what had caused their concern. Armini's gaunt stood in the doorway, his wand drawn and his face pale with horror and determination. "Step away from those books, Sebastian," Armini's said, his voice steady despite the obvious fear in his expression. "Whatever you're doing here, whatever you're planning, it ends now." Sebastian felt a spike of anger at the interruption. After everything they had been through, after all the careful planning and preparation required to reach this moment, Armini's had somehow tracked them down and was prepared to interfere. "How did you find us?" Sebastian asked, his own wand sliding into his hand with practiced ease. "I followed you," Armini's replied simply. "I've been watching your movements for weeks, Sebastian. I knew you were planning something dangerous, and I couldn't let you continue down this path without trying to stop you." "You have no right to interfere," Sebastian said, his voice hardening. "This doesn't concern you, Armini's. Go back to the dormitory and pretend you never saw any of this." "I can't do that," Armini's replied, his wand remaining trained on Sebastian despite the obvious pain the confrontation was causing him. "I won't let you destroy yourself with dark magic, and I won't let you corrupt others in the process." Sebastian's friend stepped forward diplomatically. "Perhaps we can discuss this rationally. Surely there's no need for confrontation among friends." "Friends don't let friends practice unforgivable curses," Armini's replied curtly. "Friends don't stand by and watch while someone they care about becomes a dark wizard." The accusation hung in the air like a blade. Sebastian felt his anger crystallizing into something cold and sharp, focused entirely on the person who was threatening to destroy everything he had worked to achieve. "A dark wizard," Sebastian repeated, his voice dangerously quiet. "Is that what you think I am, Armini's? Is that how you see someone who's trying to save an innocent person's life?" "I see someone who's lost sight of the difference between right and wrong," Armini's replied, though Sebastian could hear the pain in his friend's voice. I see someone who's convinced himself that noble goals justify evil methods. And I see someone who's too afraid to do what's necessary when it matters, Sebastian shot back. Someone who would rather watch Anne die than accept that saving her requires unconventional solutions. The argument might have continued indefinitely, but Sebastian suddenly realized that they were wasting precious time. The scriptorium contained knowledge that could save Anne, and every moment spent in pointless debate with Omenes was a moment stolen from his research. More importantly, Omenes represented a direct threat to everything Sebastian was trying to accomplish. If his former friend left this chamber and reported what he had seen to the professors, Sebastian's access to advanced magical knowledge would be permanently severed. That was unacceptable. Omenes, Sebastian said, his voice taking on a reasonable tone that masked his growing resolve. I understand your concerns, but you need to understand that this is bigger than your moral squeamishness. Anne is dying, and the knowledge in this room might be the only thing that can save her. Sebastian, please, Omenes pleaded, lowering his wand slightly. Come with me. We'll go to Professor Hecat, explain the situation. There has to be another way. There isn't, Sebastian replied flatly. I've tried every conventional approach, consulted every acceptable expert. This is the only path left. Then maybe, Omenes said quietly, Anne isn't meant to be saved. Maybe some curses can't be broken, and we have to accept that. The words hit Sebastian like a physical blow. The casual acceptance of Anne's death, the suggestion that her suffering was somehow inevitable or necessary, triggered a rage so profound that Sebastian felt his magical control waver. Get out, Sebastian said, his voice barely controlled. Get out of here right now, before I do something we'll both regret. I'm not leaving without you, Omenes replied with quiet determination. I'm not letting you continue down this path alone. Sebastian looked at his oldest friend, seeing the genuine love and concern in Omenes' expression. Under different circumstances, that loyalty would have been touching. But these weren't different circumstances, and Omenes' misguided intervention was threatening the only real hope Sebastian had found for saving Anne. The choice crystallized in Sebastian's mind with terrible clarity. He could allow Omenes to interfere, could let his friend's moral objections prevent him from accessing the knowledge he needed. Or he could remove the obstacle that Omenes represented, using whatever means proved necessary. I'm sorry, Omenes, Sebastian said, raising his wand with steady purpose. But I can't let you stop me, not when Anne's life is at stake. Sebastian, what are you? Crucio. The torture curse struck Omenes before he could complete his question, red light, enveloping his body as the spell took hold. Omenes' scream of agony echoed off the chamber walls, a sound of such pure suffering that Sebastian's friend actually stepped backward in shock. But Sebastian maintained the curse, his face set in lines of grim determination as he watched his oldest friend writhe in torment. This was what dedication looked like, what real commitment to saving Anne required. If causing Omenes temporary pain was the price of accessing knowledge that could save his sister, then it was a price Sebastian was prepared to pay. Stop, his friend said quietly. Sebastian, that's enough. He can't interfere now. Sebastian maintained the curse for several more seconds before finally lowering his wand. Omenes collapsed to the stone floor, his body shaking with residual pain and shock. When he looked up at Sebastian, his expression held something that Sebastian had never seen before: fear. Not just fear of the spell, but fear of the person Sebastian had become. You used the Cruciatus curse on me, Omenes whispered, his voice hoarse from screaming. Sebastian, you tortured me. I did what was necessary, Sebastian replied, though he couldn't quite meet Omenes' eyes. You were threatening to destroy everything I've worked for. I couldn't allow that. I was trying to save your soul, Ominis said, struggling to his feet with obvious difficulty. I was trying to prevent you from becoming exactly what you just demonstrated yourself to be. Sebastian felt a flicker of something that might have been guilt, but he pushed it aside. Ominis's pain was temporary. Anne's death would be permanent. The choice between them was obvious to anyone with real moral clarity. Your soul, his friend observed quietly, appears to be intact. The curse was cast for protective rather than malicious reasons, which suggests you haven't crossed the final line yet. Sebastian nodded gratefully. Here was someone who understood the nuances of the situation, who recognized that context mattered when evaluating the use of dark magic. This isn't over, Ominis said, his voice gaining strength as he recovered from the curse's effects. Sebastian, using an unforgivable curse on another student. The professors will have to be informed. This is beyond anything that can be overlooked or forgiven. Then you'd better hope they never find out, Sebastian replied with quiet menace. Because if they do, I'll know exactly who told them. And next time, I might not be so restrained in my response. The threat was unmistakable, and Sebastian could see its impact in the way Ominis flinched. His former friend had finally understood that Sebastian was no longer bound by the moral restrictions that governed decent wizards. The boy who would never have harmed a friend was gone, replaced by someone who would do whatever proved necessary to achieve his goals. I don't know you anymore, Ominis whispered, backing toward the chamber's exit. Whatever you've become, whoever you are now, you're not the Sebastian Sallow I grew up with. No, Sebastian agreed sadly. I'm not. I'm someone who's strong enough to save Anne, even if it means sacrificing everything else I once cared about. Ominis left without another word, disappearing into the passage that led back to the relative safety of the castle above. Sebastian watched him go with mixed emotions. Relief that the immediate threat had been neutralized, regret that their friendship had become another casualty of his quest to save Anne. That was necessary, his friend said gently, placing a supportive hand on Sebastian's shoulder. Painful, but necessary. Ominis couldn't be allowed to interfere with work this important. Sebastian nodded, grateful for the understanding. I just wish he could see that everything I'm doing is for Anne. If he could understand that, he'd realize why these methods are justified. Some people lack the moral flexibility to appreciate complex situations, his friend replied diplomatically. Don't let his limitations distract you from what's really important. They spent the next several hours exploring Slytherin's scriptorium, copying the most relevant texts and absorbing centuries of accumulated knowledge about advanced curse-breaking techniques. The information was exactly what Sebastian had been searching for, practical instructions for dismantling complex magical constructs that conventional healing couldn't address. By the time they finally left the chamber, Sebastian felt more hopeful about Anne's prospects than he had in months. The path forward was still difficult and dangerous, but at least now he had a clear understanding of what needed to be done. The fact that reaching this point had required him to torture his oldest friend was regrettable, but Sebastian was beginning to understand that regret was a luxury he couldn't afford. Anne's life hung in the balance, and every choice had to be evaluated in that context. If saving her required him to become someone Ominis couldn't recognize, someone who would use unforgivable curses on former friends without hesitation, then that was simply the price of love. Sebastian was prepared to pay it, no matter how high it climbed. As they made their way back through the castle's darkened corridors, Sebastian reflected on how much had changed since that first night in the restricted section. He was no longer the naive boy who had believed that good intentions were enough to solve difficult problems. He had become someone who understood that real power required real sacrifice. Anne would live, whatever the cost to his relationships, his reputation, or his soul. And if that transformation horrified the people who had once known him, well, perhaps that simply proved they had never really understood what love could demand of those strong enough to meet its requirements. The scriptorium had tested his commitment and found it sufficient. Now it was time to put that commitment to its ultimate test. Chapter 9. The Relic of Hope. The ancient map Sebastian had discovered in Slytherin's scriptorium led them deep into the Scottish Highlands, far from the familiar grounds of Hogwarts. Snow crunched beneath their boots as they made their way through the pine forest, following paths that had been old when the castle itself was young. Sebastian's breath formed clouds in the frigid air, but his excitement kept him warm despite the bitter cold. According to the scriptorium texts, Sebastian said, consulting the hand-copied notes he'd made from Slytherin's research, the relic should be hidden in a cavern system somewhere near this location. Slytherin used it as a repository for artifacts too dangerous to keep at Hogwarts. His friend nodded, scanning the treeline for any signs of the entrance they sought. What exactly is this relic supposed to do? It's described as an amplification device, Sebastian replied, his voice tight with barely contained hope. Something that can take existing magical effects and magnify them exponentially. If Anne's curse can be weakened even slightly through conventional means, the relic might be able to amplify that weakening enough to break the curse entirely. The theory was elegant in its simplicity. Sebastian had finally abandoned the idea of finding a direct countercurse for Anne's condition. The magic that bound her was simply too ancient and too complex for such a straightforward approach. But if he could find a way to partially weaken the curse, even by the smallest amount, the relic might provide the additional power needed to complete the process. They found the entrance exactly where Slytherin's map indicated, a narrow opening between two standing stones that had been worn smooth by centuries of highland weather. The passage beyond was barely wide enough for a single person, forcing them to proceed in single file through darkness that their wandlight could barely penetrate. Remarkable preservation, Sebastian's friend observed as they emerged into a vast underground chamber. The magical protections here are sophisticated enough to have kept this place intact for 1,000 years. The chamber was circular, with a domed ceiling that disappeared into shadows above their heads. Along the walls, alcoves contained various artifacts, some recognizable as magical instruments, others so alien in design that Sebastian couldn't begin to guess their purpose. But at the center of the chamber, on a raised dais surrounded by runic circles, sat the object they had come to find. Slytherin's relic was smaller than Sebastian had expected, a crystalline sphere roughly the size of a quaffle, held within an intricate framework of what appeared to be silver and mithril. Even from across the chamber, Sebastian could feel the power radiating from it, a sensation like standing too close to a lightning storm. "That's it," Sebastian breathed, moving toward the dais with the reverence of a pilgrim approaching a shrine. "That's what we need to save Anne." His friend followed more cautiously, studying the protective enchantments that surrounded the relic. "Sebastian, these protections aren't just complex, they're actively hostile. This isn't just a security system. It's designed to kill anyone who attempts unauthorized access." Sebastian barely heard the warning. After months of research, weeks of preparation, and the sacrifice of his oldest friendship, he was finally within reach of the power he needed to save his sister. The protective enchantments were just another obstacle to overcome, another challenge to prove his worthiness. "How do we disable them?" Sebastian asked, though he was already studying the runic patterns himself, applying the knowledge he'd gained from Slytherin's texts. "We don't," his friend replied quietly. "Sebastian, These aren't the kind of protections that can be safely dismantled. They're designed to respond to any tampering with lethal force. Then we'll have to be clever about it, Sebastian said, his mind racing through possibilities. Slytherin wouldn't have created protections that couldn't be bypassed by someone with sufficient knowledge and determination. They spent the better part of an hour analyzing the defensive systems, identifying the various layers of magical protection that guarded the relic. There were detection wards designed to identify intruders, paralysis spells that would immobilize unauthorized visitors, and what appeared to be a particularly nasty curse that would drain the life force from anyone who touched the relic without proper authorization. "I think I understand the mechanism," Sebastian said finally. "The protections aren't actually designed to be impenetrable. They're a test, another demonstration of commitment like the scriptorium entrance." "What kind of test?" Sebastian pointed to a series of runes that formed a complex pattern around the dais. These symbols represent the same principles Slytherin valued: the willingness to cause pain, the ability to control others, and the readiness to kill when necessary. But the scale is different. The test requires demonstrating these principles against a living, thinking opponent. The implications were chilling. Unlike the conjured constructs that had sufficed for the scriptorium entrance, accessing the relic would require Sebastian to use unforgivable curses against actual people. The test was designed to ensure that only truly committed practitioners of dark magic could claim Slytherin's most powerful artifacts. "Sebastian," his friend said carefully, "you understand what that means, don't you? To access the relic, you'd need to torture, control, and potentially kill real people. Not constructs or magical creatures, but actual human beings." "I understand," Sebastian replied, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was contemplating. "The question is whether we can find appropriate subjects for the demonstration." The casual way he discussed the prospect of torturing and murdering innocent people would have horrified the Sebastian of 6 months ago. But that person had been naive, limited by moral squeamishness that prevented him from pursuing truly effective solutions. This Sebastian understood that some goals required extreme methods. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of voices echoing from the passage they'd used to enter the chamber. Sebastian and his friend quickly concealed themselves behind one of the larger artifacts, listening as the voices grew closer. "Absolutely certain the readings were accurate," a gruff voice was saying. "Because if we've come all this way for another wild goose chase, I'll be having words with your research department." "The magical resonance signatures are unmistakable," replied a higher, more cultured voice. "There's definitely a significant magical artifact in this location, something old and powerful enough to be worth considerable risk." Sebastian exchanged glances with his friend as 3 figures entered the chamber. They were goblins, 2 obvious warriors armed with wickedly sharp swords, accompanying a third individual who appeared to be some kind of magical researcher or treasure hunter. "Merlin's beard," the researcher breathed, staring at the relic with undisguised avarice. "Do you realize what we've found? This appears to be a genuine pre-Hogwarts artifact, possibly dating to the Founder's era." "Is it valuable?" one of the warriors asked pragmatically. "Valuable enough to buy a small kingdom," the researcher replied. "The magical properties alone would make it priceless to collectors, but if it's functional..." Sebastian felt a surge of panic as he watched the goblins approach the dais. These intruders were threatening to steal the one thing that might save Anne, to claim for themselves the power that Sebastian had sacrificed everything to obtain. That was unacceptable. "We need to stop them," Sebastian whispered to his friend, his hand already moving to his wand. "Sebastian, wait," his friend replied urgently. "They're just treasure hunters. We can negotiate, offer to share the discovery or find some other solution that doesn't require violence. No, Sebastian said flatly. They're going to take the relic, and I can't allow that. Anne's life depends on that artifact. There are 3 of them, and they're armed. Even if you could overcome them, using force against goblins could create diplomatic incidents that... I don't care about diplomatic incidents, Sebastian interrupted, his voice hardening. I care about saving my sister, and if these creatures want to stand in my way, then they'll have to face the consequences. Before his friend could object further, Sebastian stepped out of concealment, his wand trained on the nearest goblin warrior. The 3 intruders spun around in surprise, their own weapons appearing with remarkable speed. Stop right there, Sebastian commanded, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. You're trespassing in a location that doesn't belong to you. The goblin researcher laughed, a sound like grinding metal. Trespassing? Boy, goblins have been exploring these ancient sites since before your kind learned to use magic. We have more right to be here than some human child playing at being an adventurer. That artifact belongs to Salazar Slytherin, Sebastian replied coldly. I'm here on official business related to Hogwarts School, and I'm ordering you to leave immediately. Official business? The researcher's expression turned mocking. You're a student, not a professor. And even if you weren't, goblins don't recognize human claims to artifacts that predate your civilization. The conversation was going nowhere, and Sebastian could see that the goblins were preparing to either claim the relic by force or leave with the knowledge of its location to return later with greater numbers. Either outcome was unacceptable. Sebastian raised his wand with cold determination. I gave you a chance to leave peacefully. You've chosen not to take it. Sebastian, don't, his friend began, but Sebastian was already casting. Crucio. The torture curse struck the nearest warrior, red light enveloping the goblin's body as the spell took hold. The creature's scream of agony echoed off the chamber walls, a sound of such pure suffering that even Sebastian felt a momentary pang of discomfort. But he maintained the curse, his face set in lines of grim determination. This was what dedication looked like, what real commitment to saving Anne required. If causing temporary pain to a few treasure hunters was the price of accessing the relic, then it was a price Sebastian was prepared to pay. Stop, the researcher shouted, raising his own wand in defense. You're committing an act of war against goblin kind. I'm protecting something that doesn't belong to you, Sebastian replied, finally releasing the torture curse. The warrior collapsed to the stone floor, his body shaking with residual pain and shock. The second warrior charged forward with his sword raised, but Sebastian was ready for the attack. Imperio. The imperious curse wrapped around the charging goblin's mind, and Sebastian felt the familiar sensation of absolute control over another being's will. He commanded the warrior to stop, to lower his weapon, to kneel before the dais like a supplicant. Fascinating, Sebastian murmured, genuinely impressed by the spell's precision. The warrior had no choice but to obey, his consciousness completely subsumed by Sebastian's will. The researcher backed away in terror, his wand trembling in his grip. You're insane, using unforgivable curses on goblins. The Ministry will have you in Azkaban for life. The Ministry will never know what happened here, Sebastian replied with quiet menace. Unless you decide to tell them, of course, but that would require you to leave this chamber alive. The threat was unmistakable, and Sebastian could see its impact in the way the researcher's face went pale with fear. Here was someone who finally understood that Sebastian was no longer bound by the moral restrictions that governed decent wizards. Sebastian, his friend said quietly, this has gone far enough. They're defeated, you don't need to kill them. Sebastian looked at his friend, seeing concern and something that might have been fear in their expression. "Don't I? They've seen what I can do, heard what I'm willing to do. If they leave here alive, they'll report everything to the goblin authorities." "That's a political problem, not a life-or-death situation," his friend replied carefully. "There are ways to handle such complications that don't require murder." Sebastian considered the argument, weighing the practical advantages of killing the witnesses against the diplomatic complications that might result. The goblins represented a threat to his mission, but perhaps not an insurmountable one. "Fine," Sebastian said finally. "I'll let them live, but they need to understand the consequences of interfering with my work." He turned back to the terrified researcher, his wand still trained on the goblin's chest. "You're going to leave this chamber and never speak of what you've seen here. You're going to forget that this location exists, forget about the artifact, forget about everything that happened today. Do you understand?" The researcher nodded frantically, clearly willing to agree to anything that might preserve his life. "Good," Sebastian said, "because if I ever hear that goblins are investigating this site, if I ever learn that anyone else knows about the relic's location, I'll hunt down everyone responsible and show them exactly what I'm capable of." The goblins left with undignified haste, carrying their injured comrade and casting fearful glances over their shoulders. Sebastian watched them go with satisfaction, pleased that he'd solved the problem without unnecessary bloodshed. "That was necessary," Sebastian said to his friend, though he suspected they didn't entirely agree. "They would have taken the relic or brought others to claim it. I couldn't allow that." His friend nodded slowly, though Sebastian could see reservation in their expression. "Your commitment to saving Anne is impressive, but Sebastian, using unforgivable curses so casually, threatening to hunt down and murder people who interfere with your goals, you're becoming something that would terrify the people who once knew you." Sebastian felt a flicker of the person he used to be, someone who would have been horrified by his own actions, who would have seen the torture and intimidation of innocent creatures as fundamentally wrong. But that person had been weak, limited by moral squeamishness that prevented him from pursuing truly effective solutions. "Perhaps," Sebastian agreed, "but I'm also becoming someone strong enough to save Anne. And if that transformation terrifies people, well, perhaps that simply proves they never really understood what love could demand of those brave enough to meet its requirements." With the goblin threat neutralized, Sebastian turned his attention back to the relic. The protective enchantments were still active, still requiring him to demonstrate his mastery of the unforgivable curses against living opponents. But the goblins had solved that problem, providing the test subjects that Slytherin's protections demanded. The irony was not lost on Sebastian. By threatening his mission, the treasure hunters had actually enabled its completion. He approached the dais with renewed confidence, drawing his wand and preparing to claim the power he needed to save his sister. The relic pulsed with magical energy, responding to his proximity like a living thing recognizing its destined master. Anne would live, whatever the cost to his relationships, his reputation, or his soul. And if that transformation horrified the people who had once known him, well, perhaps they had never really understood what true love looked like when it was tested by impossible choices. The boy who had once worried about hurting innocent creatures was gone, replaced by someone who understood that innocence was a luxury that couldn't be afforded when lives hung in the balance. Sebastian Sallow reached for the relic, ready to claim the power that would make him Anne's savior, no matter how many people he had to hurt to achieve that goal. Chapter 10. Disappointment. The cottage in Feldcroft had never felt so oppressive. Sebastian sat beside Anne's bed, Slytherin's relic cradled in his hands like a talisman against despair. 3 days had passed since his return from the Highland Cavern, 3 days of careful preparation and growing hope. Everything was ready for the attempt that would either save his sister or prove that even the most ancient magic couldn't undo what had been done to her. Anne lay propped against her pillows, her face so pale it was almost translucent. The curse had accelerated its consumption of her magical essence over the winter months, leaving her barely strong enough to maintain consciousness for more than a few hours at a time. Dark veins were visible beneath her skin now, pulsing with the rhythm of malevolent magic rather than blood. "Are you certain about this, Sebastian?" Anne asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever that thing is, I can feel the darkness radiating from it. It doesn't feel safe." Sebastian forced a reassuring smile, though he knew Anne could probably see through it. "It's going to work, Anne. I've spent months researching the proper applications, studying the theoretical frameworks. This relic will amplify whatever healing magic I can manage, boost it enough to overwhelm the curse entirely." Uncle Solomon stood in the doorway, his weathered face creased with worry and skepticism. "Sebastian, I still think we should consult with the healers at St. Mungo's before attempting anything so experimental. That artifact looks like it belongs in the Department of Mysteries, not in a sick room." "The healers already told us they can't help," Sebastian replied curtly. "They're too limited by their precious ethical guidelines to pursue the kind of solutions Anne actually needs." Solomon's expression hardened. "And you think you know better than trained medical professionals? Sebastian, your heart is in the right place, but—" "My heart has nothing to do with it," Sebastian interrupted. "This is about knowledge, power, and the willingness to use both when conventional methods fail. Something the magical establishment seems incapable of understanding." He turned his attention back to Anne, carefully positioning the relic according to the instructions he'd found in Slytherin's notes. The crystalline sphere began to glow with soft blue light as it responded to Anne's magical signature, its amplification matrix analyzing the complex magical forces at work within her body. "I can feel it," Anne said, wonder creeping into her voice. "It's like something warm spreading through my chest. Sebastian, I think it's actually working." Sebastian felt a surge of triumph as the relic's light intensified. This was the moment he had sacrificed everything to achieve, the vindication of months of dangerous research, the proof that his methods were not only justified but necessary. "Stay still," Sebastian instructed, raising his wand to begin the healing process that the relic would amplify. "Let the artifact's power flow through you while I work to strengthen whatever beneficial effects we can achieve." He began with simple healing charms, watching as the relic boosted their effectiveness exponentially. Cuts and bruises that Anne had accumulated over months of weakness disappeared almost instantly. Her color improved dramatically, the unhealthy pallor replaced by something approaching normal vitality. "It's working," Sebastian breathed, his excitement growing as he moved on to more complex spells. "Anne, how do you feel? Is the pain lessening?" "Yes," Anne replied, her voice stronger than it had been in weeks. "Sebastian, I can actually feel my magic again. Not much, but more than I've had since the curse took hold." Sebastian poured more power into his healing efforts, using every technique he had learned from months of studying both conventional and forbidden medical magic. The relic responded to his increased output, its amplification matrix glowing with brilliant intensity as it boosted his spells to levels that should have been impossible for a student to achieve. For nearly an hour, it seemed like a miracle was unfolding. Anne's strength returned enough for her to sit up without assistance. The dark veins beneath her skin faded until they were barely visible. Her magical signature, which had grown increasingly weak over the months, strengthened to perhaps half of its original intensity. Sebastian had never felt such pure joy, such complete vindication of everything he had endured to reach this moment. Anne was going to live. His methods had succeeded where everyone else's had failed. The sacrifices, his friendships, his moral certainty, his comfortable place in the civilized magical world had all been worth it. Then the relic's light began to flicker. "Sebastian," Anne said, concern creeping back into her voice. "Something's wrong. I can feel the warmth fading." Sebastian increased his efforts, pouring more magical energy into the healing process, but the relic's response was growing weaker rather than stronger. The amplification effect that had seemed so powerful was faltering, as if the artifact was reaching the limits of what it could accomplish. "It's not enough," Sebastian muttered, his triumph curdling into desperate frustration. "The relic's powerful, but the curse is too deeply entrenched. I need more time, more power." But even as he spoke, Sebastian could see that time was running out. The improvements in Anne's condition were already beginning to reverse. The dark veins were returning, the healthy color was draining from her face, and her magical signature was weakening once again. "Sebastian," Anne said quietly, "it's all right. We tried, and for a little while it actually worked. That's more than anyone else has been able to achieve." "No," Sebastian said fiercely, refusing to accept defeat when success had been so close. "This is just a setback. The relic works. We proved that. I just need to find a way to boost its effectiveness, to give it more power to work with." He continued his efforts for another half hour, trying every variation and enhancement he could think of, but the results were undeniable. The relic could provide temporary relief, could push back the curse's effects for a few hours, but it lacked the raw power needed to break the ancient magic entirely. By evening, Anne had returned to essentially the same condition she'd been in before the attempt. If anything, the brief respite seemed to have made her current suffering more acute by contrast. "I'm sorry, Sebastian," Anne said, as he finally lowered his wand in defeat. "I know how much you hoped this would work." "It did work," Sebastian insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. "The theory is sound, the application was correct. The only problem is that the relic isn't powerful enough to complete the process." Uncle Solomon approached the bed, his expression mixing relief that the experiment was over with sympathy for Sebastian's obvious distress. "Sebastian, you gave it everything you had. No one could have done more." "Someone could have done more," Sebastian replied bitterly. "Someone with access to more powerful artifacts, more advanced knowledge, more support from people who understand what's at stake." Solomon frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Sebastian looked at his uncle, seeing only another person who had failed to provide the help that Anne needed. "I mean that I've been fighting this battle alone from the beginning. Every step of the way, I've had to overcome not just the curse itself, but the resistance of people who should be helping me." "Sebastian, that's not fair," Anne protested weakly. "Uncle Solomon has done everything he could." "Has he?" Sebastian interrupted, his frustration finally finding a target. "Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like he's spent more energy trying to stop me from pursuing effective solutions than he is actually helping to find them." Solomon's face darkened. "Sebastian, I've supported your research efforts even when I had serious concerns about your methods. But I draw the line at encouraging you to pursue dangerous magic that could destroy you in the process." "Dangerous magic," Sebastian repeated mockingly. "You mean the only kind of magic that's actually shown any promise of helping Anne? The kind that conventional healers are too cowardly to attempt?" "I mean the kind that turns decent wizards into dark wizards," Solomon replied sharply. "The kind that corrupts everything it touches, including the people who use it." Sebastian laughed bitterly. "Corruption. Everyone talks about corruption as if maintaining moral purity is more important than saving innocent lives. Well, I'd rather be corrupted and successful than pure and useless." The argument continued for another hour, wrangling over months of accumulated grievances and philosophical differences. Sebastian found himself articulating resentments he hadn't even realized he'd been harboring. Frustration with Solomon's cautious approach, anger at the magical establishment's ethical limitations, rage at a world that seemed more concerned with maintaining comfortable moral boundaries than solving actual problems. "If you had supported me from the beginning," Sebastian said finally, his voice cold with accusation, "if you had helped me access the resources I needed instead of constantly questioning my methods, Anne might be cured by now." Solomon stared at his nephew with a mixture of shock and grief. "Sebastian, you can't seriously blame me for your failure to save Anne. I've done everything I could." "You've done everything you were comfortable doing," Sebastian corrected. "There's a difference." He gathered the relic and his research materials, preparing to leave the cottage with a sense of bitter disappointment that went beyond mere failure. He had come so close to success, had actually achieved temporary improvement in Anne's condition. The fact that it hadn't been permanent was devastating, but more devastating still was the growing realization that he was completely alone in his efforts. "Where are you going?" Anne asked as Sebastian moved toward the door. "Back to Hogwarts," Sebastian replied without turning around. "To find more powerful solutions, since the ones I've discovered so far aren't sufficient." "Sebastian, please," Anne called after him. "Don't do anything rash. Promise me you won't risk yourself pursuing something even more dangerous." Sebastian paused in the doorway, looking back at his sister's pale, suffering face. "I can't make that promise, Anne. I won't accept defeat when you're dying. There are other options, other sources of power that might prove more effective than the relic." "What kind of sources?" Solomon asked suspiciously. Sebastian met his uncle's gaze with cold determination. "The kind that decent wizards don't want to think about. The kind that require real commitment rather than comfortable half measures." He left the cottage without another word, disapparating back to Hogwarts with a sense of grim purpose that had been tempered by failure but not broken by it. The relic had proven that Anne's curse could be affected by sufficiently powerful magic. It just hadn't been powerful enough to complete the task. But Sebastian knew where more powerful magic could be found. The forbidden texts in Slytherin's scriptorium had referenced techniques that went beyond mere amplification, rituals that could tap into fundamental forces of life and death, methods that could command power on a scale that artifacts like the relic couldn't match. Such techniques came with prices that even Sebastian had hesitated to pay. They required not just the willingness to use dark magic, but the readiness to sacrifice things that most people considered essential to their humanity. But Anne's temporary recovery had shown Sebastian what was possible. For a brief time, she had been herself again, healthy, strong, free from the curse's torment. Achieving that permanently was worth any price, including prices that would have been unthinkable before his methods had been tested and found wanting. As Sebastian made his way through the darkened corridors of Hogwarts, he reflected on how much his perspective had changed since that first desperate visit to St. Mungo's. He was no longer the naive boy who had believed that good intentions and careful research would be sufficient to save his sister. He had become someone who understood that the most important goals required the most extreme methods. The failure with the relic hadn't destroyed his determination. It had clarified it, stripping away any remaining illusions about the nature of the task ahead. Anne was going to live, whatever the cost to anyone else's comfort, safety, or moral sensibilities. Sebastian had proven that her condition could be improved. Now he just needed to find the power to make that improvement permanent. And if achieving that goal required him to become something that decent wizards would consider monstrous, well, perhaps that simply proved that decency was a luxury he could no longer afford. The real work was just beginning. Chapter 11. The Forbidden Library. The depths beneath Hogwarts held secrets that even the castle's founders had never intended to preserve. Sebastian moved through passages that didn't appear on any map, following routes he had discovered through weeks of careful exploration and increasingly desperate research. The failure with Slytherin's relic had stripped away his last illusions about the nature of the task before him. Saving Anne would require power that conventional artifacts couldn't provide. It would require necromancy. The word itself was enough to send most wizards fleeing in terror, but Sebastian had moved beyond such squeamishness. The ancient texts in Slytherin's scriptorium had contained tantalizing references to libraries of forbidden knowledge that predated even Hogwarts itself, repositories of magical research that had been hidden away when the civilized magical world decided that some knowledge was too dangerous to preserve. But Sebastian was no longer concerned with what civilized wizards considered appropriate. "You're certain this location exists?" his friend asked as they descended a staircase that had been carved directly into the bedrock beneath the castle. Their footsteps echoed in the darkness, creating an unsettling rhythm that seemed to mock their progress. "The scriptorium texts were very specific," Sebastian replied, consulting the hand-copied notes he'd made from Slytherin's most secret research. This library was created by a consortium of dark wizards who fled Britain when the Ministry began its campaign against practitioners of necromancy. They sealed their knowledge here rather than let it be destroyed. The passage eventually opened into a vast chamber that made even Slytherin's scriptorium seem modest by comparison. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above their heads, while the walls were lined with bookcases that stretched up beyond the reach of their wandlight. The air itself felt thick with magical residue, as if centuries of accumulated dark magic had soaked into the very stones. "Extraordinary," Sebastian's friend murmured, studying the magical protections that guarded the entrance to the library proper. "These preservation charms are more sophisticated than anything I've encountered. Whatever knowledge is stored here, the creators considered it invaluable." Sebastian approached the nearest bookcase with something approaching religious awe. The texts here were bound in materials that he preferred not to examine too closely, their titles written in languages that seemed to shift and writhe under his gaze. But the power radiating from them was unmistakable. This was knowledge that could reshape reality according to the practitioner's will. "Look at this," Sebastian said, carefully removing a tome whose cover appeared to be crafted from human skin. A complete theoretical framework for the manipulation of life force. Techniques for transferring magical essence between living beings, methods for communing with the dead. His friend joined him in examining the text, their expression growing increasingly troubled as they read. "Sebastian, this isn't just dark magic. It's the darkest magic imaginable. These techniques require the practitioner to do things that would destroy their humanity entirely." "Define humanity," Sebastian replied absently, already absorbed in a chapter that described rituals for binding the souls of the recently deceased. "If humanity means accepting arbitrary limitations on what we're willing to do to save innocent lives, then perhaps it's overrated." They spent hours exploring the library's contents, Sebastian's excitement growing as he discovered text after text that addressed the specific challenges he faced. Here were detailed instructions for breaking curses that conventional magic couldn't touch, rituals that could draw power from sources that decent wizards would never consider approaching. "This is it," Sebastian said finally, holding up a particularly ancient manuscript. The complete works of Morgana Blackthorn, the most accomplished necromancer in recorded history. She specialized in curses like the one affecting Anne, life-drain magic that feeds on the victim's magical essence. His friend studied the manuscript with obvious reluctance, and her solutions involved Ritual necromancy, Sebastian replied, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who had finally found the tool needed for an impossible task. She developed techniques for channeling the life force of the recently dead into curse-breaking rituals. The power available through such methods is theoretically unlimited. The implications were as clear as they were horrifying. Breaking Anne's curse using Blackthorn's methods would require Sebastian to kill people, not in combat or self-defense, but deliberately and ritually, harvesting their life force to power the magic needed to save his sister. "Sebastian," his friend said carefully, "you understand what you're contemplating, don't you? This isn't just about using unforgivable curses or practicing dark magic. You're talking about becoming a serial killer in service of a magical ritual." Sebastian looked up from the manuscript, meeting his friend's concerned gaze with steady determination. "I'm talking about doing whatever is necessary to save Anne. If that requires me to kill people who are dying anyway, people whose deaths can serve a greater purpose, then that's simply the price of effective action." "People who are dying anyway," his friend repeated. "Sebastian, you're talking about murder, premeditated, ritualistic murder." "I'm talking about making strategic use of death that's going to occur regardless of my involvement," Sebastian corrected. "Hospital wards are full of people who are beyond help, who are suffering needlessly while their life force slowly dissipates. If I can channel that energy towards saving someone who still has decades of life ahead of her." Sebastian trailed off, recognizing the expression on his friend's face. For the first time since their alliance had begun, he could see genuine fear in their eyes, not fear of discovery or punishment, but fear of him personally. "You're rationalizing," his friend said quietly. "You're creating justifications for acts that any sane person would recognize as pure evil." "Evil," Sebastian repeated, tasting the word as if it were unfamiliar. "Is it evil to save an innocent person's life? Is it evil to refuse to accept defeat when victory is possible? Because that's all I'm really doing, refusing to let arbitrary moral boundaries prevent me from helping someone I love." His friend was quiet for a long moment, studying Sebastian's face, as if seeing him clearly for the first time. "What happened to you? When did you become someone who could discuss mass murder as if it were a reasonable academic exercise?" Sebastian considered the question seriously. When had he changed? When had the boy who had been horrified by his first glimpse of the unforgivable curses become someone who could calmly plan to use necromancy to harvest human life force? "I became someone who was strong enough to do what needed to be done," Sebastian replied finally. "I stopped letting other people's moral squeamishness limit my options." "Moral squeamishness," his friend said hollowly. "You mean the basic human reluctance to commit murder?" "I mean the comfortable luxury of maintaining ethical purity while other people suffer," Sebastian corrected. "Anne is dying, and I've found a way to save her. The fact that some people find my methods distasteful is irrelevant." They continued their exploration of the library, though Sebastian noticed that his friend's enthusiasm for the project had significantly diminished. Where once they had been eager to assist in discovering new magical knowledge, now they seemed to be struggling with the implications of what they were uncovering. Sebastian found additional texts that expanded on Blackthorn's theories, works by other necromancers who had pushed the boundaries of life and death magic even further. There were rituals that could bind dozens of souls to a single purpose, techniques for creating undead servants who could assist in complex magical operations, methods for extending the practitioner's own life indefinitely by consuming the essence of others. "Look at this," Sebastian said, pointing to a diagram that showed the ritual circle required for a major necromantic working. Blackthorn's greatest achievement, a curse-breaking ritual that could channel the life force of up to 12 victims simultaneously. The power generated by such a working would be sufficient to break any magical binding, no matter how ancient or complex. His friend glanced at the diagram, then quickly looked away. 12 murders, Sebastian. You're talking about killing 12 people to save one. I'm talking about using the deaths of 12 people who are already dying to save one person who still has a full life ahead of her, Sebastian corrected. The mathematics are quite simple. Trading 12 shortened lives for one complete life is obviously the optimal outcome. You're talking about it like an accounting problem, his friend said, their voice filled with something that might have been horror. These aren't numbers on a ledger, Sebastian. They're human beings with families and dreams and the right to live whatever time they have left. Sebastian closed the manuscript and looked at his friend with growing impatience. And Anne doesn't have the right to live. Anne doesn't have dreams and family and a future worth preserving. Why are the lives of strangers more valuable than the life of my sister? They're not more valuable, his friend replied. But that doesn't give you the right to decide who lives and who dies based on your personal preferences. Someone has to make those decisions, Sebastian said coldly. If the magical establishment won't, if the healers won't, if even the people who claim to care about Anne won't, then I will. At least I'm willing to take action instead of just wringing my hands about how tragic the situation is. The argument continued as they made their way back through the castle's hidden passages, Sebastian carrying several of the most relevant texts while his friend walked in troubled silence. By the time they reached the relative safety of the Slytherin dormitories, it was clear that their partnership had fundamentally changed. Sebastian, his friend said as they prepared to part ways, I need you to understand something. What you're contemplating. It's not just illegal or dangerous. It's a complete abandonment of everything that makes us human. If you go through with these rituals, you won't be saving Anne. You'll be destroying yourself in the process. Sebastian looked at his friend, seeing genuine concern in their expression. Once, such concern would have mattered to him, would have given him pause. But that person had been weak, limited by emotional attachments that prevented him from pursuing truly effective solutions. Perhaps, Sebastian agreed, but I'd rather be a monster who saved Anne than a good person who let her die. At least the monster will have achieved something worthwhile. His friend studied his face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. I see, and there's nothing I can say to change your mind. Nothing, Sebastian confirmed. I've gone too far to turn back now, sacrificed too much to accept defeat. Anne is going to live, whatever the cost to anyone else, including myself. Then I hope you find what you're looking for, his friend said quietly, though I suspect you won't recognize yourself by the time you achieve it. They parted ways in the common room, Sebastian retiring to his dormitory with the stolen texts, while his friend disappeared into the depths of the castle. As Sebastian settled down to study Blackthorn's necromantic rituals in detail, he reflected on how much his perspective had changed since his first desperate visit to the restricted section. He was no longer the naive boy who had believed that conventional magic might somehow prove sufficient to save Anne. He had become someone who understood that the most important goals required the most extreme methods, someone who was prepared to embrace any solution that offered genuine hope of success. The text spread before him contained knowledge that would horrify decent wizards, but Sebastian was no longer concerned with what decent wizards thought. He was concerned with results, with practical solutions to impossible problems. Anne was going to live, even if saving her required Sebastian to become the kind of monster that parents used to frighten children. Even if it meant abandoning every moral principle he had once held sacred. The boy who had worried about crossing ethical boundaries was gone, replaced by someone who understood that love sometimes demanded unforgivable acts. And Sebastian Sallow was prepared to commit any act, no matter how unforgivable, if it meant his sister would survive. The forbidden library had shown him the path forward. Now all that remained was finding the courage to walk it, regardless of what he became in the process. After all, becoming a monster was a small price to pay for saving an angel. Chapter 12: Betrayal of Trust. The plan had taken weeks to develop, requiring Sebastian to study not just the necromantic rituals themselves, but the practical logistics of acquiring suitable subjects for his work. Morgana Blackthorn's texts were explicit about the requirements. The ritual needed fresh deaths, people whose life force could be harvested within hours of their passing. Simply visiting graveyards or morgues wouldn't suffice. Sebastian needed access to people who were dying, preferably in locations where their deaths could be accelerated without attracting unwanted attention. St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries was the obvious choice. Sebastian stood in the hospital's main lobby, wearing his most sincere expression and carrying a bouquet of flowers that completed his disguise as a concerned visitor. Around him, the familiar chaos of a magical medical facility provided perfect cover for his reconnaissance. Healers rushing between wards, worried families clustered around information desks, and the constant stream of patients whose conditions ranged from amusing to terminal. "Excuse me," Sebastian said to a harried-looking intern. "I'm here to visit my great-aunt. She's in the long-term care ward, but I'm afraid I've forgotten which floor that's on." The intern barely looked up from a clipboard. "4th floor, East Wing. Visiting hours end at 8 o'clock. Sebastian nodded his thanks and made his way toward the lifts, mentally cataloguing the hospital's layout and security measures. 3 months of careful observation had given him a thorough understanding of St. Mungo's operations, shift changes, ward protocols, and most importantly, which sections housed the patients who wouldn't be missed if they died a few hours earlier than expected. The 4th floor East Wing was perfect for his purposes. Terminal cases, mostly elderly patients whose families had already begun the process of saying goodbye. The healers here focused on comfort rather than cure, administering pain relief potions and maintaining basic life support charms while nature took its inevitable course. What they didn't know was that nature was about to receive some assistance. Sebastian made his way down the corridor with the practiced confidence of someone who belonged there, nodding politely to the healers and administrators he passed. His research had identified 12 specific patients whose conditions made them ideal candidates for his ritual, people who were suffering needlessly while their life force slowly dissipated, people whose deaths could serve a greater purpose. "Can I help you?" a voice asked behind him. Sebastian turned to find his friend approaching, their expression unreadable. They wore the lime-green robes of a junior healer, a disguise that Sebastian had arranged through careful manipulation of hospital records and staffing assignments. "Just conducting my final survey," Sebastian replied quietly, "making sure everything is in place for tonight's work." His friend's expression tightened. "Sebastian, you don't have to do this. Even now, you could walk away. There are other options, other approaches that don't require." "Don't require what?" Sebastian interrupted. "Don't require me to actually solve the problem. Instead of just hoping it will resolve itself. We've had this conversation before." They had indeed discussed the moral implications of Sebastian's plan multiple times over the past weeks. His friend had expressed increasingly serious reservations about participating in what they accurately described as mass murder, but Sebastian had been persistent in his persuasion. Not through rational argument, Sebastian had long since moved beyond the reach of conventional moral reasoning. Instead, he had employed more practical forms of motivation. His friend's own past contained secrets that Sebastian had carefully uncovered, activities that would result in serious legal consequences if brought to the attention of the proper authorities. Blackmail was such an ugly word, but Sebastian preferred to think of it as mutually beneficial cooperation. "The night shift healers will be making their rounds in 30 minutes, his friend said reluctantly. "You'll have approximately 2 hours before anyone notices the irregularities." "That's more than enough time," Sebastian replied, patting the concealed bag that contained the ritual components he would need. Blackthorn's harvesting techniques are quite efficient once you understand the proper applications. His friend flinched at the clinical way Sebastian discussed the murders he was about to commit. "Sebastian, these are real people. They have families, friends, lives that matter to someone." "And Anne has a family too," Sebastian replied coldly. "Me, and her life matters to me more than the lives of people I've never met." "That's not how morality works," his friend protested. "You can't just decide that some lives are worth more than others based on your personal attachment to them." Sebastian looked at his friend with the patient expression of someone explaining a simple concept to a child. "That's exactly how morality works. Everyone values some lives more than others. Their family over strangers, their friends over enemies, their community over distant populations they'll never meet. I'm just honest about it." "You're talking about murder," his friend said desperately. 12 counts of premeditated murder. Do you understand what that makes you?" "It makes me someone who's willing to pay the necessary price to save his sister," Sebastian replied. "Something that apparently no one else in my life has been prepared to do." The accusation was deliberate, designed to shift the focus away from Sebastian's actions and onto the perceived failures of everyone around him. It was a technique he had perfected over months of justifying increasingly extreme behavior. When questioned about his methods, he simply questioned his critics' commitment to achieving results. "I've supported you every step of the way," his friend protested. "I've helped you access forbidden knowledge, assisted with dangerous magical research, even agreed to participate in this atrocity. What more could you possibly expect?" "I expect you to understand that some goals are worth any sacrifice," Sebastian replied. "Anne's life is worth the lives of 12 dying strangers. It's worth our moral purity, our legal standing, our relationships with people too squeamish to accept necessary solutions." His friend was quiet for a long moment, studying Sebastian's face with an expression of growing horror. "You really believe that, don't you? You've convinced yourself that love justifies anything, that noble goals excuse any methods." "I've convinced myself that results matter more than philosophical purity," Sebastian corrected. "Something the rest of the magical world seems incapable of understanding." They parted ways in the corridor, his friend disappearing into the hospital's administrative sections, while Sebastian began his final preparations. The ritual circle would need to be drawn in a location central to all 12 target patients, and the timing would have to be precise to ensure maximum efficiency in the life force harvesting process. Sebastian had spent weeks studying Blackthorn's techniques, mastering the complex magical theory required to bind multiple souls simultaneously and channel their combined essence toward a single purpose. The ritual was elegant in its efficiency, a masterpiece of necromantic engineering that could accomplish in one night what months of conventional healing had failed to achieve. The fact that it required him to commit acts that most people would consider absolutely evil was simply the price of effectiveness. As Sebastian began his work, moving from room to room with the practiced efficiency of someone following a carefully rehearsed plan, he reflected on how much his perspective had changed since that first desperate visit to St. Mungo's. The boy who had once hoped that conventional healers might somehow find a solution had been replaced by someone who understood that some problems required unconventional methods. Each death was quick and relatively painless. Sebastian had no interest in causing unnecessary suffering. These people were dying anyway. He was simply accelerating a natural process while ensuring that their deaths served a greater purpose. The life force he harvested with each killing fed into the growing pool of power that would soon be directed toward breaking Anne's curse. Mr. Sallow. Sebastian turned from his work to find Healer Morrison standing in the doorway of the room he was currently occupying. The stern-looking woman who had delivered Anne's original diagnosis now stared at him with an expression of absolute horror, taking in the ritual circle he had drawn around the deceased patient's bed and the dark energy that crackled through the air. "Healer Morrison," Sebastian replied calmly, his wand remaining steady despite the interruption. "I wasn't expecting to see you here so late." "What have you done?" Morrison whispered, her face pale with shock. "Sebastian, what in Merlin's name have you done?" Sebastian glanced around the room, seeing it through Morrison's eyes. The ritual markings, the obviously deceased patient, the unmistakable evidence of necromantic magic. To someone trained in conventional healing, the scene would be absolutely horrifying. "I've taken the first steps towards saving my sister," Sebastian replied matter-of-factly, "since conventional medicine has proven inadequate for the task." Morrison's wand appeared in her hand with professional speed, but Sebastian was faster. Imperio. The imperious curse wrapped around Morrison's consciousness like a suffocating blanket, and Sebastian felt the familiar sensation of absolute control over another person's will. The healer's expression went blank as her mind was subsumed by Sebastian's commands. "You didn't see anything unusual tonight," Sebastian instructed, his voice carrying the weight of magical compulsion. "You made your normal rounds, found all patients stable, and returned to your office to complete paperwork. You have no memory of entering this room or witnessing anything that might concern you." Morrison nodded slowly, her eyes vacant and compliant. Sebastian maintained the curse for several more minutes, ensuring that the memory modification would hold before finally releasing his control. The healer blinked in confusion, then turned and walked away without another word, her conscious mind already constructing false memories to fill the gaps created by Sebastian's interference. Sebastian returned to his work with renewed focus. The interruption had reminded him that time was limited, that discovery was always possible despite his careful planning. He needed to complete the ritual before anyone else had the chance to interfere. By the time he finished, 11 more patients had died, their life force carefully harvested and stored in the crystalline matrix he had prepared according to Blackthorn's specifications. The power contained within the matrix was extraordinary, the combined essence of 12 human lives, all directed toward the single purpose of breaking Anne's curse. Sebastian made his way out of the hospital with the same casual confidence he had displayed upon entering, passing security checkpoints and administrative stations without attracting any unusual attention. His friend's inside knowledge had proven invaluable in avoiding the various monitoring charms and surveillance systems that might have detected his activities. Outside in the cool London night, Sebastian paused to examine his handiwork. The crystalline matrix pulsed with captured life force, its faceted surface refracting the streetlight into patterns that seemed to move with their own malevolent purpose. This was real power, not the pale imitation offered by conventional magic, but the fundamental forces of life and death bent to his will. He had murdered 12 people tonight, had crossed the final moral boundary that separated decent wizards from the monsters that haunted their nightmares. But he had also acquired the power needed to save Anne, had finally assembled the tools required to break a curse that had defied every conventional solution. The boy who had once worried about the ethical implications of using dark magic was gone, replaced by someone who understood that ethics were a luxury that couldn't be afforded when lives hung in the balance. Sebastian Sallow had become exactly the kind of person who could save his sister, even if that meant becoming the kind of person she would no longer recognize. As he prepared to return to Scotland, Sebastian felt no guilt about the deaths he had caused, no remorse for the trust he had betrayed, no concern for the laws he had broken. There was only satisfaction at having acquired the means to achieve his ultimate goal, and anticipation for the moment when Anne would finally be free from the curse that had stolen so much of her life. Love, Sebastian had learned, was not about maintaining moral purity in the face of impossible choices. It was about being willing to sacrifice anything, including your own humanity, to protect the people who mattered most. And Sebastian Sallow was finally prepared to pay that price in full. Chapter 13. The Last Warning. The cottage in Feldcroft had never felt so much like a battleground. Sebastian stood in the kitchen, the crystalline matrix containing 12 harvested souls resting on the wooden table between him and Uncle Solomon. The older man's face was pale with shock and horror as he stared at the artifact, his weathered hands trembling with barely controlled rage. 12 people, Sebastian, Solomon said, his voice hollow with disbelief. The reports from London are saying 12 people died mysteriously at St. Mungo's last night. Healers are calling it the most disturbing incident in the hospital's history. Sebastian met his uncle's gaze with steady calm. 12 people who were already dying, Uncle Solomon. People whose suffering has finally ended while their deaths serve a greater purpose. A greater purpose, Solomon's voice cracked with emotion. Sebastian, you murdered innocent people. You walked into a hospital and killed 12 patients who were under the protection of healers sworn to preserve life. I accelerated the inevitable while ensuring their deaths weren't meaningless, Sebastian corrected, his tone as clinical as if he were discussing the weather. Those people were beyond help, suffering needlessly while their life force slowly dissipated. Now that energy will be used to save someone who still has decades of life ahead of her. Solomon stared at his nephew as if seeing him for the first time. What happened to you? The boy I raised would never have been capable of such monstrous acts. The boy you raised wasn't strong enough to save Anne, Sebastian replied coldly. He was limited by moral squeamishness that prevented him from pursuing effective solutions. I've moved beyond such limitations. From the bedroom came the sound of Anne's labored breathing, each rasp a reminder of why Sebastian had been willing to cross every moral boundary that decent wizards held sacred. Her condition had deteriorated further in the weeks since the failed attempt with Slytherin's relic, leaving her barely conscious for more than a few minutes at a time. Sebastian, Solomon said, his voice taking on the desperate tone of someone making a final plea, listen to me. What you're planning, it won't bring Anne back. Even if this necromantic ritual succeeds, even if you manage to break her curse, what will you have become in the process? I'll have become someone who saved his sister, Sebastian replied. Someone who was willing to do whatever was necessary when everyone else gave up. You'll have become a murderer, Solomon said flatly. Someone who killed innocent people to serve his own purposes. How do you think Anne will feel when she learns what you've done for her? Sebastian felt a flicker of something that might have been uncertainty, but he pushed it aside. Anne will understand that sometimes love requires extreme sacrifices. She'll appreciate that at least one person in her life was willing to fight for her instead of just accepting defeat. Solomon shook his head slowly, his expression mixing grief with determination. No, Sebastian. Anne would be horrified by what you've become. She would rather die than know that 12 innocent people were murdered to save her life. Then it's fortunate that she doesn't need to know the specifics, Sebastian replied. All that matters is that she'll live. The methods are irrelevant compared to the results. The conversation was interrupted by a weak voice from the bedroom. Sebastian, Uncle Solomon, what's all the shouting about? Both men turned toward Anne's room, where she lay propped against her pillows with obvious effort. The curse had aged her visibly over the past months, leaving her looking like a shadow of the vibrant girl who had explored ancient ruins with such enthusiasm. "Nothing important, Anne," Sebastian said quickly, moving to block her view of the crystalline matrix. "Uncle Solomon and I were just discussing the best approach for your treatment." Anne's eyes found the artifact despite Sebastian's attempt to conceal it, and her expression immediately shifted to one of alarm. "Sebastian, what is that thing? I can feel the darkness radiating from it even from here." "It's a medical device," Sebastian lied smoothly. "Something that will amplify the healing magic enough to break your curse permanently." "It feels like death," Anne whispered, her voice filled with horror. "Sebastian, whatever that thing is, it's saturated with the essence of death. How many people died to create it?" Sebastian felt his carefully constructed justifications beginning to crumble under Anne's direct questioning. "Anne, you don't understand the complexities of advanced healing magic. Some treatments require—" "How many?" Anne repeated, her voice gaining strength despite her physical weakness. "Sebastian, how many people died so you could try to save me?" Solomon stepped forward, his face grim with determination. 12, Anne. Sebastian murdered 12 patients at St. Mungo's last night to harvest their life force for a necromantic ritual. The silence that followed was deafening. Anne stared at Sebastian with an expression of such complete horror that it was physically painful to meet her gaze. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. 12 people, she said. "You killed 12 innocent people for me." 12 people who were already dying, Sebastian replied desperately, hearing how weak his justifications sounded when voiced in front of Anne. "People whose deaths were inevitable anyway. I just ensured that their suffering ended while their life force could serve a greater purpose." A greater purpose? Anne's voice was growing stronger, fueled by outrage that seemed to burn away the curse's weakening effects. "Sebastian, those people had families. They had friends who loved them, children who were saying goodbye, and you murdered them." "I saved you," Sebastian said, his own voice beginning to crack under the weight of Anne's condemnation. "Everything I've done, every sacrifice I've made has been for you, to keep you alive, to break the curse that's slowly killing you." "And what about the curse that's slowly killing you?" Anne asked, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. "Sebastian, look at yourself. Look at what you've become. The brother I grew up with would never have been capable of murder." Sebastian felt something inside him beginning to fracture, the careful emotional control he had maintained for months starting to crumble. "I became someone strong enough to save you, someone willing to do what everyone else was too cowardly to attempt." "You became a monster," Anne said quietly. "And the most tragic part is that you did it thinking you were saving me. Sebastian, I would rather die than live knowing that innocent people were murdered for my benefit." The words hit Sebastian like physical blows. "Don't say that. Anne, you don't mean that." "I do mean it," Anne replied with quiet conviction. "I would choose death over living with blood on my hands, and I would certainly choose death over watching my brother become a killer." Solomon stepped forward, placing a protective hand on Anne's shoulder. "Sebastian, you need to stop this madness. Destroy that abomination and turn yourself in to the authorities. There might still be time to salvage something from this disaster if you cooperate with the investigation." Sebastian looked at the two people he loved most in the world, seeing nothing but horror and rejection in their faces. The crystalline matrix pulsed with stored life force, representing months of planning and sacrifice, the culmination of everything he had worked to achieve. "No," Sebastian said, his voice hardening with renewed determination. "I won't let Anne die because she's too idealistic to accept necessary solutions. And I won't let you stop me when I'm this close to saving her." "Sebastian, please," Anne begged. "I'm asking you to stop. I'm begging you not to compound the evil you've already done by following through with this ritual. The only evil here is allowing an innocent person to die when you have the power to save them, Sebastian replied coldly. I won't be swayed by moral squeamishness when Anne's life is at stake. Solomon's expression hardened with grim determination. Then I'll have to stop you myself. The older man drew his wand with the practiced efficiency of someone who had faced dark wizards before. Sebastian, I'm ordering you to surrender that artifact and submit to ministry custody. If you refuse, I'll use whatever force is necessary to prevent you from completing this ritual. Sebastian looked at his uncle, seeing the genuine love and concern beneath the stern facade. Once, that love would have mattered to him, would have given him pause. But Sebastian had moved beyond such emotional vulnerabilities. You can't stop me, Uncle Solomon, Sebastian said quietly, his own wand sliding into his hand. You're a retired aura with outdated training. I'm someone who's mastered magic that you can't even imagine. Sebastian, don't do this, Anne pleaded from her bed. Don't make this worse by hurting Uncle Solomon too. I'm not going to hurt anyone, Sebastian replied, though his wand remained trained on Solomon's chest. I'm simply going to complete the work I came here to do. Uncle Solomon can either assist me or stay out of my way, but he won't prevent me from saving you. Solomon raised his own wand, his face set in lines of absolute determination. You'll have to go through me, Sebastian. I won't let you use dark magic in this house, and I won't let you complete a ritual built on the murder of innocent people. For a moment, uncle and nephew faced each other across the kitchen, their wands pointed at each other's hearts. The crystalline matrix pulsed between them, containing enough stored life force to power magic that could break any curse or destroy anyone who stood in its way. Please, Anne whispered from her bed, her voice filled with desperate hope. Both of you, please stop this. Sebastian, Uncle Solomon loves you. He's trying to save your soul, not destroy your chance of helping me. Sebastian looked at Anne, seeing the tears streaming down her face as she watched the two most important men in her life prepare to duel over her fate. For a moment, he wavered, remembering the boy he had been before the curse took hold, before desperation had driven him to embrace unforgivable solutions. But then he remembered the months of pain Anne had endured, the failure of conventional healing, the absolute certainty that she would die without his intervention. The crystalline matrix represented the only real hope she had for survival, and Sebastian would not let moral objections prevent him from using it. I'm sorry, Uncle Solomon, Sebastian said quietly, but I can't let you stop me, not when I'm this close to saving her. Then you'll have to kill me, Solomon replied with grim finality, because I won't step aside and let you damn your soul to save Anne's life. The words hung in the air like a prophecy, and Sebastian realized that his uncle was absolutely serious. Solomon would fight to prevent the ritual, would sacrifice his own life if necessary to stop Sebastian from completing his transformation into a monster. So be it, Sebastian said, raising his wand with cold determination. The kitchen of the cottage in Feldcroft was about to become the site of a duel that would determine not just Anne's fate, but the final destruction of any remaining connection between Sebastian Sallow and the family that had once defined his entire world. Love, Sebastian had learned, sometimes demanded the sacrifice of everything you had once held dear, and he was finally prepared to pay that price in full. Chapter 14. The Forbidden Ritual. The first spell Solomon cast was a simple, stunning charm, non-lethal, designed to incapacitate rather than harm. Sebastian deflected it with casual ease, his months of studying dark magic having sharpened his reflexes far beyond what conventional training could achieve. Uncle Solomon, Sebastian said with disappointing patience, you're only delaying the inevitable. Stand down before you force me to hurt you." Solomon's response was a more aggressive hex that Sebastian barely managed to dodge. The older man might have been retired, but his aura training remained sharp, and his desperation to save both Anne and Sebastian's soul lent power to his spellwork. "I won't let you complete this abomination," Solomon declared, sending another volley of spells toward his nephew. "Whatever you've become, Sebastian, I still see the boy I raised, and that boy would be horrified by what you're planning." Sebastian's patience finally snapped. That boy was weak. That boy would have watched Anne die rather than do what was necessary to save her. Crucio! The torture curse struck Solomon before he could raise his shield, red light enveloping the older man's body as the spell took hold. Solomon's scream of agony echoed off the cottage walls, and Sebastian felt the familiar surge of power that came with successfully casting an unforgivable curse. "Sebastian, stop!" Anne's voice cut through the sound of Solomon's suffering, filled with such anguish that Sebastian actually hesitated. He looked toward the bedroom doorway, where Anne had managed to drag herself despite her weakness. She clung to the doorframe for support, her face pale with horror as she watched her uncle writhe under the effects of the torture curse. "Please," Anne begged, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He's family. He loves you. Don't do this." Sebastian maintained the curse for several more seconds before finally lowering his wand. Solomon collapsed to the cottage floor, his body shaking with residual pain and shock. When he looked up at Sebastian, his expression held not just physical suffering, but the profound grief of someone watching a loved one transform into a monster. "You used the Cruciatus curse on me," Solomon whispered, his voice hoarse from screaming. "Sebastian, you tortured your own uncle." "I did what was necessary to remove an obstacle," Sebastian replied, though he found it difficult to meet Solomon's eyes. "You forced me to choose between hurting you and letting Anne die. The choice was obvious." Anne stared at Sebastian with an expression of such complete horror that it was physically painful to witness. "You've become everything we were taught to fight against," she said quietly. "Everything our parents died opposing." The reference to their parents hit Sebastian like a physical blow. James and Rebecca Sallow had been auras, had given their lives fighting dark wizards who used exactly the kind of magic Sebastian now practiced without hesitation. "Our parents died because they were too noble to use effective methods against their enemies," Sebastian replied harshly. "They could have survived if they'd been willing to fight fire with fire." "They died because they refused to become monsters," Anne corrected. "They chose to preserve their humanity even when it cost them their lives." Sebastian looked at the crystalline matrix pulsing with harvested souls, then at Anne's suffering form, then at Solomon struggling to recover from the torture curse. The cottage felt like a crossroads where every possible future led to tragedy. "I won't let you die because of misguided idealism," Sebastian said finally, his voice carrying absolute finality. "Not when I have the power to save you." He raised his wand toward the crystalline matrix, beginning the incantation that would channel its stored life force into the curse-breaking ritual. The words were in a language that predated human civilization, syllables that felt alien and wrong on his tongue, but carried the weight of absolute magical authority. The matrix began to glow with increasing intensity as Sebastian spoke, its faceted surface refracting the captured souls into patterns of light that seemed to move with malevolent purpose. The cottage filled with magical energy, so dense it was difficult to breathe, the very air crackling with forces that mortal minds weren't meant to comprehend. "Sebastian, stop!" Anne struggled to her feet, clinging to the doorframe for support. "I can feel what you're doing. That ritual, it's not healing magic. It's something else entirely." Sebastian continued the incantation, his voice growing stronger as the ritual gained momentum. The necromantic energies swirled around Anne's form, probing the curse that bound her with invasive tendrils of power. For a moment, it seemed like the ancient magic might actually yield to Blackthorn's technique. Then everything went wrong. The curse that afflicted Anne wasn't simply a magical binding that could be overwhelmed by raw power. It was a living thing, a parasite that had spent months adapting to her magical signature and learning to defend itself against external interference. When the necromantic energy struck it, the curse didn't break, it fed. Anne's scream pierced the air as the ritual's power was absorbed by the very thing it was meant to destroy. The dark veins beneath her skin blazed with renewed vigor, spreading across her body like wildfire as the curse gorged itself on the life force of 12 murdered souls. "No!" Sebastian shouted, pouring more power into the ritual in a desperate attempt to overwhelm the curse's defenses. "It has to work. I've sacrificed everything for this." But the more energy he fed into the ritual, the stronger the curse became. It was like pouring oil on a fire, each desperate attempt to save Anne, only making her suffering worse. "Sebastian, stop the ritual." Solomon struggled to his feet, reaching for his wand despite the lingering effects of the torture curse. "You're killing her." "I'm saving her," Sebastian replied frantically, his voice cracking with desperation. "The theory is sound, the application is correct. It has to work." Anne collapsed to the cottage floor, her body convulsing as the curse spread its influence throughout her magical system. The life force of 12 innocent people, meant to break her chains, was instead forging them stronger than ever. "Please," Anne gasped between spasms of agony, "make it stop. Sebastian, please make it stop." Sebastian finally broke the ritual's connection, the crystalline matrix shattering as the magical energies dispersed into chaos. The cottage fell silent, except for Anne's labored breathing and the sound of Sebastian's wand clattering to the floor. Anne lay motionless, her breathing so shallow it was barely perceptible. The curse had not only resisted the ritual, it had used the necromantic energy to accelerate its own progress by months. What should have been a gradual deterioration over years had been compressed into minutes of excruciating transformation. "What have you done?" Solomon whispered, kneeling beside Anne's still form. "Sebastian, what have you done?" Sebastian stared at his sister's unconscious body, his mind refusing to process the magnitude of his failure. 12 people had died for this moment. He had sacrificed his relationships, his moral integrity, his very humanity for the chance to save Anne. And instead, he had made her suffering immeasurably worse. "It should have worked," Sebastian said hollowly, his voice devoid of emotion. "The theory was perfect, the power was sufficient. It should have worked." "The theory was based on the work of monsters," Solomon replied, his voice heavy with grief. "Dark magic corrupts everything it touches, Sebastian, including the people foolish enough to believe they can control it." Sebastian looked at the shattered remains of the crystalline matrix, at the unconscious form of his sister, at the uncle who regarded him with a mixture of pity and horror. The cottage that had once been his refuge now felt like a tomb, a monument to the death of everything he had once held dear. "This isn't over," Sebastian said quietly, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. "There are other techniques, other sources of power. I'll find a way to fix this." "Sebastian," Solomon said gently, "look at what you've accomplished. Look at what your methods have achieved. Anne is worse now than she was before you began this crusade. How many more people will you murder in pursuit of solutions that don't exist?" "As many as necessary," Sebastian replied automatically, though the words felt hollow even to him. "Anne is going to live, whatever the cost." But as he looked at his sister's still form, Sebastian felt something he hadn't experienced in months: doubt. Real, crushing doubt about whether his methods could ever achieve the results he sought. The ritual had failed not because he lacked power or knowledge, but because the curse itself was more adaptable than he had understood. It wasn't simply a magical binding that could be broken through force. It was a living entity that grew stronger with each attempt to destroy it. Which meant that every technique he had studied, every forbidden text he had mastered, every moral boundary he had crossed might be useless against an enemy that learned from his attacks. Sebastian had murdered 12 innocent people for nothing. He had tortured his uncle, terrified his sister, and transformed himself into a monster, and Anne was worse off than before. The boy who had entered that ancient chamber with such hope and determination was truly dead now, replaced by someone who had achieved nothing but suffering for everyone he claimed to love. And the most terrifying part was that Sebastian still couldn't bring himself to accept defeat. Even now, watching Anne struggle for each breath, he was already planning his next approach, already considering what other lines he might cross, what other sacrifices he might make in pursuit of a solution that might not exist. Because the alternative, accepting that Anne would die despite everything he had done, was simply unthinkable. Even if pursuing that goal had already cost him everything else that made life worth living. The cottage in Feldcroft had become a monument to the price of obsession, and Sebastian Sallow was its sole architect. But he was not yet ready to acknowledge what he had built or to accept responsibility for the destruction it had wrought. There would be other techniques to try, other sources of power to tap, other moral boundaries to cross. The fact that each attempt only made things worse seemed irrelevant compared to the alternative of surrender. Sebastian gathered the fragments of the shattered matrix, already planning how their residual energy might be channeled into his next attempt. Anne might be unconscious, Solomon might be horrified, and his own soul might be irredeemably corrupted, but he was not yet ready to admit defeat. After all, love required sacrifice, and Sebastian Sallow still had more to sacrifice before he would accept that some battles couldn't be won. The question was whether Anne would survive long enough for him to discover that truth for himself. Chapter 15. The Price of Ambition. 3 days had passed since the disastrous ritual, and Anne had not regained consciousness. She lay in her bed like a broken doll, her breathing so shallow that Sebastian had to lean close to her lips to confirm she was still alive. The curse had spread throughout her magical system with malevolent efficiency, feeding on the necromantic energy he had provided until it dominated every aspect of her being. Sebastian sat in the chair beside her bed, staring at her pale face with eyes that had not closed in sleep since the ritual's failure. The cottage felt like a tomb, filled with the oppressive weight of his choices and their consequences. Uncle Solomon moved through the house like a ghost, tending to Anne's needs while avoiding any direct contact with Sebastian. The silence between them had stretched beyond mere anger into something approaching hatred. "She's dying," Solomon said from the doorway, his voice flat with exhaustion and grief. "The curse is consuming what's left of her magical essence. The healers I've contacted estimate she has days, perhaps hours left." Sebastian didn't look up from Anne's face. "Then we need to try something else. There are other techniques, other sources of power." "No," Solomon's voice cut through Sebastian's words like a blade. "There will be no more techniques, no more rituals, no more of your monstrous experiments." "She's my sister," Sebastian replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "I won't give up on her." "Your sister?" Solomon laughed bitterly. "Sebastian, look at what you've done to her. Look at what your salvation has accomplished. Anne was dying slowly before. Now she's dying in agony because of your interference." Sebastian finally raised his head to meet Solomon's gaze, and the older man recoiled from what he saw there. The charming, intelligent boy who had once been Sebastian Sallow was gone, replaced by something hollow and desperate and utterly without mercy. "You're going to blame me," Sebastian said quietly. "You're going to stand there and blame me for trying to save her life when you did nothing, when everyone did nothing. I'm going to blame you for murdering 12 innocent people," Solomon replied sharply. "I'm going to blame you for torturing your own family with dark magic. I'm going to blame you for making Anne's final days a nightmare of suffering instead of allowing her to die with dignity." Sebastian rose from his chair with fluid grace, his hand moving instinctively toward his wand. "Careful, Uncle Solomon. You're starting to sound like an obstacle to Anne's recovery." The threat was unmistakable, and Solomon's own wand appeared in his grip with the reflexes of a trained aura. "You would threaten me in my own home, after everything you've already done." "I would do whatever is necessary to save Anne," Sebastian replied, his voice carrying the cold certainty of absolute conviction. "Something you've never understood." They faced each other across Anne's sick room, uncle and nephew, separated by more than just the width of the small space. The boy Solomon had raised, the child he had loved and guided and hoped to see grow into a good man, had been replaced by a stranger who spoke of murder and torture as casually as discussing the weather. "What happened to you?" Solomon asked, genuine anguish in his voice. "When did you become something I don't recognize?" "I became someone strong enough to fight for what matters," Sebastian replied. "Someone willing to pay the prices that you were too cowardly to pay." "And what have those prices bought you?" Solomon gestured toward Anne's unconscious form. "Your sister is dying faster than ever. You've murdered a dozen innocent people, and you've destroyed every relationship that once mattered to you. What exactly have you accomplished with your strength?" The question hit Sebastian like a physical blow, but he pushed aside the surge of doubt and self-recrimination that threatened to overwhelm him. Doubt was a luxury he couldn't afford, not when Anne's life still hung in the balance. "I've learned what doesn't work," Sebastian said finally. "Every failure brings me closer to the solution that will work." "And how many more people will die while you conduct your experiments?" Solomon asked. "How many more families will you destroy in pursuit of techniques that might not even exist?" "As many as necessary," Sebastian replied without hesitation. "Anne's life is worth any sacrifice." Solomon stared at his nephew with an expression of profound sadness. "Anne would be horrified by what you've become. If she could see you now, see what you've done in her name, it would break her heart." "Anne will thank me when she's alive and healthy," Sebastian replied, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. "She'll understand that everything I did was necessary." "Will she?" Solomon asked quietly. "Will she really be able to live with the knowledge that 12 people died for her benefit? Will she be able to look at you without seeing the blood on your hands?" Sebastian felt something crack inside his chest, a hairline fracture in the emotional armor he had constructed around his heart. The image of Anne's horror when she learned about the hospital murders was still fresh in his memory, along with her desperate pleas for him to stop the ritual. But he pushed aside the doubts and focused on what mattered. Anne was alive, even if barely. As long as she drew breath, there was still hope for finding a solution that would save her. "She'll understand," Sebastian repeated, though the words sounded hollow even to him. "When she's healthy again, when the pain is gone, she'll understand why I had to do what I did." Their conversation was interrupted by a weak sound from the bed, a soft moan that indicated Anne was finally regaining consciousness. Both men turned toward her immediately, their argument forgotten in the face of this first sign of life she had shown in days. Anne's eyes opened slowly, unfocused and filled with pain. She tried to speak, but only managed a whisper so faint that Sebastian had to lean close to hear her words. "Sebastian," she breathed, her voice carrying a weight of suffering that made his heart clench. What did you do?" Sebastian took her hand gently, feeling how cold and fragile her fingers had become. I tried to save you, Anne. The ritual was supposed to break the curse, but something went wrong. Anne's eyes found his face, and Sebastian was shocked by the clarity he saw there despite her obvious weakness. The people at the hospital, you killed them. It wasn't a question. Somehow, Anne knew exactly what Sebastian had done to power his ritual. Perhaps the necromantic energy had carried echoes of the souls he had harvested, or perhaps she could simply see the truth written in his expression. They were dying anyway, Sebastian said desperately. Anne, they were beyond help. I just made sure their deaths served a purpose. Anne stared at him with an expression of such profound disappointment that Sebastian felt his carefully constructed rationalizations begin to crumble. 12 people, she whispered. You murdered 12 people for me. I saved you, Sebastian insisted, though his voice was cracking under the weight of Anne's condemnation. Or I tried to save you. The technique should have worked. Look at me, Sebastian, Anne interrupted, her voice gaining strength from some reserves of will he hadn't known she possessed. Really look at me. Do I look saved? Sebastian looked at his sister, really looked at her for the first time since the ritual's failure. The curse had ravaged her body with accelerated efficiency, leaving her looking more like a corpse than a living person. Her skin was translucent, her lips were blue, and the dark veins beneath her flesh pulsed with malevolent energy. You made it worse, Anne continued, each word requiring obvious effort. Everything you've done, every line you've crossed, has only made things worse. I was trying to help, Sebastian said, his voice breaking entirely. Anne, everything I did was for you, to save you. No, Anne replied with quiet finality. You did it for yourself, to avoid feeling helpless, to convince yourself you were in control. She paused to gather strength for her next words. You turned yourself into a monster because you couldn't accept that some things can't be fixed. The accusation hit Sebastian like a curse, stripping away the last of his emotional defenses. For a moment, he saw himself as Anne saw him, not a devoted brother fighting to save his sister, but a selfish boy who had chosen to become a killer rather than face the reality of loss. I love you, Sebastian whispered, tears finally breaking through the barriers he had maintained for months. Anne, I love you more than anything. I just wanted to save you. I know, Anne replied, her voice infinitely sad. And that's what makes this so tragic. You loved me so much that you forgot to love anyone else, including yourself. She turned her head towards Solomon, who had remained silent during their exchange. Uncle Solomon, I need you to do something for me. Anything, Anne, Solomon replied immediately. When I'm gone, Anne said, her voice barely audible. Don't let Sebastian continue down this path. Don't let him destroy himself completely in the name of avenging me. Solomon's face crumpled with grief, but he nodded firmly. I promise, Anne, I won't let him become something you would be ashamed of. Sebastian felt a surge of panic at the implication of Anne's words. You're not going anywhere, Anne. I'll find another way, another technique that will work better than the ritual. Sebastian, Anne interrupted, her eyes focusing on his face with obvious effort. I'm dying. We both know it. The only question is whether you're going to let me die as your sister or as the victim of your obsession. The words hung in the air like a judgment, and Sebastian felt the last of his emotional control shatter. I can't lose you, he sobbed, gripping her hand as if he could anchor her to life through physical contact alone. Anne, I can't lose you. You're all I have left. You have Uncle Solomon, Anne replied gently. You have friends who care about you, professors who want to help you, a future that could still be worth living. But you've been so focused on saving me that you've forgotten about saving yourself. Sebastian looked at his sister's peaceful expression, seeing acceptance there that he couldn't understand. How could she be so calm about dying? How could she speak of his future when hers was ending? Promise me something, Sebastian, Anne said, her voice growing weaker as the effort of speaking drained her remaining strength. Anything, Sebastian replied desperately. Promise me you'll stop, Anne whispered. Promise me you won't hurt anyone else trying to save me. Promise me you'll let me go. Sebastian stared at his sister's face, seeing the love and hope still present despite everything he had done. She was asking him to abandon the only purpose that had given his life meaning, to accept defeat when victory might still be possible. I can't, Sebastian said finally, his voice hollow with despair. Anne, I can't promise that, not when there might still be a way. Anne's expression shifted to one of profound sadness. Then I'm not just losing my life, she said quietly. I'm losing my brother too. The words were like a knife to Sebastian's heart, but they didn't change his resolve. He couldn't abandon Anne, couldn't accept defeat when she was still breathing. Even if saving her cost him everyone else's love, even if it meant becoming everything she would despise, he couldn't stop fighting for her life. I'm sorry, Sebastian whispered, though he wasn't sure if he was apologizing for his refusal to promise or for everything that had led to this moment. Anne closed her eyes, a single tear sliding down her pale cheek. So am I, Sebastian, so am I. As evening fell over the cottage in Feldcroft, Sebastian maintained his vigil beside Anne's bed while Solomon sat in the kitchen, both men lost in their own grief and regret. The boy who had once brought light and laughter to their lives was dying, and the young man who might have saved her had been consumed by his own desperate ambitions. The price of Sebastian's obsession had been everything he claimed to be fighting for: Anne's peace, their family's unity, and his own humanity. But he still couldn't bring himself to accept that the cost had been too high. Even now, watching Anne struggle for each breath, Sebastian was planning his next move. There were other sources of power he hadn't explored, other techniques he hadn't attempted. The failure of the necromantic ritual didn't mean that no solution existed. It just meant he needed to look harder, sacrifice more, become something even darker than what he already was. Anne had asked him to let her go, but Sebastian couldn't comprehend a world without her in it, which meant that world would have to be changed, reshaped, or destroyed entirely if that's what saving her required. The boy who had once promised Anne he wouldn't do anything stupid was truly dead. In his place sat a young man who had learned that love without limits could become the most destructive force imaginable. And Sebastian Sallow was prepared to destroy anything, including himself, if it meant Anne might live to see another dawn. Chapter 16, The Last Hope. Anne died at dawn on the fourth day, as the first pale light of morning crept through the cottage windows. Sebastian had been holding her hand when her breathing finally stopped, when the curse that had tormented her for so many months claimed its final victory. The silence that followed was absolute. No gasping, no struggling, just the peaceful stillness of a battle finally ended. Solomon found them an hour later, Sebastian still sitting beside the bed, still holding Anne's cold hand, as if his touch could somehow call her back from wherever she had gone. The older man's face crumpled with grief as he took in the scene, but he said nothing, simply placing a gentle hand on Sebastian's shoulder in a gesture of shared loss. She's gone, Sebastian said unnecessarily, his voice empty of all emotion. I failed. After everything I did, everything I sacrificed, I failed to save her. Solomon nodded slowly, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. She's at peace now, Sebastian. The pain is over. The pain is over for her, Sebastian replied hollowly. But what about the pain I caused? What about the 12 people who died for nothing? What about the trust I betrayed, the laws I broke, the lines I crossed? For a moment, Solomon thought he might be seeing a glimpse of the boy Sebastian had once been, someone capable of remorse, of genuine understanding of the magnitude of his actions. But that hope was quickly shattered by Sebastian's next words. I should have acted sooner, Sebastian continued, his voice hardening. Should have been more aggressive in my research, more willing to embrace effective methods. If I had moved faster, pushed harder, Anne might still be alive. Solomon stared at his nephew in disbelief. Sebastian, you can't seriously be blaming yourself for not doing more. You murdered 12 innocent people. You tortured your own family. You used dark magic that decent wizards wouldn't even contemplate. And it wasn't enough, Sebastian replied bitterly. All of that sacrifice, all of that commitment, and it still wasn't enough to save her. The conversation that followed stretched through the morning hours, Solomon pleading with Sebastian to accept Anne's death and begin the process of healing, while Sebastian retreated further into a worldview that made him the victim of circumstances rather than the architect of tragedy. The magical establishment failed her, Sebastian said, his voice gaining strength as he found familiar targets for his rage. The healers at St. Mungo's gave up without even trying experimental treatments. The professors at Hogwarts restricted access to knowledge that might have helped. Even you, Uncle Solomon, even you fought against my efforts to save her. I fought against your transformation into a monster, Solomon replied firmly. I tried to save your soul while you were destroying it in pursuit of solutions that didn't exist. Solutions that didn't exist, Sebastian laughed bitterly. How would you know? How would any of you know? You were all too cowardly to pursue the kind of research that might have actually helped Anne. Solomon felt his patience finally snap. Sebastian, listen to yourself. You're standing in a room with your sister's body, surrounded by the wreckage of everything you once cared about, and you're still trying to blame other people for your failures. My failures, Sebastian's voice rose dangerously. I'm the only one who tried to save her. I'm the only one who was willing to do whatever was necessary. Everyone else just accepted defeat and pretended that moral purity was more important than Anne's life. The argument might have continued indefinitely, but it was interrupted by a knock at the cottage door. Solomon went to answer it, returning with a figure that made Sebastian's blood run cold. Omini's gaunt stood in the doorway, his clouded eyes somehow finding Sebastian despite his blindness. The expression on his aristocratic features was a mixture of grief, disappointment, and something that might have been fear. I heard about Anne, Omini said quietly. I came as soon as I received word. Sebastian looked at his former best friend, seeing judgment in every line of Omini's posture. Come to gloat, have you? Come to tell me that you were right about the dangers of dark magic. I came to mourn my friend, Omini's replied with quiet dignity. Anne was. She was one of the kindest people I've ever known. She deserved better than what happened to her. Yes, she did, Sebastian agreed coldly. She deserved a magical community willing to pursue effective treatments instead of hiding behind ethical guidelines. She deserved friends who would support her brother's efforts to save her instead of constantly questioning his methods. Omini's flinched as if he'd been struck. Sebastian, you can't seriously blame me for what happened to Anne. I tried to help. You tried to stop me, Sebastian interrupted. At every turn, you tried to prevent me from pursuing the research that might have saved her. You were more concerned with preserving my moral purity than with keeping Anne alive. I was concerned with preserving your humanity, Omini's replied, his voice carrying genuine anguish. Sebastian, look at what you've become. Look at what your research has accomplished. Anne is dead, you've murdered innocent people, and you've destroyed every relationship that once mattered to you. Sebastian stared at Omini's with growing fury. Here was another person who refused to acknowledge the real villains in this tragedy. The healers who had given up, the professors who had restricted access to knowledge, the magical establishment that valued abstract principles over human lives. Get out, Sebastian said quietly, his voice carrying a menace that made both Omines and Solomon step backward. "Get out of this house before I do something we'll all regret." Omines held his ground despite the obvious threat. "Sebastian, I'm not leaving until you acknowledge what you've done, until you accept responsibility for the choices you've made." "I accept responsibility for trying to save my sister," Sebastian replied, his hand moving instinctively toward his wand. "I accept responsibility for being the only person willing to fight for her life. What I won't accept is blame for failing when everyone else gave up." The tension in the cottage was reaching dangerous levels, the air itself seeming to crackle with magical energy as Sebastian's control over his emotions began to slip. Solomon could see the signs of an imminent explosion and moved to position himself between his nephew and Omines. "Both of you, please," Solomon said desperately. "This isn't what Anne would have wanted. She wouldn't want her death to be the cause of more violence, more hatred." "Anne is dead," Sebastian replied flatly. "What she would have wanted is irrelevant now." The words fell into the cottage like stones into still water, creating ripples of shock and revulsion. Even Solomon, who had witnessed Sebastian's gradual transformation over the past months, was horrified by the casual dismissal of Anne's wishes. "That's not the boy I grew up with talking," Omines said quietly. "The Sebastian I knew would never have spoken about Anne that way." "The Sebastian you knew was weak," Sebastian replied with cold certainty. "He was limited by emotional attachments that prevented him from making hard choices. I've moved beyond such limitations." "You've moved beyond humanity," Omines corrected. "Sebastian, you're talking about your sister, the person you claim to love more than anything, as if her opinions and feelings don't matter now that she's dead." Sebastian felt something snap inside his chest, a final connection to his former self being severed by the weight of accumulated loss and rage. Her opinions and feelings didn't save her life. My love didn't save her life. Nothing I did saved her life because people like you made sure I couldn't access the tools I needed. "Sebastian," Solomon began, but his nephew was beyond reason now. "No," Sebastian shouted, his wand appearing in his hand with fluid grace. "I'm done listening to lectures about morality from people who let Anne die. I'm done accepting blame for failures that were caused by other people's cowardice." The magical energy in the cottage reached critical levels as Sebastian's emotional control shattered completely. Months of suppressed rage, guilt, and self-recrimination exploded outward in a wave of raw power that shattered windows and sent furniture flying across the room. "Sebastian, control yourself," Solomon commanded, his own wand appearing as he prepared to defend himself and Omines from his nephew's fury. But Sebastian was beyond control now, beyond reason, beyond any of the moral constraints that had once governed his behavior. The boy who had worried about crossing ethical lines was truly dead, replaced by someone who saw the entire world as responsible for Anne's death except himself. "You want to see what I'm capable of?" Sebastian snarled, pointing his wand at Omines with lethal intent. "You want to understand what happens when someone pushes me too far?" "Sebastian, don't," Solomon shouted, but it was already too late. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the cottage as the killing curse erupted from Sebastian's wand, striking Omines squarely in the chest. The effect was instantaneous. Omines' expression shifted from alarm to surprise to nothing at all as his life force was severed with clinical precision. Sebastian's oldest friend collapsed to the cottage floor, his clouded eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling while his body lay motionless in the spreading pool of morning sunlight. The silence that followed was deafening. Sebastian stood over Omines' body, his wand still raised, his face expressionless as he absorbed the magnitude of what he had just done. He had crossed the final line, committed the ultimate act of violence against someone who had once been closer to him than a brother. "Sebastian," Solomon whispered, his voice filled with horror and disbelief. "What have you done?" Sebastian looked at his uncle, seeing fear in the older man's eyes for the first time. "I removed an obstacle," Sebastian replied with terrifying calm. "Someone who was preventing me from moving forward." "Moving forward to what?" Solomon asked desperately. "Sebastian, Anne is dead. There's nothing left to move forward to." Sebastian smiled, and the expression was so cold and empty that Solomon felt his blood freeze. "There's revenge, Uncle Solomon. There's making sure that everyone who failed Anne understands the consequences of their cowardice." The cottage in Feldcroft had become a monument to the price of obsession, and Sebastian Sallow was its sole architect. But he was not yet finished with his work. Anne was dead, Omines was dead, and Sebastian had finally become the monster that everyone had warned him he was becoming. But in his twisted worldview, these weren't failures. They were simply the inevitable results of other people's moral weakness. The boy who had once believed in friendship, family, and the possibility of redemption was gone forever. In his place stood someone who understood only power, vengeance, and the absolute conviction that he was the victim of everyone else's failures. Sebastian Sallow had finally achieved the transformation he had been pursuing for months. He had become someone strong enough to kill anyone who stood in his way. The question was what he would do with that strength, now that there was no one left to save and nowhere left to fall. Chapter 17. The Unforgivable Choice. The cottage had become a tomb. 2 bodies now lay on the floor, Anne peaceful in her bed, finally free from the curse's torment, and Omines sprawled where the killing curse had struck him down. Between them stood Sebastian and Solomon, uncle and nephew, facing each other across a chasm that could never be bridged. "You murdered him," Solomon said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Sebastian, you murdered your oldest friend." Sebastian looked down at Omines' lifeless form with clinical detachment. "I ended a threat to my work. Omines was always going to try to stop me, always going to interfere with necessary actions. Now he can't." "Necessary actions?" Solomon's voice cracked with disbelief. "Sebastian, what necessary actions? Anne is dead. There's no work left to do, no mission left to complete." Sebastian raised his head to meet his uncle's gaze, and Solomon recoiled from what he saw there. The last vestiges of the boy he had raised were gone, replaced by something cold and utterly without mercy. "The work is far from over, Uncle Solomon," Sebastian said with terrifying calm. "Anne is dead because people failed her, because healers gave up, because professors restricted access to knowledge, because friends and family prioritized their own moral comfort over her life." "Sebastian, you're not making sense," Solomon pleaded. "Anne is gone. Nothing you do now can bring her back." "No," Sebastian agreed, "but I can make sure that everyone who failed her understands the consequences of their choices, starting with you." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Solomon felt his blood turn to ice as he realized that Sebastian wasn't just experiencing a temporary breakdown. He had fundamentally transformed into something that no longer recognized basic moral boundaries. "You blame me," Solomon said quietly. "For Anne's death, you blame me." "I blame you for fighting against every attempt I made to save her," Sebastian replied, his voice gaining strength as he found a target for his rage. "I blame you for prioritizing my soul over her life. I blame you for choosing abstract principles over practical solutions." "I chose to preserve what was left of my family," Solomon said desperately. "Sebastian, I was trying to save you from becoming exactly what you've become." "What I've become," Sebastian laughed, and the sound was devoid of all warmth or humor. "I've become someone strong enough to do what needs to be done. Someone who doesn't let other people's squeamishness prevent necessary action. You've become a killer, Solomon said flatly. You've murdered 13 innocent people and your oldest friend. How is that strength? How is that something to be proud of? Sebastian's expression shifted to one of dangerous calm. 13 people died so that Anne might live. The fact that their sacrifice was ultimately unsuccessful doesn't change the nobility of the goal. Their sacrifice, Solomon's voice rose with outrage. Sebastian, you murdered them. They didn't sacrifice themselves. You killed them against their will to power your twisted rituals. I made strategic use of death that was going to occur anyway, Sebastian corrected. I channeled inevitable loss toward a purpose greater than mere extinction. Solomon stared at his nephew, struggling to comprehend how someone he had loved and raised could speak about mass murder with such clinical detachment. Sebastian, listen to yourself. You're talking about human beings as if they were resources to be consumed. Everything is a resource, Sebastian replied with cold certainty. The only question is whether you're strong enough to use it effectively. The conversation was spiraling toward violence, and both men could feel the tension building to dangerous levels. Sebastian's wand remained in his hand, while Solomon's own weapon was within easy reach. The cottage that had once been filled with love and laughter was about to become the site of a final confrontation between the man who had tried to raise a good child and the monster that child had become. Sebastian, Solomon said, his voice taking on the tone of someone making a last desperate plea, I know you're in pain. I know Anne's death has shattered something inside you, but this isn't the answer. Killing more people won't bring her back, won't ease your suffering. You're wrong, Sebastian said quietly. Killing the people responsible for her death will ease my suffering considerably. I'm responsible for her death, Solomon asked incredulously. Sebastian, I did everything I could to help Anne while trying to prevent you from destroying yourself in the process. You prevented me from accessing the tools I needed to save her, Sebastian corrected. Every time I found a promising lead, every time I discovered a technique that might have worked, you were there to argue against it, to lecture me about morality while Anne suffered. I was trying to prevent you from becoming a dark wizard, Solomon replied firmly. And I was right to do so. Look at what you've become, Sebastian. Look at what your tools have accomplished. Sebastian's grip on his wand tightened as his carefully controlled rage began to slip. My tools would have worked if I'd been allowed to use them properly, if I'd had support instead of constant interference. Your tools were murder and torture, Solomon said, no longer trying to hide his revulsion. Sebastian, you used unforgivable curses on your own family. You killed innocent people to power dark rituals. Those aren't the actions of someone trying to save a life. They're the actions of a monster. The accusation hit Sebastian like a physical blow, but instead of prompting self-reflection, it only fueled his rage. A monster, he repeated, his voice deadly quiet. Is that what you think I am, Uncle Solomon? I think you've become everything your parents died fighting against, Solomon replied, his own voice hardening with resolve. I think you've dishonored their memory and betrayed everything they tried to teach you about right and wrong. Sebastian felt something snap inside his chest at the mention of his parents. My parents died because they were too noble to use effective methods against their enemies. They could have survived if they'd been willing to fight without honor, to embrace the same tactics their opponents used. Your parents died as heroes, Solomon said firmly. They died protecting innocent people from dark wizards, exactly like what you've become. They died as fools, Sebastian corrected coldly. And you've spent your entire life trying to turn me into the same kind of fool. The magical energy in the cottage was reaching critical levels as Sebastian's emotional control finally shattered completely. The air itself seemed to thicken with malevolent power, and Solomon could feel the familiar tingle that preceded dangerous magic. "Sebastian," Solomon said, his hand moving toward his own wand, "you need to calm down. You need to think about what you're doing." "I am thinking," Sebastian replied with terrifying clarity. "I'm thinking about how much easier my life would have been if I'd never listened to your lectures about morality. I'm thinking about how Anne might still be alive if you'd supported my research instead of fighting against it." "Sebastian, please," Solomon pleaded, but he was already drawing his wand in preparation for the attack he could see coming. "I'm thinking," Sebastian continued, his own wand rising to point directly at his uncle's heart, "about how much I've sacrificed for people who never deserved my consideration." "Don't do this," Solomon said desperately. "Sebastian, I love you. Despite everything you've done, despite what you've become, I still love you. Don't make me fight you." Sebastian looked at his uncle's face, seeing the genuine anguish and love written there despite everything that had passed between them. Once, that love would have mattered to him, would have been enough to give him pause. But that Sebastian was dead, buried beneath months of failure and loss, and the gradual erosion of every moral principle he had once held sacred. "Love," Sebastian said quietly. "You claim to love me, but you fought against every attempt I made to save the person I loved most. Your love wasn't worth Anne's life, Uncle Solomon, and it's not worth preserving now." Solomon saw death in his nephew's eyes and knew that words alone wouldn't be enough to prevent the violence that was coming. "Sebastian, if you do this, there will be no coming back. Kill me, and you'll have destroyed the last person in the world who remembers the boy you used to be." "Good," Sebastian replied with absolute finality. "That boy was weak. He was limited by emotional attachments that prevented him from doing what was necessary. I'm tired of carrying his burdens." The duel that followed was brief, but vicious. Solomon was a trained aura with decades of experience in magical combat, but Sebastian had spent months studying the darkest magic imaginable. The older man's conventional training was no match for someone who had embraced unforgivable curses as routine tools. Avada Kedavra. The green light of the killing curse filled the cottage for the second time that morning, and Solomon Sallow collapsed beside Ominis's body, his weathered face peaceful in death. The man who had raised Sebastian, who had tried desperately to save his nephew's soul, was gone. Sebastian stood over his uncle's corpse, feeling nothing but a cold satisfaction at having removed the final obstacle to his freedom. The cottage was silent now, except for the sound of his own breathing and the distant call of birds outside the windows. 3 bodies lay in the small house. Anne, who had died of the curse Sebastian had been unable to break. Ominis, who had tried to make Sebastian accept responsibility for his choices. And Solomon, who had fought to preserve a version of Sebastian that no longer existed. All of them were gone now, leaving Sebastian finally free to pursue whatever path he chose without interference from people too weak to understand necessary sacrifices. He looked around the cottage that had once been his refuge, taking in the wreckage of everything he had once held dear. This place had been filled with love and laughter, with family dinners and shared stories, and the comfortable warmth of belonging somewhere. Now it was a monument to the price of weakness, a reminder of what happened when people prioritized moral purity over practical results. Sebastian felt no grief for the dead, no remorse for his actions, no regret for the choices that had led him to this moment. There was only the cold satisfaction of having finally escaped the limitations that had prevented him from achieving his true potential. The boy who had once worried about disappointing the people he loved was dead. In his place stood someone who understood that love was just another form of weakness, that family was just another source of limitations, that morality was just another excuse for inaction. Sebastian Sallow had finally become exactly what he needed to be, someone strong enough to stand alone, someone free from the emotional attachments that had once constrained his choices. The fact that this transformation had required him to murder everyone who had ever cared about him seemed irrelevant compared to the freedom it had purchased. He gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the cottage, stepping over the bodies of his former life without a backward glance. There was work to be done in the wider world, people to punish for their failures, power to be claimed by someone strong enough to seize it. The cottage in Feldcroft fell silent behind him, its walls holding the secrets of a family destroyed by love that had become indistinguishable from obsession. Sebastian Sallow walked away from everything he had once been, finally free to become everything he had always been capable of becoming. Whether that freedom would prove to be salvation or damnation remained to be seen. Chapter 18: Broken Friendship. The news reached Hogwarts 3 days later, carried by ministry officials whose grim expressions told the story before they spoke a word. 2 murders in Feldcroft, they announced to the assembled faculty. Armines Gaunt and Solomon Sallow found dead in the Sallow cottage, killed by unforgivable curses. Anne Sallow had also perished, though her death appeared to be from natural causes related to her long-term curse. Sebastian's friend heard the announcement from the back of the faculty meeting, their heart sinking as the implications became clear. They had known that Sebastian was spiraling toward something terrible, had seen the warning signs building for months, but even they hadn't anticipated that Sebastian would murder his own family. The friend made their way through the castle's corridors in a daze, trying to process the magnitude of what Sebastian had done. The boy who had once worried about using dark magic, even in desperate circumstances, had become someone capable of killing his oldest friend and the uncle who had raised him. They found Sebastian in the abandoned classroom where they had first practiced the unforgivable curses together, sitting in the same spot where he had tortured his first training dummy months earlier. He looked up as they entered, his expression eerily calm despite the chaos that must be swirling around him. "I wondered when you'd come," Sebastian said quietly. "I assume you've heard the news from Feldcroft." The friend stared at Sebastian, searching his face for any sign of the person they had once known. "Tell me it's not true," they said desperately. "Tell me you didn't kill Armines and your uncle." "I eliminated threats to my mission," Sebastian replied with clinical detachment. "Both of them were actively working to prevent me from achieving my goals." The casual way Sebastian spoke about murdering his own family was so shocking that his friend actually stepped backward. "Sebastian, they weren't threats. They were people who loved you, who were trying to help you." "They were obstacles," Sebastian corrected. "Armines spent months trying to convince me to abandon my research into saving Anne. Solomon fought against every technique I discovered that might have been effective. Their love was conditional on my accepting limitations that would have meant Anne's death." "Anne is dead anyway," the friend pointed out, their voice cracking with emotion. "Sebastian, everything you've done, everyone you've killed, none of it saved her." Sebastian's expression hardened slightly. "Anne died because I was prevented from accessing the tools I needed soon enough. If I had been able to pursue necromantic research from the beginning, if I hadn't wasted months on conventional approaches that were doomed to fail." "You're blaming other people for your failures," the friend interrupted. "Sebastian, you killed 13 innocent people to power a ritual that made Anne's condition worse. You tortured your uncle, murdered your best friend, and destroyed every relationship that once mattered to you. How is any of that anyone else's fault?" Sebastian rose from his chair with fluid grace, his hand moving instinctively toward his wand. "You sound like them," he said quietly. "Like Armines and Solomon, and all the others who were more concerned with preserving moral purity than with achieving results. The friend felt a chill of fear as they recognized the dangerous shift in Sebastian's demeanor. "Sebastian, I helped you. I assisted with your research, provided access to forbidden knowledge, even participated in some of your activities. I've been more supportive than anyone else in your life." "Yes," Sebastian agreed. "You have. Which is why I'm disappointed to hear you repeating the same moral lectures that I've heard from everyone else." "They're not moral lectures," the friend said desperately. "Sebastian, I'm trying to help you understand what you've become. You've transformed into exactly the kind of person Anne would have been horrified by." The mention of Anne seemed to strike a nerve, and Sebastian's careful composure cracked slightly. "Don't," he said, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. "Don't you dare tell me what Anne would have thought. She's dead because people like you weren't willing to do what was necessary to save her." "People like me," the friend repeated. "Sebastian, I went further than anyone else. I helped you access the restricted section, assisted with dangerous magical research, even provided inside information for your hospital activities. What more could you possibly have expected?" "I expected you to understand that some goals are worth any sacrifice," Sebastian replied coldly. "I expected you to support me when everyone else abandoned me. Instead, you're standing here questioning my methods like all the rest." The friend stared at Sebastian with growing horror. "Your methods involved mass murder. Sebastian, you killed innocent people to power dark rituals. Of course I'm questioning them." "Questioning them now," Sebastian said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "After they've already been implemented. After I've already crossed the lines that can't be uncrossed. Where was this moral clarity when you were helping me plan these activities?" The accusation hit home, and the friend felt a surge of guilt at the truth in Sebastian's words. They had indeed helped Sebastian plan and execute some of his darkest acts, had been complicit in activities that they were now condemning. "You're right," the friend admitted quietly. "I should have stopped you sooner. I should have refused to help when I saw where you were heading." "But you didn't," Sebastian pointed out with cold satisfaction. "You were happy to assist as long as you could tell yourself that my goals justified my methods. It's only now, when the consequences have become undeniable, that you've suddenly developed moral qualms." The friend struggled to find a response to Sebastian's accusation, recognizing the uncomfortable truth in his words. They had indeed been complicit in Sebastian's transformation, had enabled his descent into darkness through their assistance and support. "We were both wrong," the friend said finally. "Sebastian, we both lost sight of what was important. But it's not too late to change course, to try to make amends for what we've done." Sebastian laughed, and the sound was completely devoid of warmth or humor. "Make amends? To whom? Anne is dead, Omenes is dead, Solomon is dead. The people I killed at the hospital are dead. Who exactly am I supposed to make amends to?" "To yourself," the friend replied desperately. "Sebastian, you can still choose to stop this madness. You can turn yourself in to the authorities, cooperate with their investigation, try to find some path toward redemption." "Redemption," Sebastian repeated the word as if it were foreign to him. "From what, exactly? From trying to save my sister's life? From refusing to accept arbitrary limitations on my research? From being strong enough to do what everyone else was too cowardly to attempt?" The friend realized with growing horror that Sebastian genuinely didn't see himself as having done anything wrong. In his mind, he was the victim of other people's moral weakness rather than the perpetrator of inexcusable crimes. "Sebastian," the friend said carefully, "you've murdered your own family. You've killed innocent people. You've used unforgivable curses on people who loved you. How can you not see that these actions are evil?" Sebastian's expression shifted to one of dangerous calm. Evil is letting innocent people die when you have the power to save them. Evil is prioritizing abstract moral principles over human lives. Evil is abandoning someone you love because saving them requires methods that make you uncomfortable. That's not what happened, the friend protested. Sebastian, people tried to help you find acceptable solutions. They just weren't willing to support mass murder as a medical treatment. Acceptable solutions, Sebastian repeated mockingly. Solutions that don't work, that don't challenge the comfortable assumptions of decent society, that let everyone feel good about themselves while innocent people suffer. The conversation was spiraling beyond any possibility of productive resolution, and both participants could feel the emotional temperature rising to dangerous levels. Sebastian's hand remained near his wand, while his friend backed slowly toward the classroom door. "I can see that I can't reach you," the friend said sadly. "Sebastian, you've become someone I don't recognize, someone who terrifies me. I hope someday you'll understand what you've lost in pursuit of power that couldn't accomplish what you wanted anyway." "I've lost people who were too weak to support me when it mattered," Sebastian replied coldly. "People who abandoned me the moment my goals required real sacrifice." "We abandoned you because you became a monster," the friend said with quiet finality. "Sebastian, I loved you like a brother, but I can't stand by and watch you destroy everything good about yourself in pursuit of vengeance that won't bring Anne back." The mention of love and family seemed to trigger something in Sebastian, and his carefully controlled facade finally cracked completely. "Love," he snarled, drawing his wand with fluid motion. "Everyone claims to love me, but none of you are willing to pay the prices that love actually demands." The friend saw death in Sebastian's eyes and knew that words alone wouldn't be enough to escape this confrontation alive. "Sebastian, please, don't make this worse than it already is." "Worse?" Sebastian laughed bitterly. "How could it possibly be worse? I've already lost everyone who ever mattered to me. What's one more betrayal, one more person who claims to care but abandons me when I need them most?" "I'm not abandoning you," the friend said desperately, continuing to back toward the door. "I'm trying to save whatever's left of your soul before you destroy it completely." "My soul was forfeited the moment I chose Anne's life over moral purity," Sebastian replied with terrible calm. "The only question now is whether I'll let people who contributed to her death continue to profit from their cowardice." The friend reached the classroom door and realized this might be their last chance to reach whatever remained of the person Sebastian had once been. "Anne wouldn't want this," they said quietly. "Sebastian, whatever you've become, wherever this path leads, Anne wouldn't want you to hurt more people in her name." For a moment, Sebastian hesitated, and his friend thought they might have finally found the words that could break through his madness. But then his expression hardened again, and any remaining traces of the boy he had once been disappeared entirely. "Anne is dead," Sebastian said with absolute finality. "What she would have wanted is irrelevant now. The only thing that matters is making sure that everyone who failed her understands the consequences of their choices." The friend turned and ran, fleeing through the castle's corridors with Sebastian's cold laughter echoing behind them. They didn't stop until they reached the relative safety of the main hall, where other students and faculty could provide witnesses to whatever Sebastian might attempt. But Sebastian didn't follow. He remained in the abandoned classroom, sitting alone among the training dummies and scorch marks that marked his transformation from an idealistic student into something that decent wizards would cross themselves to avoid. The last person who had known him before Anne's curse, who had assisted in his research and shared his burden, was gone now. Sebastian was finally, completely alone, surrounded by the wreckage of every relationship he had once valued, isolated by choices that had promised salvation but delivered only destruction. The boy who had once worried about losing his friends had systematically murdered or driven away everyone who had ever cared about him. He had achieved a kind of perfect freedom, the freedom that came from having nothing left to lose and no one left to disappoint. Whether that freedom would prove to be liberation or the deepest form of damnation remained to be seen. But one thing was certain. Sebastian Sallow would face whatever came next entirely alone, exactly as he had chosen to be. The abandoned classroom fell silent around him, holding the echoes of a friendship that had been corrupted by obsession and finally destroyed by the very madness it had tried to support. Sebastian had warned everyone that love required sacrifice. He simply hadn't understood that sometimes the thing sacrificed was love itself. Chapter 19. The Weight of Solitude. The auras came for him at dawn, just as Sebastian had known they would. He waited for them in the Slytherin common room, seated in his usual chair by the fireplace, watching the green flames dance across the ancient stones. Around him, the common room was empty. His housemates had fled when word of the Feldcroft murders spread through the castle, leaving Sebastian alone with the ghosts of better days. Sebastian Sallow, the lead aura announced as they entered, their wands drawn but not yet threatening. By order of the Ministry of Magic, you are under arrest for the murders of Omini's Gaunt and Solomon Sallow, as well as 13 counts of murder at St. Mungo's Hospital. Sebastian looked up at the auras with calm resignation. "I've been expecting you," he said quietly, "though I'm surprised it took you this long to work up the courage to face me." The lead aura, a stern woman with graying hair and the weathered look of someone who had seen too much darkness, studied Sebastian with professional interest. "You don't seem surprised by the charges." "Why should I be?" Sebastian replied with a shrug. "I killed them all, though I prefer to think of it as removing obstacles to important work." The casual admission of mass murder sent ripples of shock through the assembled auras. Even hardened professionals who had faced the darkest wizards were unsettled by Sebastian's complete lack of remorse or denial. "Important work," the lead aura repeated. "Mr. Sallow, you murdered your own family. What work could possibly justify such acts?" Sebastian rose from his chair with fluid grace, his movements causing several auras to tighten their grips on their wands. "The work of saving an innocent life from a curse that your precious medical establishment declared incurable. The work of pursuing effective solutions when everyone else gave up." "Your sister Anne is dead," another aura pointed out. "Whatever your goals were, you failed to achieve them." Sebastian's expression hardened slightly. "Anne died because I was prevented from accessing the tools I needed soon enough, because people were more concerned with preserving their moral purity than with supporting necessary research." The lead aura exchanged glances with her colleagues, recognizing the signs of someone who had become completely disconnected from reality. "Mr. Sallow, you're under arrest. Please surrender your wand and come with us peacefully." Sebastian smiled, and the expression was cold enough to make several auras step backward. "Peacefully," he repeated. "An interesting choice of words, considering you're here to punish me for refusing to accept peaceful defeat." "We're here to arrest a mass murderer," the lead aura replied firmly. "Sebastian, this doesn't have to involve violence. Surrender now, and at least some consideration might be given to your emotional state during these events." "My emotional state," Sebastian laughed, and the sound echoed off the common room walls like breaking glass. "You think this was about emotion? You think I killed 15 people in a fit of grief or madness?" The auras said nothing, but Sebastian could see the answer in their expressions. They wanted to believe that his actions had been the result of temporary insanity, that the boy who had once been a promising student had simply been overwhelmed by circumstances beyond his control. This was about commitment, Sebastian continued, his voice growing stronger as he found familiar ground. About being willing to pay the prices that effective action demands. I killed those people because their deaths served a greater purpose than their continued existence. The greater purpose of saving your sister, the lead aura asked. The greater purpose of refusing to accept defeat when victory was possible, Sebastian corrected. Anne's life was worth any sacrifice, including the lives of people too weak to contribute to her salvation. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who entered the common room with her usual stern bearing, despite the obvious emotional toll recent events had taken on her. She looked at Sebastian with an expression of profound sadness rather than fear. "Sebastian," she said quietly, "I've come to offer you one last chance. Surrender peacefully, cooperate with the investigation, and perhaps we can find some way to mitigate the consequences of your actions." Sebastian looked at his former professor, seeing the genuine care and concern in her expression despite everything he had done. "Mitigate the consequences," he repeated thoughtfully. "Professor McGonagall, what consequences do you think I should face for trying to save my sister's life?" "For murdering 15 innocent people," McGonagall replied firmly. "Sebastian, whatever your motivations, whatever pain you were experiencing, that cannot excuse what you've done." "Excuse?" Sebastian's voice took on a dangerous edge. "Professor, I'm not seeking excuses. I'm proud of what I accomplished, even if the ultimate goal remained elusive." The casual pride with which Sebastian spoke about mass murder was so shocking that even McGonagall stepped backward. She had taught many students over the years, had seen the effects of tragedy and loss on young minds, but she had never encountered someone so completely divorced from basic human empathy. "Sebastian," she said desperately, "what happened to you? What happened to the boy who worried about using dark magic even in desperate circumstances?" "That boy was weak," Sebastian replied with cold certainty. "He was limited by emotional attachments and moral squeamishness that prevented him from achieving real results. I evolved beyond such limitations." "You became a monster," McGonagall said quietly. Sebastian considered the accusation seriously. "Perhaps, but I became a monster in service of love, in pursuit of saving an innocent life. How many of you can say the same about your own moral choices?" The lead aura had heard enough philosophy. "Sebastian Sallow, you are under arrest. Surrender your wand immediately or face the consequences." Sebastian drew his wand with practiced ease, causing the assembled auras to raise their own weapons in response. For a moment, the common room was filled with the crackling tension that preceded magical violence. "The consequences," Sebastian mused, studying the dozen wands pointed at his heart. "I wonder if you understand what those consequences might entail." "Sebastian, don't," McGonagall pleaded. "Whatever you're planning, it will only make things worse." "Worse for whom?" Sebastian asked with genuine curiosity. "I've already lost everything that mattered to me. Anne is dead, my family is dead, my friends have abandoned me. What could you possibly threaten me with that would be worse than the isolation I've already achieved?" The truth of his words hung in the air like a curse. Sebastian had indeed reached a place beyond the reach of conventional threats or punishments. He had sacrificed everything in pursuit of a goal that had ultimately eluded him, leaving him with nothing left to lose and no one left to protect. "You could still have a future," McGonagall said desperately. "Sebastian, you're still young. Even after everything that's happened, there might be a path toward redemption." Sebastian laughed bitterly. "Redemption? You're the second person to suggest that recently. But redemption implies that I've done something wrong, that I need to atone for my choices." "You've murdered 15 people," the lead aura pointed out sharply. I've made strategic sacrifices in pursuit of saving an innocent life, Sebastian corrected. The fact that those sacrifices were ultimately insufficient doesn't make them morally questionable. The complete absence of remorse or self-doubt in Sebastian's voice was more chilling than any threat he could have made. The Auras found themselves facing someone who had moved so far beyond conventional moral reasoning that normal methods of negotiation were useless. "This is your last warning," the lead Aura said, raising her wand to point directly at Sebastian's heart. "Surrender now or face immediate force." Sebastian looked around the common room that had been his home for 6 years, taking in the familiar green and silver decorations, the comfortable chairs where he had spent countless hours studying and socializing, the fireplace where he had planned his first tentative steps into forbidden magic. "Force," Sebastian repeated thoughtfully. "I suppose that's appropriate. Force is the only thing any of you have ever really understood." What followed was brief but devastating. Sebastian had spent months mastering magic that trained Auras had only studied in theory, had crossed moral boundaries that gave him access to power they couldn't match. The battle for the Slytherin common room was less a duel than a demonstration of what happened when someone willing to use any method faced opponents constrained by ethical limitations. When the green light of the killing curse finally struck him, Sebastian felt only a moment of surprise before the darkness claimed him. His last conscious thought was not of regret or remorse, but of satisfaction that he had at least forced them to become killers themselves. The common room fell silent, except for the crackling of the fireplace and the heavy breathing of the surviving Auras. Sebastian Sallow lay motionless on the floor where he had fallen, his face peaceful in death, finally free from the obsession that had consumed everything he had once been. "Is it over?" one of the younger Auras asked, staring at Sebastian's body with obvious shock. "Yes," the lead Aura replied quietly. "It's over." But as they began the grim process of documenting the scene and preparing Sebastian's body for transport, none of them could shake the feeling that they had witnessed something more than just the death of a mass murderer. They had seen the end result of love corrupted by obsession, of good intentions twisted into monstrous acts, of a promising young life destroyed by the inability to accept that some battles cannot be won. Sebastian Sallow had achieved the freedom he had been seeking, the freedom that came from having nothing left to lose and no one left to disappoint. But that freedom had proven to be indistinguishable from the ultimate form of imprisonment. The boy who had once worried about crossing moral lines had died exactly as he had lived in his final months, completely alone, surrounded by the consequences of choices that had promised salvation but delivered only destruction. The Slytherin common room would be cleaned and restored. New students would occupy the chairs where Sebastian had planned his descent into darkness, and life at Hogwarts would continue as if he had never existed. But the lesson of his transformation would linger in the memories of those who had witnessed it, a reminder that love without limits could become the most destructive force imaginable, and that the road to hell was always paved with the very best intentions. Sebastian Sallow had wanted to save his sister's life. Instead, he had destroyed everything that might have made that life worth living, including his own capacity to appreciate the love he had been trying so desperately to preserve. In the end, he had become exactly what he had always feared most, someone who had lost everything that mattered in pursuit of the one thing he thought he couldn't live without. Chapter 20. Epilogue: Shadows of the Past. 5 years later. The cottage in Feldcroft stood empty, its windows boarded, and its garden overgrown with weeds that choked out any memory of the careful cultivation Solomon Sallow had once maintained. The local villagers avoided the place, crossing themselves and muttering protective charms when they passed by. Some said the house was cursed, that the ghosts of the murdered family still walked its halls. Others claimed it was haunted by something worse, the echo of love that had curdled into obsession. Professor McGonagall stood at the garden gate, her weathered hands resting on the rotting wood as she studied the ruins of what had once been a happy home. 5 years had passed since the events that the wizarding world now referred to simply as the Sallow tragedy, but the memory remained as fresh and painful as if it had happened yesterday. "I still wonder if we could have done something different," she said to the figure beside her, Healer Morrison from St. Mungo's, who had come to Feldcroft to pay her own respects to the dead. Morrison shook her head slowly. "I've asked myself the same question countless times. Could we have found a different approach to Anne's curse? Could we have provided more support to Sebastian during his research? But the truth is, Professor, some people are determined to destroy themselves no matter how much help you offer them." McGonagall nodded, though her expression remained troubled. He was such a promising student. Intelligent, charismatic, devoted to his sister. I never imagined he could become capable of such monstrous acts. "Love without boundaries," Morrison observed quietly. "It's one of the most dangerous forces in the magical world. We see it occasionally in our patients, people who become so obsessed with saving someone they care about that they lose all perspective on what's acceptable." They stood in silence for several minutes, both women lost in their own memories of the tragedy. McGonagall remembered Sebastian as he had been during his early years at Hogwarts, eager to learn, quick to help classmates, always ready with a joke or a reassuring word. Morrison remembered him as the desperate young man who had pleaded for any treatment, any hope, any technique that might save his sister's life. Neither could reconcile those memories with the cold-blooded killer Sebastian had become. "The students still ask about him sometimes," McGonagall said eventually. "They want to understand how someone could transform so completely, how a loving brother could become a mass murderer. I never know what to tell them." "Tell them the truth," Morrison replied. "That love, when it becomes obsession, can corrupt everything it touches. That noble goals don't justify evil methods. That sometimes the people we're trying to save need to be saved from our own attempts to help them." McGonagall pulled her cloak tighter against the autumn chill. Anne begged him to stop. In her final letter to me, she wrote about how horrified she was by what Sebastian was becoming. She said she would rather die than live knowing that innocent people had been murdered for her benefit. And Sebastian ignored her wishes completely, Morrison noted. He had convinced himself that he knew better than Anne what she needed, that his love gave him the right to make decisions about her life without her consent. "The most tragic part," McGonagall continued, "is that his methods made her condition worse. The necromantic ritual accelerated the curse's progress by months. If he had simply accepted our initial prognosis and focused on making her comfortable, Anne might have lived significantly longer." Morrison had reviewed the case files extensively in the years since Sebastian's death, trying to understand what had gone wrong and how similar tragedies might be prevented in the future. His research wasn't entirely without merit, she admitted reluctantly. Some of his theoretical work on curse breaking has actually informed more recent developments in our field, but his willingness to murder innocent people for magical energy, that was pure evil, regardless of his motivations. They walked slowly along the overgrown path that led to the cottage's front door, careful to avoid the thorny vines that had claimed the garden. Through the boarded windows, they could see nothing but darkness. The house had been sealed by ministry order after Sebastian's death, both as a crime scene and as a memorial to the lives lost within its walls. "Do you think he could have been saved?" McGonagall asked. "If someone had intervened earlier, if we had recognized the warning signs sooner?" Morrison considered the question carefully. "I think there were many points where Sebastian could have chosen a different path. When the healers first explained that Anne's curse was incurable, he could have accepted that diagnosis and focused on making her remaining time as comfortable as possible. When he began studying dark magic, he could have recognized the danger and pulled back. When he started using unforgivable curses, he could have realized that he was becoming everything he claimed to be fighting against. But he didn't, McGonagall observed sadly. No, Morrison agreed. And I think that's because he had convinced himself that his love for Anne made him special, that normal moral rules didn't apply to someone fighting for such a noble cause. It's a seductive form of self-deception, the idea that pure motives justify any methods. They reached the cottage's front door, where a simple memorial plaque had been placed by the ministry. It listed the names of all the victims of Sebastian's obsession, not just Anne, Omines, and Solomon, but also the 12 patients who had died at St. Mungo's. 15 lives lost to one young man's inability to accept defeat. He destroyed everything he claimed to be trying to save, McGonagall reflected. Anne's peace, his family's unity, his own soul. In the end, his love became indistinguishable from hatred. Morrison nodded. The most dangerous people are often those who are absolutely convinced they're doing the right thing. Sebastian never saw himself as a villain. Even at the end, he believed he was the victim of other people's moral weakness rather than the perpetrator of inexcusable crimes. As evening approached, the two women began their journey back to the village, leaving the empty cottage to its ghosts and shadows. Behind them, the house stood as a monument to the price of obsession, a reminder that love without wisdom could become the most destructive force imaginable. We've established new protocols at the hospital, Morrison mentioned as they walked. Better support systems for families dealing with incurable conditions, more comprehensive monitoring of patients' emotional states, enhanced security measures to prevent unauthorized access to vulnerable patients. And we've added new curriculum at Hogwarts, McGonagall added. Courses on the ethical use of magic, discussions about the dangers of obsession, mandatory counseling for students dealing with family tragedies. We can't prevent every future Sebastian Sallow, but perhaps we can catch some of them before they fall too far. The village of Feldcroft was quiet as they passed through its narrow streets, most residents having retreated to their homes for the evening. But McGonagall noticed how people still crossed themselves when they saw strangers near the Sallow cottage, how parents pulled their children closer when anyone mentioned the family name. Sebastian's legacy lived on not just in the lives he had destroyed, but in the fear he had instilled in an entire community. The boy who had once brought laughter and light to Feldcroft would be remembered only as the monster who had murdered his way through a tragedy of his own making. I sometimes wonder what Anne would think, McGonagall said, as they reached the village's main road. If she could see what became of the brother who claimed to love her so much. Morrison's expression grew sad. I think she would grieve for him, not for what he became, but for what he could have been if he had chosen differently. Anne understood that Sebastian's descent into darkness was as much a tragedy as her own death from the curse. 2 lives lost, McGonagall observed. Anne to an ancient curse, Sebastian to his own choices. 15 lives lost, Morrison corrected gently. We must never forget the innocent people who died, because Sebastian convinced himself that their lives were worth less than his sister's. As they disapparated back to their respective homes, the cottage in Feldcroft settled into another night of darkness and silence. The village slept uneasily, as it had for 5 years, haunted by the knowledge that love itself could become a weapon when wielded by someone who had forgotten the difference between devotion and obsession. Somewhere in the wizarding world, young witches and wizards were facing their own impossible choices, their own desperate circumstances, their own temptations to embrace darkness in service of light. Some would choose wisely, accepting that certain prices were too high to pay. Others would follow the path that Sebastian Sallow had carved with blood and tears, convinced that their noble goals justified any methods. The story of Sebastian Sallow served as both a warning and a prophecy, a reminder that the road to hell would always be paved with the very best intentions, and that the most dangerous monsters were often those who had once been the most loving family members. In the end, Sebastian had achieved a kind of immortality, not the heroic legacy he had once dreamed of, but something far more terrible. He would be remembered forever as the boy who had loved his sister so much that he had forgotten how to love anything else, including himself. The shadows of the past stretched long over Feldcroft, carrying whispers of a tragedy that could have been prevented if only someone had been willing to tell a grieving brother that some battles could not be won, and that accepting defeat was sometimes the most loving thing you could do. But Sebastian Sallow had never learned that lesson, and 15 people had paid the price for his ignorance with their lives. The cottage stood empty, a monument to love corrupted by obsession, a testament to the terrible truth that the most destructive forces in the world often wore the most beautiful disguises. And in the darkness, the echoes of choices made in desperation continued to reverberate through time, carrying their warning to anyone wise enough to listen. Some prices are too high to pay, even for love. The end.